Geoffrey Bennington and Peggy Camev. The Beast and the Sovereign Volume II. When the decision was made to edit and publish Jacques Derrida's teaching lectures, there was little question that they would and should be translated into English. From early in his career, in 1968, and annually thereafter until 2003, Derrida regularly taught at U.S. universities. It was his custom to repeat for his American audience the lectures delivered to his students in France the same year. Teaching RST at Johns Hopkins and then at Yale, he read the lectures in French as they had been written. But from 1987, when he began teaching at the University of California, Irvine, Derrida undertook to lecture in English, improvising on-the-spot translations of his lectures. Recognizing that the greater part of his audience outside of France depended on translation was easier, however, than providing an ad libitum English version of his own elegant, complex, and idiomatic writing. In the circumstance, to his evident joy in teaching was often added a measure of suffering and regret for all that remained behind in the French original. It is to the memory of Derrida the teacher as well as to all his students past and still to come that we offer these English translations of the seminars of Jacques Derrida. The volumes in this series are translations of the original French editions published by Editions Galilee, Paris, and will in each case follow shortly the publication of the corresponding French volume. The scope of the project, and the basic editorial principles followed in establishing the text, are outlined in the general introduction to the French edition, translated here. Editorial issues and decisions relating more specifically to this volume are addressed in an editorial note. Editors' footnotes and other editorial interventions are all translated without modification, except in the case of footnoted citations of quoted material, which refer to extant English translations of the source as necessary. Additional translators' notes have been kept to a minimum. To facilitate scholarly reference, the page numbers of the French edition are printed in the margin on the line at which the new page begins. Translating Derrida is a notoriously difficult enterprise, and while the translator of each volume assumes full responsibility for the integrity of the translation, as series editors we have also reviewed the translations and sought to ensure a standard of accuracy and consistency across the volumes. Toward this end, in the RST phase of work on the series, we have called upon the advice of other experienced translators of Derrida's work into English and wish to thank them here: Pascal Anne Brault, Michael Nas, Elizabeth Rottenberg, and David Wills. Geoffrey Bennington. Peggy Camev, October 2008. The complete edition of Jacques Derrida's seminars and lectures will give the reader the chance of an unprecedented contact with the philosopher's teaching voice. This edition will constitute a new part of his oeuvre, to be distinguished from the books and other texts published during his lifetime or revised by him before his death, and with a clearly different status. It is not certain that Jacques Derrida would have published the seminars as they stand, probably he would have reorganized or rewritten them. Taken as a whole, but also in their relation to Derrida's philosophical oeuvre, these lectures and seminars will constitute an incomparable research tool and will, we believe, give a different experience of his thinking, here linked to his teaching, which was always, both in France and abroad, a truly vital resource of his writing. The corpus we are preparing for publication is vast. From the beginning of his teaching career, Derrida was in the habit of completely writing out almost all his lectures and seminars. This means that we have at our disposal the equivalent of some 14,000 printed pages, or 43 volumes, on the basis of one volume per academic year. This material can be classified according to a variety of criteria. First, according to the place where the teaching took place, the Sorbonne from 1960 to 1964, the École Normale Supérieure in the Rue d'Ulm from 1964 to 1984, the École de Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, EHES, from 1984 to 2003. 1. Then, according to the type of teaching, classes with a very variable number of sessions, from 1 to 15, up until 1964, what he always called seminars thereafter. Finally, and no doubt most relevantly for the editorial work according to the tools used, We have handwritten sessions from 1960 to 1970, typescripts, with manuscript annotations and corrections, from 1970 to 1988, electronically and printouts from 1988 to 2003. Derrida seminars, which already had their own style and already attracted a broad and numerous following at the Rue d'Ulm, where the choice of subjects and authors, if not the way they were treated, was constrained by the program of the aggregation, to take on their definitive character at the IHES where, on Wednesdays from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., a dozen times a year, Jacques Derrida, sometimes improvising a little, would read before a large audience the text of his seminar, entirely written out for each session as the year proceeded. Add to that a few improvised sessions, sometimes around a reading, and a few discussion sessions. Henceforth free in his choice of subjects, Derrida launched research projects over periods of several years, which linked together in explicit, coherent, and gripping fashion. The Great Question of Philosophical Nationality and Nationalism, 1984-88, leads to that of the Politics of Friendship, 1988-91, and then to the long series of Questions of Responsibility, 1991-2003, focusing successively on The Secret, 1991-92, on Testimony, 1992-95, Hostility and Hospitality, 1995-97, Perjury and Pardon, 1997-99, and The Death Penalty, 1999-2001, with the NAL 2 years devoted to The Beast and the Sovereign, 2001-3. Jacques Derrida was in the habit of drawing on the abundant material of these seminars for the very numerous lectures he gave every year throughout the world, and often, via this route, parts of the seminars were reworked and published. Several of his books also nd their point of departure in the work of the Seminar, of Grammatology, 1967, for example, in large part develop sessions of the 1965-66 Seminar on Nature, Culture, Writing, the Seminar on Hegel's Family, 1971-72, is picked up in Glass, 1974. Politics of Friendship, 1994, is explicitly presented as the expansion of the RST session of the 1988-89 Seminar, and there are traces in it of other sessions too. But in spite of these partial convergences and correspondences, the vast majority of the pages written from week to week for the seminar remain unpublished and will incomparably complement the work already published. Whenever a session was later published by Jacques Derrida, in modi et form or not, we will give the reference. We do not consider it appropriate for the edition of the seminars themselves, as original material, to offer a comparative reading of those versions. As we have already pointed out, the editorial work varies considerably according to the mode of production of the text. For the typewriter period, many handwritten amendments and annotations require a considerable effort of decipherment, the more so for the seminars entirely written in Jacques Derrida's handsome but difficult handwriting, which require laborious transcription. So we shall begin by publishing the seminars of the last 20 years, while beginning preparation of the rest. In all cases, our primary goal is to present the text of the seminar, as written by Jacques Derrida, with a view to speech, to reading aloud, and thus with some marks of anticipated orality and some familiar turns of phrase. It is not certain that Jacques Derrida would have published these seminars, although he occasionally expressed his intention of doing so, but if he had taken up these texts for publication, he would probably have reworked them, as he always did, in the direction of a more written text. Obviously we have not taken it upon ourselves to do that work in his place. As we mentioned above, the reader may wish to compare the original version presented here with the few sessions published separately by Jacques Derrida himself. Geoffrey Bennington, Marc Crépon, Marguerite Derrida, Thomas Dutoit, Peggy Kamoff, Michel Liss, Marie-Louise Mallet, Jeanette Michaud. The seminar entitled The Beast and the Sovereign was the last seminar given by Jacques Derrida and the École de Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, IHES, in Paris, from fall 2001 to spring 2003. 1. This second volume corresponds to the year 2002 to 3 and follows on from the RST volume, 2001 to 2, published, in French, by the Editions Galilee in 2008, and in English by the University of Chicago Press in 2009. In his presentation of the seminar intended for his American audience in spring 2003, Derrida recalls the outline of his argument and announces the guiding motif of the second year of the seminar. Under this title we are pursuing the research from previous years around the sovereignty of the nation-state and its onto theologico-political foundation. This research was made necessary for us by the question of capital punishment, which always implies the right, for a sovereign power to have the life and death of its subjects at its disposal, the right of pardon for example. But this reaction on sovereignty will be enacted this year toward the great questions of animal life, that of man, said by Aristotle to be a political animal, and that of the beasts, and of the treatment, the subjection, of the beast by man. We shall ask questions about the literary or rhetorical history of the forms and genres, gers, tropes, metonymies, metaphors, allegories, fables, theatre, etc., which propose animal representations of the political. Hobbes's Leviathan or La Fontaine's fables would only give 2 examples among many. The question of gender and sexual difference will cross all the others. We shall also analyze, through the history of the concept of sovereignty, Bodin, Hobbes, Rousseau, Schmidt, etc., what tends to associate and dissociate the gore of the sovereign and the beast, which is not exactly the animal. Both indeed seem to stand above or at a distance from the law. Both are, in different ways, of course, but in common, outlaws. What then is the law? And right? The sovereign, says Schmidt, is the one who has the right to suspend right. Referring frequently to the contemporary situation and to the problems of globalization, that affect the logic of nation-state sovereignty, we shall also address the question of rogue states and their leaders who are often, in the political rhetoric of the most powerful states, compared to beasts. At stake here, naturally, long before September 11, which we shall however discuss, are the concepts of war, international or civil according to European law, of cruelty, of terror and, national and international, terrorism, etc. What was thus begun last year, 2002, will be pursued this year with a different inoxion, especially in the latter weeks of the seminar. We shall begin conjoined readings, sometimes parallel, sometimes intersecting, of Defoe's Robinson Crusoe on the one hand, and Heidegger's Seminar, 1929-30, on the animal on the other, the fundamental concepts of metaphysics, world, finitude, solitude. In the Hesse Yearbook for 2002-3, Derrida again specifies what is at stake in the reaction carried on in the second year of The Beast and the Sovereign Seminar. Following and developing the premises of the research begun the previous year, we focused all our efforts toward the reading and interpretation of 2 texts that appear in all respects to be as heterogeneous as possible, Robinson Crusoe on the one hand, and a famous seminar of Heidegger's on the other, the fundamental concepts of metaphysics, world, finitude, solitude, and in it more especially the 1929-30 lecture course, which constitutes Heidegger's most systematic and rich treatise on animality, and more precisely on the world for the animal. For it is in this seminar that we nd the 3 famous theses, problematic theses to our eyes, and extensively questioned in our seminar: the stone is without world weltlos, the animal is poor in world welterm, man is world forming weltbildend. Sometimes intersecting, sometimes in parallel, these readings aimed at a common focus, the history, especially the political history, of the concept of sovereignty, including, inseparably, the sovereignty of man over animal in the pre-colonial England of Defoe, with its religious background studied in Robinson Crusoe, and throughout the many diverse and gripping readings of Robinson Crusoe through the centuries, Rousseau especially, Kant, Marx and many 19th-century political economists. But also Joyce Virginia. Wolff, Lacan, Deleuze, etc., and in Heidegger's Modern Germany, the beginning of the 1930s. These two books are also books on solitude, on the so-called state of nature, on the history of the concept of nature, especially in Heidegger, in which we began to study the quite essential lexicon, often associated with physis, seldom remarked upon and so difficult to translate, of Walton, Gewalt, Umgewalt, Übergewaltigkeit, etc., which will add Heidegger's texts from 1935 onward, and which designates an archaeoriginary force or violence, of sovereignty as it is sometimes translated. Beyond the onto-theological, i.e. beyond the philosophico-political as such, which is obviously never the case in either Defoe or in the rich philosophical, political, and religious context that determines his book. These, broadly put, are the stakes that guided us in readings that were as minute as possible, sometimes appealing to other works by these two authors. This edition reproduces the written text of the seminar read by Derrida during the sessions that took place at the IHES in 2002-3. As always, all the sessions of this seminar are entirely written out on computer. This second volume is made up of 10 unpublished sessions, with the exception of a fragment of the 7th session, which was used as a lecture at the conference Maurice Blancot, Resit's Critiques, later reprinted with a few changes in the enlarged edition of Perig's. The reference text for this edition, which we shall refer to using the word typescript, is the printout of the seminar as kept by Derrida in his Les. There are 2 copies deposited in the Jacques Derrida archive at the Institut Mémoires de l'Édition Contemporaine, IMEC, con the RST, yellow folder, is comprised of the dated sessions numbered 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, on the cover of the LE one can read the following handwritten annotation. Missing, SF 5, 3, 4, 10. The second copy, red folder, that Derrida used for his American Seminar 6 is complete and is comprised of 10 sessions, continuously numbered. 7 apart from these 10 sessions, Derrida also devoted 2 sessions that year to discussions with the participants of the seminar. These took place on February 19 and March 19, 2003. 8 We have not, any more than for the RST volume, and for the same reasons, attempted to transcribe these discussions, following the usage most often adopted for the Saraisi conferences and the major conferences devoted to the work of Jacques Derrida. In the typescript of the seminar, bibliographical indications were usually clearly marked. In abbreviated form, we have specified them and also completed those that were missing. 9 A certain number of the texts quoted were not copied out in the typescript, they appear in it as photocopied pages of books, French texts, translations, and texts in the original language, placed by Derrida between the pages of the typescript where he intended to quote and comment on them. These photocopies comprise numerous traces of reading, underlined passages, circled words, various marginal annotations, used by Derrida during the sessions when he was commenting on or translating these passages. We have chosen not to signal these. As with the edition of the RST volume of the seminar, we resorted to the recordings of the sessions, to clarify how these passages were broken up, before reinserting them, because in reading them out Derrida often intercalated passages of the original version and the translation of the texts quoted. Because of this interweaving of languages that testes to a sustained interest brought to bear on the question of translation throughout the seminar, especially as regards the analysis of the Heidegger text, we have decided on several occasions to insert these intercalations on the basis of the recording of the session and signaled each of these additions in a note. Otherwise, we have 8 in this session Derrida, who had just finished writing a text entitled Justices. At the end of the typescript he notes Jacques Derrida, RIS Oranges, March 16, 2003, for a conference he was meant to attend in April 2003, alluded to Gerard Manley Hopkins and the question of self-taste. This keynote address was given on April 18, 2003, at the conference J. Around the work of J. Hillis Miller, organized by Dragan Kujanczyk and Barbara Cohen at UC Irvine, April 18 to 19, 2003. This lecture, still unpublished in French, has appeared in English as Justices, trans. Peggy Kamov, Critical Inquiry 31, Number 3, Spring 2005 689 to 721, and in Provocations to Reading, ed. Barbara Cohen and Dragan Kujanzik, New York, Fordham University Press, 2005, pages 228 to 61. 9. Translator's note: in the French edition, the editorial note adds the following. Completed those that were missing, each time marking that fact by adding, NDE, note to editors, editor's note. All other editorial interventions are similarly marked. This convention is not followed in the English edition, in which all the notes other than those supplied by the translator, which are marked as such, are either simple references, based by the editors on those given in the body of Derrida's typescript, which contains no footnotes, or editor's notes. Used Derrida's own books whenever it was possible to ND them in the library at his home in RIS Oranges. In cases of uncertainty or where we were unable to track them down, we turned to the editions usually thought to be the most reliable. We have checked and where necessary corrected the quotations given by Derrida, rectifying, without marking the fact, what seemed to us to be obvious errors of transcription. On the other hand, we have systematically pointed out, referring to the pages of the published versions, modifications he made to the translations, as these modifications turn out to be particularly significant in the context of this last seminar, where the two principal texts analyzed, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe and Heidegger's 1929-30 seminar, are respectively in English and German. The standard annotation translation Modi ed by here covers Derrida's many interventions, be they minor, modification, displacement of a word or punctuation mark, addition or removal of italics, etc., or more consequential. Finally, to close these remarks on references, throughout the seminar Derrida often refers to his earlier work, whether already published or not. We give references when the citation is explicit, even when it refers to the still unpublished corpus of the seminars themselves. As for the more technical aspects of our work, they are relatively slight. This edition is of the entire text of Derrida's seminar as it was composed and laid out by him, notably as to its sometimes very long sentences and paragraphs. We have also occasionally corrected typing errors, most often corrected by Derrida during the session. Similarly, at a more micrographic level, the punctuation has been preserved, in particular all the brackets, which are Derrida's own. 10. We have, however, on a few rare occasions made some corrections or minute alterations when the proliferation of signs such as brackets, parentheses, and dashes, or else their absence, made it difficult to follow the argument. We have kept all the signs of the seminar's oral quality, and especially some pickups Derrida placed in brackets. In the same spirit, we have chosen to leave in parentheses some preparatory notes, example photocopy all the texts, and stage directions, such as, board, read and comment, reread, develop at length, which give a sense of the rhythm of the seminar, its accents and intonations. On one occasion, at the beginning of the 7th session, we have inserted in curly brackets, on the basis of the recording, a development improvised by Derrida. The recording also allowed us to signal in the notes a certain number of additions by which Derrida made more explicit for his audience some important aspects of his thinking. Taking account of these additions seemed to be necessary in this second volume of the seminar because, in a way that is more marked than in the RST, Derrida had placed references to these complements, which are not however systematic, 11 added during the sessions at many points in the typescript. We wanted to provide these additions every time they noticeably added nuance or precision to the development. In the case of expressions that sometimes recur in the typescript with slight variations, example variable use of capital letters, quotation marks, italic or Roman type, optional Ellis ions, etc., we did not think it appropriate to undertake a systematic harmonization of these variations, insofar as they do not impede the legibility of the text. 12. Also, in the typescript of this seminar, Derrida often uses abbreviations, RC for Robinson Crusoe, H for Heidegger, SZ for Senuendizide, etc. We have re-established titles and names and pointed out in a note the very rare cases in which the context did not permit a decision between two or more alternative expansions of an abbreviation. For example, in the case of RC, between the English or French title and the name of the character of Defoe's novel. As for the words in angle brackets, example, they are added by us to LL in certain lacunae in the typescript, most often skipped words. 13. Finally, as Derrida was accustomed to doing, there are sometimes some telegraphic notes at the end of a session as to what was to be discussed in future sessions. These are rarer than in the previous year, do not constitute a continuous text, and have not been retained in this edition. 14. We thank Timothy Boddy for having communicated to us a letter to Jacques Derrida that allowed us to clarify the beginning of the 7th session. We thank Marie-Jo St. Louis Savoy for her help with some bibliographical research and Stephanie Van Esten for her help in revising some of the German passages. We especially warmly thank Georges Leroux for his careful revision of the transliterations from the Greek. On his suggestion, we decided to follow the code used by Émile Benveniste in Le Vocabulaire des Institutions Indo-Européennes. Finally, we thank just as warmly Cécile Bourguignon, our faithful collaborator at the Editions Galilee, for her assiduous and always thoughtful help, for the constant care and remarkable work she has devoted to the editing of both volumes of this seminar. 15. Michel Liss, Marie-Louise Mallet, Jeanette Mitchaw. First session December 11, 2002. I am alone. Says he or says she? I am alone. Let's hear this sentence all alone, followed by a silence without appeal, or a NAL period. I am alone. Not, I am alone in being able to do this or that, to say this or that, to experience this or that, but I am alone, absolutely. I am alone does moreover mean I am absolute, that is absolved, detached, or delivered from all bond, absolutus, safe from any bond, exceptional, even sovereign. Taken on its own, this declaration, I am alone can, successively or simultaneously, in a given pragmatic situation, with a given intonation, signify sadness, or joy, deploration or triumph, I am alone, alas, or I am alone, thank God, alone at last, etc. I know a sentence that is still more terrifying, more terribly ambiguous than I am alone, and it is, isolated from any other determining context, the sentence that would say to the other, I am alone with you. Meditate on the abyss of such a sentence, I am alone with you I am alone in all the world. Because we're always talking about the world, when we talk about solitude. And the relation of the world to solitude will be our subject this year. I am alone with you in the world. That could be either the most beautiful declaration of love or the most discouraging, despair-inducing testimony, the gravest attestation or protestation of detestation, sting, suffocation itself. It would be all right to be alone, if at least I could be alone without you. Being alone with myself. I am alone with myself. Am I for all that bored? What does I'm bored mean? The French expression j'aime ennui is difficult to translate into many languages, with the exception of German where one can say sich langweilen. And die lang, while will even, no doubt, be at the center of our seminar this year, especially das sich langweilen that Heidegger talks about in a seminar from 1929 to 30. 1. But what does es ennuyer mean? What does the relation to self of the es ennuyer signify? To be bored es ennuyer does not necessarily mean to bore oneself es ennuyer soi-même. To bore oneself is something quite different from simply being bored, contrary to what French grammar might lead you to believe. Can beasts be bored? Can the sovereign be bored? Can he not be bored? The king is amused, lerois amuse, too they say sometimes, but also the king is bored. Is one always bored because one is alone, or else can one be bored as a group, with others, intersubjectively, as the other guy would say, or else do people bore each other, which is something else, or again, which is something still quite different and almost the contrary, do people sometimes miss each other ennui en parfois l'un de l'autre? Was Robinson Crusoe bored? Was he even alone, this man, because this man is a human and a male human, not a woman, let's never forget it, nothing equivalent or similar, analogous, was ever, to my knowledge, but I may be wrong, written about a woman alone, like an island in an island. Was Robinson Crusoe bored? Was he even alone, when, how, to what extent, up until what moment? For the moment I'll abandon these questions on the high seas, we'll see where they come ashore, but you can sense that they are not simple questions of language or one particular language, of semantics or translation. And I come back to my RST words. I am alone. Says he or says she. I am alone. Could someone, male or female, be alone who could not say or feel an I am alone? Could he be alone? Could she be alone? Could one say of him or her that he or she is alone? And could one say of whomever can neither feel nor speak this solitude that he or she is not alone, meaning? What? Is not alone in a given social bond or else, which is something quite different, is not alone in the sense that there is not even a social bond yet, no being with the other, no community allowing, precisely, the experience or even the manifestation of solitude. So many formidable questions. Before even proposing to you a sort of protocol for this year's seminar, let's now, by way of an exergue, try out a few sentences, try them out like warm-up notes for one's voice or vocal cords. You will see that these sentences already have a consonance, a resonance with the RST of my sentences today, I am alone, and if I add the complement that often rounds off the I am alone, i.e. I am alone in the world, will be even closer to what will be the protocol of this year's seminar. In it we shall be speaking of the world, of world in every sense, of every world, no less. 3 or 4 sentences, then, to seek a RST accord between us. First, a sentence in question form, what is an island? Chu un isle. What is an island? Chuest un isle. If you hear entendez the sentence, or these sentences come to you borne by the wind or an echo, chu un isle. Chuest un isle. 3 If you hear them in French, if you hear them without reading them, you think you understand them, but you are not sure. So long as you do not read them, so long as you do not have access to how they are spelled, un isle, how do you write I-L-E, you cannot be sure, without context, almost totally isolated as you are, as though on an island, or a peninsula presqu'île, you cannot be sure of hearing what you hear, i.e. of understanding what comes to your ears. An isle can designate that insular thing one calls an island un isle, the island of beauty, for Treasure Island Belle Isle or the Isle de Groix. Or the island of despair, as Robinson Crusoe nicknames it on the very opening page of his journal. You remember, of course, that RST page of the journal, dated September 30th, 1659, I poor miserable Robinson Crusoe, being shipwrecked during a dreadful storm, in the Ng, came on shore on the dismal unfortunate island, which I called the Island of Despair, all the rest of the ship's company being drowned, and myself almost dead. All the rest of that day I spent in feasting myself at the dismal circumstances I was brought to, viz. I had neither food, house, clothes, weapon, or place to lie to, and in despair of any relief, saw nothing but death before me, either that I should be devoured by wild beasts, murdered by savages, or starved to death for want of food. At the approach of night, I slept in a tree for fear of wild creatures, but slept soundly though it rained all night. 5. You already sense that in this single quotation, in this paragraph that opens Robinson's journal, we have all the material we need for our seminar, the reference to wild beasts, to human savages or wild creatures, the reduction of the narrator to a state of savage nature, almost that of a beast, since he has no house, clothes, or weapon. 6. And he is scared, he sleeps in a tree, having no house, for fear of wild creatures he scared, that is his basic feeling, like Hobbes's man for whom fear is the primary passion, the one that originally leads to the foundation of the state and to that alliance, that covenant that, as we were recalling last year, can be signed only among men, according to Hobbes, and with neither God nor beasts. 7. Daniel Defoe, we know, was a reader of Hobbes, among others. But Chusce Chuan Isle. Chuist un Isle, can also be a play on words artificially misusing homophony, un il, feminine conjoined with masculine, the conjunction of an indefinite feminine article, un, and the masculine personal pronoun, il, un which is il. La bête and le souverain, a beast that is a sovereign, for example. Last year we insisted a good deal on the sexual difference between the beast and the sovereign 8, but also on a certain analogy between the beast and 9, the sovereign, the beast that sometimes seems to be the sovereign, like the beast that is outside or above the law. Chusce Chuan Isle? Chuist un Isle? Let's leave this question isolated, abandon it for a while, leave it floating in the air that is carrying it, we have heard it borne by the wind but we have not yet read it. And let's continue to stroll on the shore where we have just set foot. We would then stumble, second, on another sentence, a second sentence, then, as though written on a pebble. This time the sentence is not only audible, like the others, but appears to be legible in that it is written. It appears to be legible, but perhaps it is not so, in the sense we give to read and legible. That sentence would be: the beasts are not alone. Let's act as though the seminar were now starting this way, on an island, in an island, starting with this sententious aphorism, the beasts are not alone. We would encounter this sentence too without a context. As though on an island, isolated as though on an island on which we had just come ashore. It would be preceded or followed by no other sentence. It would have the authority and cutting edge of an aphorism, i.e. a sentence that is separated, dissociated, insularized, a verdict, a judgment in the form S is P, subject plus predicate, a sententia inscribed in stone, given over, entrusted to a stone found on the beach, on an island where we would have just come ashore. And we would keep turning over and over this polished stone and its enigmatic sentence, the beasts are not alone, in order to end the beginning, the end, its hidden meaning, perhaps the signature. The beasts are not alone. It would look like an encrypted telegram during wartime, or an encoded signal designed to reassure or worry, and that we would be trying to decipher. We would end nothing and spend an infinite amount of time, or at least a very long time, for example a year's seminar, trying to interpret, translate, i.e. project all the possible meanings of this assertion, the form of which is as dogmatic as it is negative, the negative grammar of this assertion. The beasts are not alone. Start and you'll see that 1 year might not be enough to make a complete inventory of all the meanings and all the possible implications of these VE words of everyday language, which are beginning to look like the title of a novel we have not yet opened. You would have to read the novel to end out what the title was announcing. The seminar would be that novel. The beasts are not alone, S is P, proposition, subject, copula and predicate, an assertion, of course, but negative in form, the beasts are not alone, and we should not forget to emphasize the generic or specie plural, the beasts are not alone, and not the beast is not alone. So let's say that it's engraved on a stone, abandoned or placed deliberately on the shore of an island, and that we stumbled upon it, that we tripped over it as though it were a stumbling block. Hang on to the stone, it's the example Heidegger takes when, in a seminar that is nowadays quite well known and to which we shall return, he compares the relations to the world of the inanimate, the animal, and man. The stone has no world, he says, der Stein ist weltlos, the animal is poor in world, das Tier ist welterm, man is world conquering or world forming, der Mensch ist weltbildend h. 261/176. The stone is an example of a lifeless thing, and is the only example Heidegger gives in that series. After which, he gives no further example, he says in a general way, with no examples, the animal and man. Why does he take the example of an inanimate thing, why a stone and not a plank or a piece of iron, or water, or One of the reasons, no doubt, is that the generality inanimate, with no example, would have raised the question of life, which Heidegger does not wish to raise here as such, and which would leave hovering the ambiguity of vegetables and plants, which are more animate and living than the stone, and about which one might wonder what Heidegger would have said, the plant, and therefore would, for example, living would if not dead would, but then what is to be said about the dead animal or the dead man, the cadaver? Would Heidegger have said that the plant is weltlos like the stone or welterm like the living animal? Let's leave it there for now, the question will catch up with us later. When he takes up again his three questions, Heidegger says at a given moment that the subject of the comparative examination comprises material things, materiellen Dinge, Stein, stone, animal, Tier, man, Mensch, h. 263/177. So we stumble on this stone. That's what it is to stumble, to hit against an obstacle, generally a stone that interrupts one's progress and obliges one to lift one's foot. This stumbling block Pierre Diacapiment that speaks to us as if to say the beasts are not alone would also set us going and determine the pace of the seminar that, while trying everything in order to get past it, would end itself constantly going round in circles and winding up having to think that in the dry economy of its VE words and three functions, subject, copula, attribute, in its negative and plural form, this stumbling block will have become an unavoidable touchstone. Take note that the point will not merely be to explore the semantics of a discourse, the meaning of each of these words, beasts, are, alone, etc., but also all the rhetorics and pragmatics, i.e. all the concrete situations, all the contexts, all the gestures that can determine and transform the sense, meaning, or sought after effect in the inscription of the sentence that one imagines only a human could have written, for example in French, and that only a human could stumble upon while trying to decipher it, like a Robinson Crusoe setting foot for the rst time on his island of despair. To give only one example among 10,000 of what I mean here by rhetoric, pragmatics, or discursive gesture, one might imagine, one hypothesis among 1,000, that the unknown and invisible signatory, perhaps never to be identi-ed, perhaps dead for an indeterminate length of time, might have meant, and said, I am a friend of the beasts, there are all over the world friends of the beasts are not alone. The beasts must not be alone, long live the struggle for the beasts, the struggle goes on. But you can just as well imagine his adversary meaning, the beasts are not alone, they do not need us, or else they do not need friends, etc., or else there are already enough of them, too many, even, and they have too many allies and hidden accomplices in this war we have had to wage on them all this time, our war against bestiality and the axis of evil. Those are one or two hypotheses among 1,000 others as to the interpretation of this Petri-ed statement that we are here abandoning to its solitude, for it is, like this stone, isolated, insularized, forlorn, singularly solitary. This statement is itself like an island. It is an island that for its part is both bounded by the sea and in night. Shores without shores. One never gets to its shore. And among all the things we do not know, is whether the sentence is signed he or she, by a man or a woman, which would not be without some impact on its meaning. These sentences are exercus, I have not yet reached the protocol of this seminar. But before even introducing more directly and less elliptically this year's seminar, especially for those who are following it for the RST time, you can already sense that it will have to do with island, insularity, loneliness, it will, if you like, be a seminar on solitude. What do being alone and I am alone mean? But as being alone also means being singular, unique, exceptional, set off, separated, we shall have also to say that if the beasts are not alone, a sovereign is always alone, that is both his absolute power and his vulnerability, or his innate inconsistency. The sovereign is alone insofar as he is unique, indivisible, and exceptional. He is the being of exception who, as Schmidt says, and this is his definition of the sovereign, decides on the exception and has the exceptional right to suspend right, thus standing, in his own way, as we were saying last year, like the beasts or the werewolf, outside the law, above the law. 10. The sovereign is alone in exercising sovereignty. Sovereignty cannot be shared, it is indivisible. The sovereign is alone, sovereign, or is not. Third. The third sentence will be a question: what do beasts and men have in common? Even before attempting to respond to this question, we have to notice that these two plurals, beasts, men, are asymmetrical and problematical. Not only because the questioner, i.e. we ourselves, spontaneously and dogmatically classes him or herself among men who are not beasts, in such a manner that the question is posed only from the point of view and the supposed power, the being able to question of the supposed questioner, so-called man, but above all asymmetrical and problematical in that the two plurals do not correspond to two classes or two species, to two comparable sets. All men are supposed to belong to the same species or the same genus, the human species, the human race, whereas the beasts, even if they belong to the animal realm, the realm of living beings, like man, the beasts designates a set with no other unity, any more than that of said animal which has no other supposed unity than a negative one, or one supposed to be negative, namely that of not being a human being. But there is no other positively predicible unity between the ant, the snake, the cat, the dog, the horse, the chimpanzee, or the sperm whale. One can moreover, in all good sense, say at least three different if not incompatible things, according to the chosen angle, about the community or otherwise of the world. 1. Incontestably, animals and humans inhabit the same world, the same objective world, even if they do not have the same experience of the objectivity of the object. 2. Incontestably, animals and humans do not inhabit the same world, for the human world will never be purely and simply identical to the world of animals. 3. In spite of this identity and this difference, neither animals of different species, nor humans of different cultures, nor any animal or human individual inhabit the same world as another, however close and similar these living individuals may be they humans or animals, and the difference between one world and another will remain always unbridgeable, because the community of the world is always constructed, simulated by a set of stabilizing apparatuses, more or less stable, then, and never natural, language in the broad sense, codes of traces being designed, among all living beings, to construct a unity of the world that is always constructible, nowhere and never given in nature. Between my world, my world, what I call my world, and there is no other for me, as any other world is part of it, between my world and any other world there is rst the space and the time of an in-night difference, an interruption that is incommensurable with all attempts to make a passage, a bridge, an isthmus, all attempts at communication, translation, trope, and transfer that the desire for a world or the want of a world, the being wanting a world will try to pose, impose, propose, stabilize. There is no world, there are only islands. That is one of the 1,000 directions in which I would be. To interpret the last line of a short and great poem by Celan, Die Welt ist fort, ich muss dich tragen, 11, a poem of mourning or birth that I do not have time to read with you. The world has gone away, the world is far off, the world is lost, there is no world any more, to sustain us or ground fonder the two of us like a ground soul. I must carry you, either in me as in mourning, or else in me as in birth, for trajan is also said of the mother carrying a child, in her arms or in her womb. We are weltlos, I can only carry you, I am the only one who can and must carry you, etc., but are we weltlos, without world, as Heidegger says of the stone and the material thing that they are weltlos? Clearly not. So how are we to think the absence of world, the non-world? A non-world that is not immonde lthy, revolting? But scarcely have I said that than I must it is time to do so, since we are going to talk a lot about the world this year. Call or recall your attention to this anything but insignificant collusion between at least two senses of the Latin mundus, between the adjective mundus and two nouns mundus, from which the French monde clearly comes. The adjective mundus, means proper, clean, elegant, by opposition with immondeuse, immonde, dirty, impure, foul, abject, and the noun immondeuse means the absence of ornament. The verb mundo, mendaire means to clean, to purify, as in French émonder means to clean, to take away impurities or dead branches, parasites, etc. This, then, in the lineage of the adjective mundus, proper. Now there are two masculine nouns, mundus, mundi, one of which means the world, the universal, the globe, or the sky, or the inhabited world, sometimes hell, and later, in Christian culture, the created world, the secular world. We shall go back over all this. The other noun mundus, mundi, a homonym and quasi-synonym, means toiletries, especially women's, ornaments, nary, but these two apparently different meanings or uses are intrinsically linked, as in the Greek cosmos, which also means the world, but also arrangement, cosmetic decoration. The world as totality of beings is also an order that is appropriate, proper, a good arrangement, a harmony, or a beauty. So that the immonde, while not being absence of world, in the sense of Weltlosigkeit, is nonetheless not totally foreign to this meaning. Of course these semantic data are Greco-Latin, and I do not believe they are to be found in Welt or world. 12 at least to my knowledge, and even if the idea of order or system, or organized whole, is implicitly present in both words, Welt and world, OED, organized system of the universe. Once we have taken this type of precaution, once we have given up on saying anything sensible and acceptable under the general singular concept of the beast or the animal, one can still assert at least that so-called human living beings and so-called animal living beings, men and beasts, have in common the fact of being living beings, whatever the word life, bios, or zoe, might mean, and supposing one has the right to exclude from it vegetables, plants, and ours, and whatever the difficulty we have in thinking, conceiving life, the limits of life, becoming alive or dead, we can believe that these living beings have in common the nitude of their life, and therefore, among other features of nitude, their mortality in the place they inhabit, whether one calls that place world or earth, earth including sky and sea, and these places that they inhabit in common, where they cohabit, and cohabiting meaning things that are perhaps still problematic, and different from one living being to another, taking into account what one understands by world or earth. Similarly all these night, and therefore mortal, living beings have a certain relation to death, whatever the interpretations we give, huge problems, of their respective relations to death, and even if, following Heidegger, we were to say, which I never do, that animals do not die, properly speaking, and have no relation, properly speaking, to death as such. Without entering again into this zone of questioning, I have done so elsewhere 13 and will do so again, no one will deny, even Heidegger does not deny, that all living beings, humans and animals, have a certain experience of what we call death. Indeed Robinson names death 3 times on the RST page of his journal. On the dismal unfortunate island, which I called the Island of Despair, all the rest of the ship's company being drowned, and myself almost dead. All the rest of that day saw nothing but death before me, either that I should be devoured by wild beasts, murdered by savages, or starved to death for want of food. RC 65. So our seminar will have as its horizon not only the questions of solitude, loneliness, insularity, isolation, and therefore exception, including the sovereign exception. It will have as its horizon the questions of what inhabit, cohabit, inhabit the world mean, and therefore the question of what world means. The world as a great traditional theme of metaphysics, and of theology, the world as presupposition of what is today called globalization, mondialization, but also the world of phenomenological and ontological meditations, from Husserl to Heidegger, in the knowledge, I'll come back to this in a moment, that Heidegger, precisely, inscribed his treatment of the animal in an analysis of the world, to which we shall be returning as closely as possible. 14. This is the famous proposition I was mentioning a moment ago, that of the 1929-30 seminar entitled Welt, Endlichkeit, Einsamkeit, currently translated as World, Finitude, Solitude, and the Triple Proposition, the Triple Thesis, for Heidegger, unusually for him, presents this as theses, the triple thesis around which we shall not cease turning this year: the stone is without world, the animal is poor in world, man is world conquering. This triple thesis responds, as it were, to one of the three questions of the book: world, nitude and loneliness, isolation, solitude, die Drei Fragen, was ist Welt? Was ist Endlichkeit? Was ist Vereinzelung? 15. The second chapter of Part 2, the beginning of metaphysical questioning with the question of world, in 42, which announces the three guiding theses: the stone is without world, the animal is poor in world, man is world conquering, opens thus: we begin with the RST of our three questions. What is world? Wir beginnen mit der ersten der Drei Fragen, was ist Welt? H. 261/176. We shall return in detail to the trial or process processes of this questioning as to the world. Heidegger's solitude. Gadamer notes in one of his essays entitled Destruction and Deconstruction, 16, that when he, Gadamer, was himself a student, Heidegger, then a young professor, had burst into the realm of thought by the power of his language, and that, for example, writes Gadamer, already in 1920, as I myself can testify, a young thinker, Heidegger to be exact, began to lecture from a German university podium on what it might mean to say es Weltet, it worlds, it makes world, it worldy es, becomes world, globalizes itself, in a sense very different from the current usage of the vocabulary of globalization, but perhaps always naively presupposed by it. Gadamer adds that this was an unprecedented break with the solid and dignified, but at the same time scholasticized, language of metaphysics that had become completely alienated from its own origins. What Heidegger was doing signaled a profound linguistic event in its own right, and at the same time the achievement of a deeper understanding of language in general. 17. Later, as you know, for example in his Introduction to Metaphysics, 1935, Heidegger will go further to the point of saying, for example, that die Welt Weltet, 18, or, more precisely, that in certain conditions, keine Welt mehr Weltet, the world no longer worlds, no longer globalizes, etc. He even says that the originary Welten, the becoming world, the originary worlding, le Mundant, as G. Kahn translates it, das Ursprungliche Welt and, die Physis, falls to the rank of a model for imitation, when the being becomes an object. Remember that for Heidegger, because we'll need to think seriously about this, physis is not yet objective nature but the whole of the originary world in its appearing and in its originary growing pausi originaire. It is toward this originary world, this physis older than the objective nature of the natural sciences or of post-Cartesian metaphysics, that we must turn our thought in order to speak anew and differently about the being in the world of man or of Dasein and animals, of their differential relation to this world that is supposed to be both common and not common to them. So much for the exergus and the RST accords we are looking for. I move now to the protocol. Given that the title of the seminar, The Beast and the Sovereign, has not changed since last year, and that its general perspective and problematic remain the same, I owe you a few, very preliminary explanations as to the new orientation that I nonetheless want to give it, the new rules, methods, techniques, and ways of doing things that I would like to try out. I shall, of course, have to talk in at least two directions at once. On the one hand, toward those who do me the friendship and honor of having followed the seminar for more than 1 year and who therefore followed last year's, and on the other, toward those who are here for the RST time. And so, on the one hand, What I am going to do will take into account last year's premises, which some of you will recognize. But I shall not go back, I shall not propose any rhetorical transition, and I'll do my best to make the seminar that's starting now intelligible without those premises and thus as independent as possible in its beginning and its developments. On the other hand, instead of having many points of focus and approaching many problematic motifs, many corpuses, as I did last year, I shall do my best to gather our reaction and our readings around two great texts, to isolate like islands two texts that in my view are major texts, which we shall read as closely as possible, as faithfully but, as always, as freely as possible. We shall read them as faithfully and as freely as possible, but on the one hand doing our best to keep to our heading cap, if you will, the heading nicknamed by our title, The Beast and the Sovereign, if indeed there is a heading, and the point of a heading, for with the problematic sovereignty it is the gore of the heading, the cap, the caput, the head, the captain of the ship, the chief, the capital that we are questioning, and not only that of another heading but of another of the heading. 19. But in keeping the heading in view, if not at bay, we shall read these two texts according to an economy that I do not yet see clearly. As 1 year will not suffice for us to do more, we shall only sketch out a selective reading and therefore a night and insufficient reading of these two texts, and I would be quite unable today to say if one of the two will be read in the margins of the other. It is quite possible that both of them, given their difference, the radical heterogeneity of the one to the other, and given that everything separates and isolates them one from the other, their period, their status, their language, it is quite possible that we shall have to read both of them in the margin, the one in the margin of the other and both of them in the margin of the text or the path traced out by the seminar itself. So as not to make you wait any longer, the two works I isolate thus you've seen them coming. First corpus. On the one hand we have Robinson Crusoe, by Daniel Defoe, which you have all read but that I ask you to reread, as I have, while thinking about the subject of our seminar, The Beast and the Sovereign. The idea and the desire to reread this book more than 50 or 60 years after ARST childhood reading came to me from one of my American students, John Williams, whom I thank here, who had of his own accord linked his reading of this book to the seminar I gave last April at Irvine, on The Beast and the Sovereign. 20. Even if I do not reread this book the way he did very intelligently, moreover without him I would not have had the desire and the pleasure of rediscovering this book, but as though for the RST time, with new eyes, this book and its history, its precursors and its descendants. You know that this book appeared in 1719, Defoe was already FTY9 and had published a great deal, in particular, in 1710, an essay upon public credit that Marx cites several times in Capital, once on the law of capitalist accumulation, 21 another time to accuse Malthus of having plagiarized Defoe. 22 This shin that Robinson Crusoe remains had as a referent or real, notional springboard the memoirs of Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish seaman. Not a model, but a sort of basic plot or pretext. We'll have a lot to say about its political context and its reception, by Rousseau, Marx, etc. But today I shall isolate, to give you the measure of its singularity and of the way it has been evaluated in our modernity, two exceptional judgments, those of James Joyce and Virginia Woolf. Both grant an extraordinary and incommensurable place both to Defoe and to the event of this book, which was often held to be the RST novel in English. As to Defoe the novelist, Joyce writes the following, which is very political, very preoccupied with nationality, national independence, and primacy in literature, and it looks as though in the lines I am going to read that Joyce was congratulating Defoe for emancipating English literature, for making it accede to a certain national sovereignty. Just before, Joyce had noted that until Defoe, the great English nation had been re-acted only in variegated, not to say alienated, fashion, for example in Shakespeare, whose heroes are a boorish peasant, a strolling player, a tatterdemalion, half lunatic half fool, a grave digger. All Shakespeare's heroes are medics, who come from over the seas and over the mountains, Othello, a Moorish leader, Shylock, a Venetian Jew, Caesar, a Roman, Hamlet, a prince of Denmark, Macbeth, a Celtic usurper, Juliet and Romeo, residents of Verona. The only true and authentic Englishman is Falstaff, the fat knight of the monstrous belly. 23 And Joyce continues by denouncing Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales are no more than a version of the Decameron, and Milton, whose Paradise Lost is supposedly a transposition of the Divine Comedy. Finally Defoe came. Defoe was the first English author to write without imitating or adapting foreign works, to create without literary models and to infuse into the creatures of his pen a truly national spirit, to devise for himself an artistic form which is perhaps without precedent. 24 So you have noticed Joyce's emphasis on the national character, the nationalist virtue, even, of this work. Reread and emphasize English foreign works, truly national spirit. Joyce knew all about the history of nations and nationalisms in languages and literature. And this remark puts us on the track of a political or even theologico-political reading of Robinson Crusoe, not to mention the problematic of sovereignty that we will systematically select in it. What's more, this is not Joyce's only political judgment on Robinson Crusoe. Joyce also reads in Robinson Crusoe both the representation of a national type, the national type of a rational animal that an Englishman is, and Joyce knew what he was talking about when he spoke in English about the English, and the precuration of an imperialist, colonialist sovereignty, the RST herald of the British Empire, the great island setting off to conquer other islands, smaller islands, like Ireland, but above all islands bigger than it, like Africa, New Zealand or Australia, although Joyce does not name them here. Listen to him. Read and comment on politics. Joyce, the true symbol of the British conquest is Robinson Crusoe, who, cast away on a desert island, in his pocket a knife and a pipe, becomes an architect, a carpenter, a knife grinder, an astronomer, a baker, a shipwright, a potter, a saddler, a farmer, a tailor, an umbrella maker, and a clergyman. He is the true prototype of the British colonist, as Friday, the trusty savage who arrives on an unlucky day, is the symbol of the subject races. The whole Anglo-Saxon spirit is in Crusoe, the manly independence, the unconscious cruelty, the persistence, the slow yet efficient intelligence, the sexual apathy, the practical, well-balanced religiousness, the calculating taciturnity. Whoever rereads this simple, moving book in the light of subsequent history cannot help but fall under its prophetic spell. Saint John the Evangelist saw on the island of Patmos the apocalyptic ruin of the universe and the building of the walls of the eternal city sparkling with beryl and emerald, with onyx and jasper, with sapphire and ruby. Crusoe saw only one marvel in all the fertile creation around him, the print of a naked foot in the virgin sand. And who knows if the latter is not more significant than the former. 25 This is taken from a lecture that Joyce never published in his lifetime, the manuscript and typescript of which are preserved in the USA, at Buffalo and Cornell, where they were published in 1964. We know that Joyce was a great admirer of Defoe. He had read all of him and owned his complete works, which was true, he used to say, of only 3 other authors in the world, Flaubert, Ben Jonson, and Ibsen. And this is interesting from the national and nationalist point of view. He called Robinson Crusoe the English Ulysses, not Irish but English, the English counterpart to any Ulysses, I suppose his in particular. 26 Moreover, Robinson Crusoe is very present in Joyce's Ulysses. For example, in the 14th part, during a monologue of Bloom's in which there is much talk of mourning and burial, of gravediggers in Hamlet, but also of whoever always digs his own grave, Bloom adds, we all do dig our own grave. Only man buries. No ants do. 27 First thing strikes anybody. An error by Joyce, who thinks like everyone else that beasts do not die in the proper sense, do not wear mourning and do not bury. Bloom continues, bury the dead. Say Robinson Crusoe was true to life. Another translation, in the Pleiad, has état un homme de la nature, 28 basically like the beasts. Well then, Friday buried him. Every Friday buries a Thursday if you come to look at it. Oh, Poor Robinson Crusoe, how could you possibly do so? 29 other works of Defoe's are also at work in Ulysses, such as Moll Flanders Behind Molly. Virginia Woolf, in a long article that serves as an introduction to one of my editions of Robinson Crusoe, Modern Library Classics, New York, Random House, 2001, an introduction that I cannot quote at length here, as one should. Virginia Woolf explains that Robinson Crusoe is a masterpiece not only because Daniel Defoe was able to maintain and impose his own perspective on us in a consistent way, but because, in doing so, he annoys us, thwarts us and outs us at every turn. RC 14. And to show this, she describes the way our expectation is disappointed. We expect an experience of solitude, of isolation far from humans, on a remote island with only sunrises and sunsets. But everything we are shown is anything but states of mind and solitude. There is no sunrise or sunset, no soul or solitude, only a large earthenware pot. RC 14. And Virginia Woolf tells us in 2 pages everything there is not, everything that does not exist on this island and in this book: God, nature, and death. God does not exist, and a little later, nature does not exist, and further on, death does not exist. Nothing exists except an earthenware pot. Finally, that is to say, we are forced to drop our own preconceptions and to accept what Defoe himself wishes to give us. RC 15. This is false, of course, as we shall see, and it sounds like the, just as false, newspaper descriptions you see of deconstruction today. Nothing exists, not God, not nature, not death, and we must drop our own preconceptions. 30. It is false, but it is interesting to see someone read Robinson Crusoe as a sort of deconstruction, creating a desert, on an island, a desert island, deserted by humans, by the human, creating a desert, then, of all our habits of thought and all our prejudices, all our preconceptions. Instead of adding a second corpus to this one, I'll specify which one in a moment. We could have been content to read Robinson Crusoe, 1 year would not have said. In doing so, we would have followed Rousseau's advice, the advice given in Emile. The RST book, the RST that my Emile will read, the only one that for a long time will compose his entire library, will be Robinson Crusoe. 31. There too, there's a sort of tabula rasa, the island as desert, the phenomenological deconstruction of all prejudices and socio-cultural stratifications, and a naive, native, natural originary return to the things themselves before all the historical perversions of taste, and the social and inegalitarian dissimulations and simulacra, everything Rousseau here calls prejudices. And it will be, as you'll hear, Robinson before Friday, or more precisely before Friday is no longer sufficient for him. In the long passage I am going to read, the preceptor begins by saying, "I hate books," which means that the exception made for Robinson Crusoe will consist in holding this book to be both the RST and only book worthy of the name, and a non-book. As, on the other hand, among all the virtues of this book, there will be that of serving for, I quote, both amusement and instruction, you can always conclude that I have chosen this text for this year because it is the RST book and it is not a book, but the world itself, but above all because it amuses me and I hope will amuse us, and I nd it even more amusing, even if some may nd this in dubious taste, to read it with one hand, with in the other hand a book as different, heterogeneous, or even as allergic to it as a particular seminar of Heidegger's on world, nitude, solitude, and the animal, about which I shall talk to you in a moment. Here then is one of Rousseau's reverential references to Robinson Crusoe in Book 3 of Emile. Read and comment on pages 238 to 40 of Emile, photocopy. I hate books, they only teach you how to talk about what you do not know. It is said that Hermes engraved on columns the elements of the sciences, so as to shelter his discoveries from Aoud. If he had imprinted them RMLY in men's heads, they would have been preserved there by tradition. Well-prepared brains are the monuments in which human knowledge is most securely engraved. Would there not be some means of bringing together all these lessons scattered in all these books, of bringing them under a common object that would be easy to see, interesting to follow, and that could serve as a stimulus, even at this age? If one can invent a situation in which all the natural needs of man are shown to the mind of a child in sensory form, and in which the means of providing for these same needs develop successively with the same facility, it is by the vivid and naive depiction of this state that one must give his imagination its exercise. Oh, ardent philosopher, I already see your imagination light up. Do not go to any expense, this situation has already been found, it has been described, and without wishing to wrong you, described much better than you could describe it yourself, or at least with more truth and simplicity. Since we absolutely must have books, there is one that to my mind provides the most felicitous treatise of natural education. This book is the RST that my Emile will read, it is the only one that for a long time will compose his entire library, and it will always have a distinguished place in it. It will be the text to which all our conversations on the natural sciences will serve merely as commentary. During our progress it will serve as a test for the state of our judgment, and, so long as our taste is not spoiled, reading it will always please us. What then is this marvelous book? Is it Aristotle? Is it Pliny? Is it Buffon? No, it is Robinson Crusoe. Robinson Crusoe on his island, deprived of the assistance of his fellows and the instruments of all the arts, and nevertheless providing for his subsistence and his preservation, and even procuring for himself a kind of well-being, there is an object that is interesting for all ages, and that there are 1,000 ways to make agreeable to children. This is how we make real the desert island that at RST served me as a point of comparison. This state is not, I agree, that of social man, most probably it is not to be that of Emile, but it is on the basis of this state that he must appreciate all others. The surest way of rising above prejudices and ordering one's judgments on the true relations of things is to put oneself in the place of a man who is isolated, and judge everything as this man must himself judge everything, with respect to his own utility. This novel, with all its surplus fat removed, and beginning with Robinson's shipwreck near his island, and ending with the arrival of the vessel that comes to rescue him, will be both Emile's amusement and his instruction during the period of which we are speaking here. I want his head to be turned by it, for him to be constantly occupied with his castle, his goats, his plantings, that he learn in detail, not in books, but with things, all one needs to know in such a case, that he think himself to be Robinson, that he see himself clothed in animal skins, wearing a large bonnet, carrying a big saber, the whole grotesqueté of the character, except for the parasol, which he will not need. I want him to worry about the measures to be taken, if this or that were to be lacking, to examine the conduct of his hero, to seek to see if he has omitted anything, whether there was not something better he could have done, to mark attentively all his mistakes, and to proceed from them so as not to fall into them himself in a similar case, for do not doubt that he has the project of setting up a comparable establishment. This is the true castle in the air of that happy age, in which one knows no happiness other than the necessary, and freedom. What a resource this folly is for a skillful man, who knew how to give rise to it only to turn it to good use. The child, in a hurry to stock up for his island, will be even keener to learn than the master is to teach. He will want to know everything that is useful, and only that. You will no longer need to guide him, you will only have to hold him back. What is more, let us hasten to set him up on this island, while he limits his happiness to it, for the day is approaching when, if he does still want to live there, he will no longer want to live there alone, and when Friday, who now scarcely moves him, will no long be sufficient for him. 32. But to link our reading to come of Robinson Crusoe to our problematic of sovereignty, I shall cite another text of Rousseau's that this time invokes Robinson Crusoe not as the experience of an exceptional insular originality that is freed from all prejudices, but rather sovereign mastery, the monarchy of a Robinson who commands everything on his island, on an island during the time he lives on it alone, the sole inhabitant of his world. This passage is to be found at the end of chapter 2 of the RST book of the Social Contract, just before the chapter on the right of the stronger that we read closely last year, just after the critiques of Grotius, Hobbes, and Aristotle that we also read last year. 33. What does Rousseau say, not without irony? He says that he has avoided talking about a certain number of natural or mythical sovereigns, as it were, Adam or Noah, King Adam or Emperor Noah, avoided doing so through moderation, for, from liation to liation, he could have judged himself to be the natural inheritor of this king and this emperor and consider himself to be the legitimate king of the human race. And this is when he mentions Robinson Crusoe. I have said nothing of King Adam, nor of Emperor Noah, the father of three great monarchs who divided up the universe, as did the children of Saturn, that people thought they recognized in them. I hope you will appreciate this moderation, for descending directly from one of these princes, and perhaps from the elder branch, what do I know but if, by very cation of title, I might not deem myself the legitimate king of the human race? However this may be, one cannot disagree that Adam was the sovereign of the world, like Robinson of his island, so long as he was its only inhabitant, and what was convenient in this empire was that the monarch, assured of his throne, need fear neither rebellion, nor war, nor conspirators. 34. This absolute political sovereignty, Adam sovereign of the world like Robinson of his island, this absolute sovereignty of man over the entire world, i.e. a sovereignty without obstacle and therefore without enemy and therefore, Schmidt would say, without politics, the sovereignty which is absolute because it is pre-political, the hyperbolical, pre-political or ultra-political sovereignty that is the prize of solitude or isolation, of loneliness or of absolute insularity, all of this. Before Friday, is sovereignty before the nation-state, the sovereignty of the free and self-determined, self-determining individual, that of the citizen without a state or of the citizen before citizenship, or again of a citizen who is all alone and immediately, the state itself, the sovereignty of the state of the citizen state. Although it corresponds here to a myth or a legend, to a dated literation, the structure that it describes, and that Rousseau describes here, does correspond to what we still think of today when we speak of the absolute freedom of the citizen, who decides sovereignly, for example in a voting booth isolo ire, the booth is an island, as to his political choice, a freedom and a sovereignty held to be inalienable in democracy, whatever the contradiction or the contests between this supposed sovereignty of the citizen subject to the law and the sovereignty of the nation-state. Now I invite you to reread the whole of Rousseau's discourse on the origin of inequality. Not only the pages from the RST part on the animal and savage man, do read those pages to which we could, though we won't devote this whole seminar, but especially reread, even before the preface, that sort of initial statement that Rousseau addresses to the Republic of Geneva, Rousseau who was also, as we should not forget, the author, between 1760 and 1769, of a project for a constitution for Corsica, a work requested of him by Corsican notables after the praise he had given the inhabitants of that island in the social contract, at a time when the whole of Europe had its eyes turned toward the history of that island, which was for a long time under the authority of Genoa and traversing war after war of, let's say, liberation, and this project of Rousseau's starts from the fact that the Corsican people are in that happy state that makes a good institution possible, especially by reason of the insularity and the size of the island. What Rousseau calls the advantageous situation of the island of Corsica and the happy nature of its inhabitants. 35. He recommends democracy for it, an almost closed economy, the quasi-disappearance of imports and money, all that reduced to a minimum. There too you can reread this enthralling utopia with an eye turned to Robinson Crusoe. In any case, to come back to this pre-political sovereignty of the citizen, in the discourse on the origin of inequality among men, Rousseau describes what was basically always his political dream, namely a country or a state in which sovereign and people would be a single person, and he calls this democracy, and this identication of people and sovereign, the sovereignty of the people, is indeed the very concept of democracy, or at least of what is named by the name democratia. But what does person mean, once the sovereign and the people are but one? Is it a new definition of person itself, the only political or politico-juridical definition of the person, beyond the individual, or else is it the insular utopia of an individual alone enough on an island to be both the sovereign and all the people gathered together, concentrated or reduced to a single individual, a Robinson on his arrival at the island of despair? In any case, Rousseau presents it as a dream of failed origin rather than one of lost origin, a nostalgia for the country that did not see his birth, a melancholy, rather, the mournful sigh of not having been born where he would have wished to be born. And right in the middle of a series of paragraphs beginning with "I would have wished, if I had had to choose my place of birth, I would have chosen a society limited by the extent of human faculties 36, and so within reach of sight, hearing, and grasp, I would have wished to live and die free, I would therefore have wished that nobody in the state, etc., I would not have wished to live in a recently instituted republic, etc., and among all these conditionals in I would have wished. I would have wished to be born, for this is someone telling us how. And where he would have wished to be born, and nothing is more desperate than an I would have wished to be born, this is where and how I would have wished to be born if I had been born, how I would have wished to be born. How can one ever think and write, seriously, responsibly, I would have wished to be born? What I can ever conjugate the verb to be born in this tense and mood, I would have wished? It cannot be the same I, because an I cannot speak of its birth in this tense and mood. Unless only an I can do so, say it and think it, however empty and impossible the saying and thinking may seem to remain, this I that says and thinks in this way, and signs an I would have wished to be born. In any case, Rousseau knows how to use the rhetoric of the simulacrum to deny, in sum, his politics, no less, and his concept of state, sovereign, citizen and person. And this paragraph is not far from what Marx will call a Robinsonade. So Rousseau writes in the Discourse on the Origin of Inequality Among Men, well before even the preface and before that RST part that I am asking you to reread because it is very rich as to the animal, the wolf we talked so much about last year, 37, the bears, the negroes, and the savages who are so little concerned about the earth's beasts they might meet in the woods. This is where Rousseau denies the man who has left the state of nature, the man who thinks as a depraved animal, well. Long before the preface and the RST part, in the envoy that dedicates the discourse to the Republic of Geneva, addressing himself to those he calls magnificent, highly honored and sovereign lords, Rousseau explains where he would have wished to be born, to live and die free. I would have wished to be born in a country where the sovereign and the people could have but one and the same interest, so that all the movements of the machine could tend only to the common good, which being impossible, unless the people and the sovereign are one and the same person, it follows that I would have wished to be born in a democratic government, sagely tempered. 38, which means, among other things, that, given that the Robinsonian dream or ideal basically that of an absolute identication of the sovereign and the people in a single person, a unique and thus lone person, solitary, exceptional is inaccessible, what is called a democratic government, sagely tempered is the best expedient, the least bad approximation. And the I would have wished does not only concern the Robinsonade of a single person, embodying at once, all alone, in solitude, irreplaceable, the sovereign and the people, a hyperbolic and as it were pre-political dream and nostalgia. The I would have wished even bespeaks nostalgia, homesickness for the country in which Rousseau was not born, i.e. the country of that expedient that would be, in politics this time, a truly democratic government. And Rousseau goes on to speak of a salutary and gentle yoke, which subjects one to the law without alienating one's liberty. I would have wished to live and die free, i.e. so subject to the laws that neither I nor anyone else could shake their honorable yoke, that salutary, gentle yoke. I would have wished, then, that no one in the state be able to declare himself above the law. 39. What would a sovereign be who was not above the laws, and who would not have the right, as Schmidt would say, to suspend right? That is the question that is posed again and again. Is Rousseau's dream, his I would have wished, political or pre-political? 40. This whole historical conjuration, this epical ensemble, I don't know what to call it, let's say this constructed world, This Bildung of the world, this Weltbild, or Weltanschauung in which Rousseau recognizes himself in Robinson Crusoe, recognizes in him a brother, and not only the Rousseau of the discourse, of the I would have wished, but the Rousseau of the social contract that I was quoting just now, this world or this epoch of the world that goes well beyond the period of the 18th century, in that the fascination exercised by Robinson Crusoe will survive for a long time, a fascination exercised not only on Joyce or Woolf but on every child and adult the world over. You know that this conjuration, I'll content myself with just a reminder, that this conjuration, then, this systematic ensemble for which I cannot end a name, was, indeed, treated by Marx as a historical structure, a structure both socio-economical and metaphysico-ideological corresponding, I quote Marx, to an anticipation of European bourgeois society which had been preparing itself since the 16th century and which in the 18th century was taking giant strides towards maturity. 41 Yule and D. The most visible and even spectacular expression of Marx's audacity, the interesting temerity that pushes him to recognize in this an epochal structure, a great socio-economico-ideological phase that he calls, precisely, a Robinsonade, and that he describes, naming in passing. Rousseau's social contract Yule and D. The most visible and even spectacular expression of this at the beginning of the introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, 1857. Marx's point is serious. It translates an ambition that is difficult to measure, if not immeasurable, for it consists, among other things, in trying to refer, or even reduce, no less, what he calls insipitions, here literations, like Robinson Crusoe, and Marx's thesis is a thesis on literature as superstructure, or philosophico-political like Rousseau's discourse or the social contract, to aesthetic superstructures at once sine cant, symptomatic and dependent on what they signify, namely merely a phase in the organization of material production and the anticipation of European bourgeois society which had been preparing itself since the 16th and which in the 18th century was taking giant strides towards maturity. Which is not entirely incompatible with, although it is fundamentally different from what Joyce says, when he sees in Robinson Crusoe a prophetic politico-economical prefiguration of British imperialism. I am going to read these few lines from Marx, at the beginning, then, of this introduction to the Critique of Political Economy. Rousseau and the Robinsonade, as you will hear, go together in it. Marx announces that he will treat of production, and primarily of material production. And he writes, the object before us, to begin with, material production. Individuals producing in society, hence socially determined individual production is, of course, the point of departure. The individual and isolated Hunter and Sherman, with whom Smith and Ricardo begin, belongs among the unimaginative conceits of the 18th century Robinsonades, which in no way express merely a reaction against over-sophistication and a return to a misunderstood natural life, as cultural historians imagine. As little as Rousseau's Contrat social, which brings naturally independent, autonomous subjects into relation and connection by contract, rests on such naturalism. This is the semblance, the merely aesthetic semblance, of the Robinsonades, great and small. It is, rather, the anticipation of civil society, in preparation since the 16th century and making giant strides towards maturity in the 18th. Only in the 18th century, in civil society, do the various forms of social connectedness confront the individual as a mere means towards his private purposes, as external necessity. But the epoch which produces the standpoint, that of the isolated individual, is also precisely that of the hitherto most developed social, from this standpoint, general, relations. The human being is in the most literal sense a zeta omicron nu pi omicron lambda iota tau iota kappa nu, not merely a gregarious animal, but an animal which can individuate itself only in the midst of society. Production by an isolated individual outside society, a rare exception which may well occur when a civilized person in whom the social forces are already dynamically present is cast by accident into the wilderness, is as much an absurdity as is the development of language without individuals living together and talking to each other. 42 This is not Marx's only ironic or aggressive reference to Robinsonade and all the Robinsons. There is at least one other furtive and playful allusion to Robinson and his Friday in Capital. This, reread it, is the extraordinary chapter 10 on the working day in the third section of Book I, a chapter almost all of the material of which is borrowed from contemporary English economics. The point for Marx is to denounce both the way factory owners violated or got around an English law regulating the working day of women and adolescents, or even children, the working day being then limited to 10 hours, and the way the judges, the county magistrates 43, some of whom were also factory owners, became their objective accomplices by not pursuing them in law. Marx then cites the case of a certain Robinson, a cotton mill owner who, although prosecuted, was acquitted thanks to the presence on the jury of one of his relatives, a man named Escrigi, himself a cotton mill owner. Marx then talks of this Escrigi as the relative, if not the Friday of this Robinson, ein Individuum namens Robinson, ebenfalls beim Wollspinner, und wenn nicht der Freitag, so jedenfalls der Verwandte des Escrigi. 44 Naturally, beyond all the questions it leaves open as to the status of these shins, literary or not, 45 and their staying power rest ants, this Marxist interpretation of the Robinsonade, this critical interpretation of individualist and asocial isolationism, of insularism as a symptom of the development of capitalist society, is not homogeneous with, but is not incompatible with other readings either. I am thinking for example of the way Deleuze, in the appendix chapter to Logic of Sense entitled Michel Tournier and the World Without Others, which I invite you to reread. It is also published as the postface to Tournier's book Vendredi ou les limbs du passé, the way, then, that Deleuze wonders what is the meaning of the Shin Robinson? The answer comes fast, a world without others. 46 This direct reply is then worked out into a theory of perversion that at this point in Deleuze's itinerary owes much to Lacan, and recognizes the fact, and, as he says, Lacan's school, which, he recalls, insists precisely on the need to understand perverse behavior on the basis of a structure that displaces desire, makes it detach its cause, the cause of desire, from its object, disavows sexual difference in the interests of an androgynous world of doubles, and annuls the other in a beyond the other, or an other than the other un autre tu autrui. 47 The sadist does not make the other suffer because he wishes to make the other suffer but because he deprives the other of his alterity, of his quality of otherness. Against a phenomenology judged to be hasty which refers voyeurism or exhibitionism, as perversions, to the presence of the other, in truth, from the point of view of structure, one should say the opposite. It is because the other structure is lacking that these perversions come about. The world of the pervert is a world without other, and thereby a world without possibility. The other is what possibilizes. All perversion is autricide, altricide, a murder of possibilities. But altricide is not committed by perverse behavior, it is presupposed in the perverse structure. 48 A proposition that, if it were followed by effects, would, I believe, upset the whole of penal law. But let's leave that there. Deleuze hurries to add that this perversion is not constitutional but linked to an adventure, to a story that can be both the story of a neurosis and the proximity of a psychosis. Conclusion: we must imagine Robinson to be perverse, the only Robinsonade is perversion itself. 49 These are the last words of this chapter, the last sentence that, by associating the adjective only to Robinsonade, the only Robinsonade is perversion itself, leaves open the possibility of not reducing the book Robinson Crusoe to a Robinsonade, nor even to Robinson Crusoe himself, in his insular solitude, isolated from his history, his past, his future, the process of his socialization, his relation to many others, including slaves and animals. But that will be our story. Since I am coming to the end of this introductory and scarcely even preliminary session, I'd really like, faced with so many possible readings of Robinson Crusoe, and there are certainly more still than those I've just schematically mentioned, I'd really like carefully to delimit, and thus also limit, like an island in an island, the territory of our seminar and the center of gravity that we shall have to constitute as much as to privilege, that is also to restrict, namely, let's say, the beast and the sovereign in Robinson Crusoe. As for the beast, it is easy and it goes without saying, even though we have said little about it until now. The book is a long discussion between Robinson and so many beasts. And the theater of that discussion is, indissociably, a theater of solitary sovereignty, of the assertion of mastery, of self, over slaves, over savages and over beasts, without speaking, because the point is precisely not to talk about them without speaking of women. One archipreliminary example, even before arriving at the island, and all the stories about the slave trade, there is the episode of the Moor thrown into the sea and of the young boy 50 Suri, also a Muslim, whom Robinson keeps on board and whom Robinson, his master, then, asks to pledge an oath of fidelity, and to do so according to Islamic law, which would bind him the more, an oath to recognize Robinson's sole sovereignty over the swearing subject. Suri, if you will be faithful to me, I'll make you a great man, but if you will not stroke your face to be true to me, that is, swear by Muhammad and his father's beard, I must throw you into the sea too. The boy smiled in my face and spoke so innocently that I could not mistrust him, and swore to be faithful to me, and go all over the world with me. RC 21. This is almost immediately followed. I leave you to go and see by the episode during which the RST proof given by Suri will be to obey Robinson and go kill in dangerous circumstances a terrifying lion whose paw he will offer to Robinson, who skins it and keeps the skin, a huge skin put out to dry in the sun and on which Robinson later sleeps. As for the auto-affirmation of sovereignty by Robinson himself, I'll content myself with reading two other passages to which we shall have to return the better to reinscribe them in the time and consequence of the narrative. It would have made a Stoic smile to have seen me and little family sit down to dinner. There was my Majesty the Prince and Lord of the whole island. I had the lives of all my subjects at my absolute command. I could hang, draw, give liberty, and take it away, and no rebels among all my subjects. Then to see how like a king I did too, all alone, attended by my servants. Pole, as if he had been my favorite, was the only person permitted to talk to me. My dog, who was now grown very old and crazy, and had found no species to multiply his kind upon, sat always at my right hand, and two cats, one on one side of the table, and one on the other, expecting now and then a bit from my hand, as a mark of special favor. But these were not the two cats which I brought on shore at RST, for they were both of them dead, and had been interred near my habitation by my own hand, but one of them having multiplied by I know not what kind of creature. These were two which I had preserved tame, whereas the rest run wild in the woods, and became indeed troublesome to me at last, for they would often come into my house, and plunder me too, till at last I was obliged to shoot them, and did kill a great many. At length they left me with this attendance, and in this plentiful manner I lived, neither could I be said to want anything but society, and of that in some time after this, I was like to have too much. RC 137. My island was now peopled, and I thought myself very rich in subjects, and it was a merry reaction which I frequently made, how like a king I looked. First of all, the whole country was my own mere property, so that I had an undoubted right of dominion. 2. Daily, my people were perfectly subjected, I was absolute lord and lawgiver, they all owed their lives to me, and were ready to lay down their lives, if there had been occasion of it, for me. It was remarkable too, we had but 3 subjects, and they were of 3 different religions. My man Friday was a Protestant, his father was a pagan and a cannibal, and the Spaniard was a papist. However, I allowed liberty of conscience throughout my dominions, but this is by the way. RC 222, 51. Next time we shall return to the continent, toward the land of continental philosophy, there to open in our own way Heidegger's great and formidable seminar, especially where it concerns poverty of world, the animal, but beginning at the beginning, namely a sentence from Novalis that Heidegger quotes and comments upon. This sentence states that philosophy is really a nostalgia, a homesickness, Heimweh, a drive to be everywhere at home, in one's house. Die Philosophie ist eigentlich Heimweh, ein Trieb überall zu Haus zu sein, h. 7/5. Heidegger says of this sentence that it is remarkable and clearly romantic, but he also wonders if there is still today something like nostalgia or homesickness. Has this word Heimweh not become incomprehensible today, in everyday life? And then here perhaps is a rhetorical pregoration of the animal that will come on stage only much later in the course of the meditation and of the seminar. Heidegger at this point accusing the city dweller, the man of the town, of being merely the ape of civilization, of der Civilization. He wonders whether this ape has not, when all is said and done, long ago rid himself of nostalgia, den hat nicht der heutige Status Mensch und auf der Civilization das Heimweh langst abgeschafft. h. 7/5. Then we shall link onto this with the three questions Heidegger intends to gather into one. What is world, Welt? What is Nitude, Endlichkeit? What is loneliness, isolation, or solitude, Vereinzelung, Einsamkeit? This Vereinzelung, this loneliness, this isolation, this insularity, is not the stiffening of a little ego puffing itself up before what it takes to be the world. It is rather through loneliness, becoming alone, the endurance of solitude, Vereinsamung, that man comes for the rst time into proximity with what is essential in everything, in proximity to the world, in die Nähe zur Welt. Was ist dies Einsamkeit, wo der Mensch wie ein einziger sein wird? What is this solitude, where each human being will be as though alone? h. 8/6. Solitude of man, question of man as the only living being capable of being alone and approaching the world as such. The stone is not alone. Will we say of the beast that it is alone, given that it is poor in world? Or that it is somewhat alone? To relaunch all these questions, and to link them with the question of sovereignty, we shall dwell at the beginning of the next session on the word Walden, to rule violently, which we can rightly say dominates the beginning of the seminar and everything in it that concerns physis. Without wishing to retrace my steps, long pause, without wishing to retrace my steps, long pause, and recall all the readings via which we turned around, not only the couple, the odd couple one Heidegger/Robinson Crusoe. I am thinking of the texts, basically all political texts by Gadamer, Joyce, Woolf, Rousseau, Marx, Deleuze, etc., our RST incursion in search of, let's say, to stick with the title, The Beast and the Sovereign in the Island of Despair, and some passages from Robinson Crusoe on these two themes, and especially the theater of an autobiography or an auto-presentation of the sovereign by himself. I must repair an omission. I meant to quote a passage that, I no longer know why, I omitted. My island was now peopled, and I thought myself very rich in subjects, and it was a merry reaction which I frequently made, how like a king I looked. First of all, the whole country was my own mere property, so that I had an undoubted right of dominion. 2. Daily, my people were perfectly subjected, I was absolute lord and lawgiver, they all owed their lives to me, and were ready to lay down their lives, if there had been occasion of it, for me. It was remarkable too, we had but 3 subjects, and they were of 3 different religions. My man Friday was a Protestant, his father was a pagan and a cannibal, and the Spaniard was a papist. However, I allowed liberty of conscience throughout my dominions, but this is by the way. RC 222, what path are we going to privilege today? A path that would avoid, if that were possible, our having to retrace our steps? I had announced, in concluding the last session, that to open, at least in a provisional and preliminary way, Heidegger's Seminar 2 on World, Finitude, and Solitude, and so as to situate in it one of the dimensions of the problem of sovereignty, before coming to the question of the animal poor in world Welterm, we ought to do an initial reconnoiter, at the very beginning of this long seminar of Heidegger's, around one word. This is a recurring word that in my opinion is given too little attention in Heidegger in general, and that the French translation most often banalizes, neutralizes, and moves. This word is the German verb walten, 3, which means and which is indeed most often translated as to reign, to govern, 4, but which in French is abandoned to its neutrality, even its nonviolence, a certain abstract innocence, as when one speaks of the animal realm, the calm that reigns in a deserted place, the silence that reigns in a room, etc., dissociating what there might be of force and imposed violence, Gewalt, precisely, authority, power, reigning and sovereign potency in Walten or Gewalt. This is a reigning and sovereign potency that is often emphasized in the political order, even though the meaning of Walten or Gewalt is not limited to that, and NDS in that order only one of its gers. But precisely, one of our questions might be how the passage is made from the general and quite indeterminate, in any case quite open sense of Walten, to the properly socio-political sense. The neutralization or banalization of the meaning that I've just mentioned for the words reign, rule, dominate, prevail in English can also happen in German, of course, but my question, precisely, as to the use Heidegger makes of it, everywhere, really everywhere, more insistently than has ever been noticed, to my knowledge my question here bears on what exactly Heidegger imprints on it, insistently and strangely, but clearly explicitly and deliberately, at the beginning of the seminar. First of all, let's look at what is happening a little before and a little after the passage that we read last week on Novalus's comment about philosophy as Heimweh, on philosophizing as an experience of nostalgia, of philosophy suffering from a constitutional sickness that would be homesickness, and, let it be said in passing, is there a more nostalgic book than Robinson Crusoe, whether it be Robinson's nostalgia for the world he has lost, Die Welt ist fort, as Selin would say, the nostalgia he will feel at the end for the island he has lost after returning to that other island, England, where he will continue to dream of returning to his solitary island and to which he will indeed return, affected by a real troism of return to the state of nature, of a nostalgia for a quasi-state of natural childhood or native naivete, close to birth. Or the affect or phantasm of nostalgia that every reader feels as much. For the state of nature and euphoric childhood which in spite of everything reigns over this island of despair, which reigns over this island and bathes it, surrounding it with all sorts of seas, good and bad. 5. So, a little before and a little after this passage that we read last week about Novalus's comment and philosophy as Heimweh, the sickness of returning home, as Grundstimmung der Philosophie erends, nostalgia as fundamental attunement of philosophizing, at least two strange things happen that I'd like to emphasize, even if I do so too rapidly. The RST thing to notice is that, suddenly looking like a sort of Robinson, Heidegger isolates himself from the whole tradition, from all traditions, and asks himself, out of nowhere, 6. The question of the path, the question of the to take, the best path for philosophy and for the determination of what metaphysics is, and he poses all these questions according to the turns and tropes of the path, the direct path in the right direction and the byways to avoid, etc. Not like Descartes, who also, as you know, obsessively asked himself the question of path as method and resembled, in his own way, Arst Robinson of philosophy who intended to rely only on his own strength, reconstruct everything himself after having radically doubted every presupposition, as Wolff said of Robinson Crusoe, the cogito ergo sum is a hyperbolic Robinsonade, particularly at the moment of hyperbolic doubt that absolutely insularizes the self-relation of the cogito sum, and we could go a long way analyzing this affinity or this analogy between the philosopher-voyager Descartes and Robinson Crusoe, even from the Marxist point of view we situated last time, not like Descartes, then, whom Heidegger sends away or recuses in passing. Descartes is for Heidegger someone who wanted to determine philosophy as absolute, indubitable science, which to Heidegger's eyes is a wrong and indirect path to take in determining and thinking philosophy itself. What is more, elsewhere, Heidegger casts doubt on Descartes' determination of the path, hodos, as methodos, as a calculable and regulated procedure or proceeding. I talked at length about this in a seminar years ago. 7. In any case, here, after having affirmed that philosophy itself is neither a science, Wissenschaft, nor a vision of the world, Weltanschauung, Heidegger wonders how to determine philosophy without going via the byway, the detour, Umweg, of a comparison with art and religion. We must nd the true and proper path, the authentic way of philosophy itself, without Umweg, without the non-path constituted by a detour or a diverted path. Philosophy must have its own path determined by itself, a direct and unmediated path, without help or detour via anything other than itself. Heidegger asks himself, will we be able, then, on the diverted path, auf dem Umweg, passing through art and religion, to grasp philosophy in ihrem Wesen, in its proper essence? Clearly not. Independently of the difficulties presented by such a path, ein solcher Weg, and even if art and religion had the same rank as philosophy, we could not even compare if we did not have already in view some essence of philosophizing to distinguish from it art and religion. So we are in a circle which always makes us retrace our steps. In order even to take the Umweg of a comparison with art and religion, we must presuppose and give ourselves in advance some comparable determination of philosophy, and therefore, through this presupposition or this precomprehension, envelope the D-net in the D-ning or the comparing, and turn in the circle of this presupposition, and thus in advance retrace our steps without advancing. So that, even if, along our way, auf unserem Weg, we encounter art and religion, the path of philosophy properly speaking, in its essence, is closed, barred, closed off by this very circle, so ist auch dieser Weg verschlossen h. 3/3. And thus to accede to the proper essence of philosophy, which is not science, or art, or religion, one goes round in circles, either circularly or specularly, one is sent back to oneself, to one's own point of departure, one steps in one's own footsteps, one goes round in circles as though on an island. And this is indeed what Robinson Heidegger NDS, one is always sent back to one's starting point, Zurückgeworfen, in this attempt to grasp philosophy by comparison. Alle dies Weg sind in sich selbst unmöglich Umwege. All these paths are in themselves impossible detours, impossible diverted paths, h. 4/3. Faced with the impossible, because of the impossibility of advancing or moving along while turning around, in a detour, an Umweg, the question then becomes, how must we experience, erfahren, what philosophy itself, die Philosophie selbst, is, if we must give up on every Umweg, every detour, Umweg? When I say Robinson Heidegger, do not think that I am playing or that I am unfairly using a facile or artificial analogy. I am not unaware of the abyss of differences that separates the two. The two. What? Well, RST, a character on the one hand and a real person on the other, the fictional character of an English 18th century novel, and on the other hand the person of a German philosopher of the 20th century who claims, precisely, to be talking seriously, in a seminar, in a mode that is anything but imagination and fiction, about the most serious question in the world, namely, what is philosophy, and what is the world, etc. But what I am seeking and will be seeking again today to situate, in the analogy between their respective ways of proceeding démarches, and that's the word, démarche, progresscheminement, scene of orientation, question in view of the best path for the best question, the most appropriate and direct path for the best question, the path that advances, that proceeds in order to accede and does not return to its starting point by going round in circles in its own footsteps, what will be seeking to bring out, then, is precisely this common concern with orientation, with where to go, where to head for, how to get ahead, how to proceed, how to progress, at what pace, a concern that, in one place, and from a given place to a non-given place, engages bodily movement in a metaphorical or literal way, and with a metaphor that has one wondering to what proper sense of the body proper it refers, to what time and what space, a concern that thus engages the body proper of a questioner who is walking, of a question on the march that goes, that comes, and goes, always risks coming back, going around in circles, being sent back over its own steps. I'll go further in that direction a little later, precisely in the direction of the question of direction, of sense as direction. 8. We shall come back to the sense of orientation and the orientation of a sense that is determined only by orienting itself. Precisely, immediately after the passage that I have just mentioned, and so from the beginning of the seminar, 1, h. 4/3, the word orientation Orientierung provides the title for the RST question that follows. Heidegger, as I was just recalling, has just spoken of the closed, barred, Verschlossen, route. He has just pointed out the illegitimate circularity of all the Umwege, and has thus just properly described the aporia, i.e. the absence of an open route toward the determination of philosophy itself, and he then asks himself which is the way out, the Ausweg, the exit route from this aporia. The point is always to avoid the aporia, i.e. either/or, either not get lost, or not allow oneself to be closed in. These are always the two risks of a proceeding démarche, wander and get lost, or get closed in by retracing one's steps. And that is the Robinsonian trouble with the island. Not get lost and not get closed into the aporia, not get paralyzed. Heidegger may well often make fun of those who seek the security of the safe passage or of the ground, of the grounding ground and the sure route, but he doesn't want to get lost either. He is a thinker of wandering who does not want to wander when he is philosophizing, when he is thinking, writing or above all teaching, for this is a seminar, and he wants not only order and a map, but also the exit route, the way out, Ausweg. He wants the right orientation and the right direction to escape from enclosure or circular insularity. The subtitle of this paragraph I was just mentioning aims for the right way out, Ausweg, the exit, the right path out of the impasse, avoiding both the detour, Umweg, of comparison, and circular closure. Turning to the hypothesis of a historical or historiographical orientation, Heidegger will again show that it leads to an impasse, to a NAL path that is an impasse, so Fahreit auch dieser zuletzt noch geblieben Weg in ihn Sagas. Thus, this last remaining way also leads to a dead end. 1, h. 5/3. The subtitle of the paragraph that concludes in this fashion was, then. Der Ausweg zur Wesensbestimmung der Philosophie über die historische Orientierung als Taskung, the escape route of determining the essence of philosophy via a historical, historiographical, orientation as an illusion, or Mystikation. And Heidegger immediately goes on, a NAL way out, a last escape route, Ausweg, remains in order to accede to the essence of philosophy, ask history. And on the path of historical orientation, auf dem Weg der historischen Orientierung, we shall thus try to obtain Klarikation about metaphysics, which Heidegger notes in passing is, as it were, the other name of philosophy. And he will pass without even giving an explanation from the question, what is the essence of philosophy, to the question he holds to be synonymous, what is the essence of metaphysics? What is metaphysics? And then, following a tripartite gesture, I dare not say trinitary or triadic, trilobate or triangular, a gesture that we shall see later is recurrent in Heidegger's rhetoric or pedagogy. Let us not forget that this is a seminar. Heidegger announces three questions or three paths in this perspective and this historical orientation. First path, ask about the noteworthy, curious, strange, merkwürdig, history of this noteworthy, curious, strange word metaphysics. Second path, through the history of this word or this simple Sine move on to the Sine ed, the meaning, Bedeutung, of the word metaphysics as a philosophical discipline. Third path, through this definition, this Sine ed, word/meaning couple and disciplinary institution, if you will, go this time right to the thing itself, the thing thus called, metaphysics itself. But there too, we are retracing our steps. We could not undertake this journey, Heidegger makes clear, and this experience, if we did not already know, if we were not presupposing in advance what metaphysics itself is. Without this circular foreknowledge, all the historical stories in the world would tell us nothing, they would remain mute, stumm, we would merely be learning of opinions about metaphysics but would never accede to metaphysics itself. This is when Heidegger concludes that there is an impasse. So Fahrenheit auch dieser zuletzt nachgeblieben Wegen in Sagas, h. 4/3. At this point, I'll leave you to read the following paragraph, paragraph 2, that comprises VE or 6 pages, and which turns, precisely, around Novalis' sentence, philosophy is really homesickness, an urge to be at home everywhere. 9. You will again see, at work more than once, that obsession with orientation and direction, Orientierung and Richtung are recurrent words. Heidegger repeats 10 times over that one must avoid Umwege, which are so many steps aside to avoid doing what needs to be done, namely look metaphysics in the face without any detour, see it for itself, facing us face on. What the indirect detours have taught us is that we were avoiding looking straight on, taking sight of what is proper to metaphysics itself. And so we have acquired, thanks to a detour, a certain important view of what is proper to metaphysics, in which die Viel leicht wesentlich Ansicht in das Eigentumlich der Metaphysik translate, 10, namely that we turn around, step aside and make detours to dodge it and avoid doing what we ought to do. Then there is no longer a choice, we must get going and look metaphysics in the face, aber kein Wahlbleit, als uns selbst aufzumachen und der Metaphysik ins Gesicht zu sehen, sie nicht wieder aus den Augen zu verlieren. No other choice remains than to ready ourselves and to look metaphysics in the face, Heidegger's emphasis, so as not to lose sight of it again. And everything Heidegger goes on to say is there to affirm that we try to avoid this face-to-face and this direct path, that we seek the detour and the dodge, that we and try to withdraw from this path that leads directly, direct in German, to metaphysics. Metaphysics requires of us that we avoid avoidance, that we avoid always avoiding it by means of detours, Umwege, and that we not look away from it, Wegsehen means to avert one's gaze. The word that dominates what follows, I leave you to read it, is Richtung, direction. What we are showing, what I am showing, says Heidegger, what I am pointing out, is the direction, Richtung, in which we have to seek, but also the direction, Richtung, in which metaphysics withdraws from us. And in this same movement, Heidegger Robinson wonders, why else would we have come along here, i.e. to the land of philosophy? Den wozu waren wir sonst hierher gekommen? Or have we landed here, oder sind wir nur so hierher geraten, only because others also come along? Why are we here? Warum sind wir da? Do we know what we are letting ourselves in for? Wissen wir, womit wir uns einlassen? H. 6/4, 5. The already or still Robinsonian landscape of these astonished questions, why have we landed here, why have we wound up in this place, at this place, what are we doing here? This already or still Robinsonian landscape becomes even more Robinsonian when, having asked what is world, and having insisted on isolation, insularity, loneliness, and solitude, and asked what is this solitude in which each human being will be as though unique or singularly, uniquely alone, was ist dies Einsamkeit, wo der Mensch wie ein einziger Sein Word, after having noted that, along the way, our question, what is metaphysics, has become the question, what is man? Robinson Heidegger ends up with images of a storm blowing between heaven and earth. We ask anew, what is man? A transition, eine Übergang, a step beyond, an excess, a direction, in Richtung, a storm, ein Sturm, sweeping over our planet, der über unseren Planeten fegt, a recurrence, in Wiederkehr oder ein Überdruss den Göttern, or else a vexation for the gods, an annoyance for the gods. We do not know. But we have seen that in this enigmatic essence, philosophy happens, geschieht. H. 10/7, translation Modi ed. Perhaps you still remember, this whole detour, Umweg, on Heidegger's discourse on the detour to be avoided, on the need to avoid the detour that avoids the direct path and the direction of the face-to-face. This whole detour was designed to lead us to this vocabulary of Walton that I announced at the outset occupies a terrain worthy of our attention, especially at the beginning of the seminar. I'm coming to that now, very fast, too fast, leaving you to read on your own the RST2 chapters of the seminar. In the third chapter devoted in part to the origin of the word metaphysics, given that metaphysics designates the inclusive or comprehensive interrogation that extends to world, nitude, and solitude, Heidegger devotes a RST subsection to the clarication of the word physics, physica, and to physis als das sich bildenden Walten descenden im Ganzen, as, I quote RST the Gallimard translation, which remains feeble, enfeebling, self-forming 11 realm 12 of beings as a whole. 13 I concede that this is difficult to translate, but the word Walten deserves a stronger accent, the strongest possible, in fact. Walten is dominant, governing power, as self-formed sovereignty, as autonomous, autarcic force, commanding and forming itself, 14 of the totality of beings, beings in their entirety, everything that is. Physis is the Walten of everything, which depends, as Walten, only on itself, which forms itself sovereignly, as power, receiving its form and its image, its gur of domination, from itself. Walten as physis, physis as Walten is everything, physis and Walten are synonyms of everything that is, and that is, then, as originarily sovereign power. Physis, the fwine that thus dominates as totality of beings, is what increases, grows, increases by growing, the growing of blossoming growth. Physis means das Wachsende, what increases or grows, growing, growth, the very thing that has grown in such a growth, das Wachsende, das Wachstum, das in solchem Wachstum gewachsen selbst, h. 38/25. And there too, the pedagogy whereby Heidegger illustrates what he means by growing as nature, as realm, or domination of physis, takes the form of a Robinsonian landscape, the plants, the animals, the seasons, the day and the night, the stars, the tempest and the storm, the raging elements. Heidegger makes clear that he is taking growing and growth in the broad and elementary sense that they inaugurate in the originary experience. The French translation even says experience primitive 15 for Eurofahren, of man, not merely, Heidegger adds, plants and animals, their arising and passing away as an isolated process, als Blosser isolierter Vorgang, but growth as what takes place or comes about, als dieses Geschehen, physis as history, in short nature as natural history, beyond or short of the nature/history opposition, for physis covers history, natural history in this new extended sense, then, the natural coming about of what is dominated, again, but this time it is Durchherrscht, of what is under the dominating sovereignty of the changing seasons, the passage from night to day and reciprocally, the movement of the stars, the storms, and weather, vom Sturm und Wetter, and the raging of the elements, und dem Taubender Element. What justi es my insistence on Walten, here, as a gur of absolute power, of sovereignty before even its political determination, is that it seems to me that it answers to Heidegger's most explicit concern. Heidegger who explains to us, h. 38/25, that, if we translate more intelligibly and clearly, deutlicher, if we, that is, he, translate physis not so much by growth, Wachstum, as by Walten, by sich selbst bildenden Walten descenden im Ganzen the self-constituting, self-formed, sovereign predominance of beings in their totality h. 38, 39/25, if, then, we translate physis by Walten rather than Wachstum, as sovereign power rather than growth, this is, as Heidegger expressly says, because it is clearer, deutlicher, and closer, note this word, close, which we shall be seeing again in a decisive strategic place, closer to the originary sense, the intentional sense, the meaning of the originary sense or the originary meaning of the word physis, deutlicher und dem ursprünglich gemeinten Sinn nachherkommend phi sigma iota h. 38, 39/25. In other words, physis is better translated more clearly and closer to its originary sense, as Walton than as Waxtum, as prevailing violence rather than as increase, growing, growth. And this better translation, this supposedly better translation, closer to the original or the originary, if you will, in both cases concerns physis as totality of what is, and not, no longer, nature in the belated and restricted sense of the word, as object of the natural sciences, as opposed to history, society, spirit, liberty, culture, etc., any more than in the prescientici, romantic, or Goethean sense of nature. No more is it a matter here of the state of nature as opposed to the state of society, an opposition that has organized so many discourses for so long, in particular discourses of political philosophy on the state of nature or on natural right. To justify fully this translation of physis as Walton, Sichbildenden Walton, and this extension of the sense of the word physis toward its originary and pre-oppositional sense, Heidegger insists on this absolute extension, which goes well beyond biological life, biological growth, but includes within itself birth, childhood, maturity, old age, death, human destiny and its his. Tory. This is how, he says, one must understand the meaning in which those who are wrongly called, in a false sense of the word, the pre-Socratic Greek philosophers of nature were thinking and meaning. And when he says the meaning, emphasizing the article, the only meaning dieses Wort in der Bedeutung sie verstehen h. 39/26, Heidegger is sure that there is no meaning other than the one that is translated into German as Walton. The sense of sovereign and superhuman violence of Walton, of the all-powerful reign of physis appears the most clearly in Heidegger's elucidation when he makes clear that humans themselves are dominated, crushed, under the law of this sovereign violence. Man is not its master, he is traversed by it, gripped transi, says the French translation for Durchwaltet, man is dominated, seized, penetrated through and through by the sovereign violence of the Walton that he does not master, over which he has neither power nor hold, phi sigma iota maint dieses ganz Walton, von dem der Mensch selbst Durchwaltet und dessen nicht machtig ist, das aber gerade in durch und unwaltet, in, den Menschen, der sich darüber immer schon ausgesprochen hat physis. Means this whole Walton that prevails through man himself, durch Walton, and over which he has no power, of which he is not the master, but which precisely reigns, dominates, through him and around him, or even by undoing him, in durch und Waltet are Heidegger's neologisms, him, man who has always already spoken about this, h. 39/26, translation Modi ed. Of course, as Walton covers the totality of what is, its meaning also covers animals, man, and the gods, das Gottlike Sind, the divine being. In other words, this all-powerful sovereignty of Walton is neither solely political nor solely theological. It therefore exceeds and precedes the theologico-political. 16. We would now have to pursue a detailed reading of what immediately follows. I won't do that, because it would disorganize the economy of what I want to do today and because you can do it yourselves along the same lines. But, in 3 words, before provisionally leaving Heidegger here, I would suggest that 1. Heidegger's definition of logos will always depend tightly on this thinking of Walton. The logos is what, bringing Walton to speech, zum Ausspruch, and Heidegger always says in this context Ausspruch, which is not language, die Sprache, or speech in general, but the saying of the sentence, the poetic verdict, the powerful saying, one might say the self-authorized performative that here withdraws the Walton from what hides it, from its retreat, its Verborgenheit, liberates this Walton and this physis as Walton, from its Verborgenheit, its hidden, dissimulated, silenced being. And what is thus said, liberated from its retreat in the shadow of what is hidden, Verborgenheit, would be Walton itself, i.e. the law, its order and its status, its law 17, seine Ordnung und Satzung, das Gesetz des Sinden selbst, the law that rules over beings themselves, im Lambda Gamma Omicron word das Walton des Sinden entborgen, offenbar in logos, the reign, the power, the law of the entity is unconcealed, manifest. H. 41/27. In Logos, physis, and therefore Walton, appears as such, manifests itself. Keep hold of this point, because it will be decisive when we come to the question of the animal. If the animal is poor in world, in contrast to man who is well-biled and, 18 this is because it does not have access to the as such of beings, it does not have the structure of the as such. And this is why it does not have the logos, or because it does not have the logos, or that the logos does not prevail in it, that it does not have experience of beings or the world as such, in its appearing, in its offenbarket. 2. When, a little later, in the fourth subsection D19, of the same paragraph, Heidegger analyzes the two meanings of the word physis, or physica in metaphysica, he notes in particular, I'll limit myself to this and let you read the rest, that the originary meaning of truth, Erbedudung von Wahrheit, i.e. the unconcealing, discovering of physis as Walton, as in Borgenheit de Waltenden Sienden, translate, 20 remains ambiguous in its Doppeldeutigkeit, for physis does not only designate what reigns or dominates, das Waltend, but what reigns as such, inasmuch as it reigns. Sondern das Waltend in seinem Walten oder das Waltende Waltenden, translate. 21 Whence a certain subtle indecision, a certain undecidability, Unentschiedenheit, which resembles that of beings and the being of beings. It is because of this undecidability that physis appears both as an excess of power that threatens, bedroht, man, which is threatening, bedrohend, and on the other hand as a support and a protection. Let me simply read the translation of these few Robinson-enacted lines and I leave you to study what follows. On the physeonta and the techneonta, we could easily spend all year on it. Precisely what prevails as all-powerful, das Übermächtige Waltend, for immediate experience claims the name phi sigma iota for itself. Yet such is the vault of the heavens, the stars, the ocean, the earth, that which constantly threatens man, yet at the same time protects him too, that which supports, sustains, tract, and nourishes him, that which, in thus threatening and sustaining him, prevails, Waltet, of its own accord without the assistance of man, h. 46/30. 3. Finally, this interpretation of both physis and logos on the basis, let's say, of the hidden or revealed sovereignty of Walton is not, to my knowledge, but I have not reread all Senuendizeit recently from this point of view. If someone would like to do so, with a scanner, that would be very useful, to my knowledge, then, the concept and vocabulary of Walton is not at work, at least not centrally in Senuendizeit, which dates from 2 years before the seminar we are reading. Moreover, the lexicon of Senuendizeit, the published glossary of Senuendizeit, does not mention Walton as an operational or thematic concept. Does not mention it at all. On the other hand, after this seminar, 1929-30, which follows Senuendizeit about 2 years later, and especially in the Introduction to Metaphysics, in 1935, politically a very marked time, of course, the vocabulary of Walton is not only conremed, but extends, differentiates, grows richer, and becomes invasive, especially around physis and logos, Walton, das Walton, durch Walton, das durch Walton, mit Walton, Verwalten, Vorwaltung, Überwaltigend, Übergewalt, Verwaltend, Bewaltigen, Unbewaltigt, Schwalt, Allgewalt, Gewalttat, Gewalttätig, Gewalttätigkeit, etc. So, reread from this point of view the Introduction to Metaphysics, take the book with you, along with RC 22 to an island over the holidays. You won't be wasting your time. In the French translation by Gilbert Kahn, who took a lot of trouble to translate this whole lexicon of Walton into a French that is often laborious and neologizing, there is moreover a glossary and a very useful index. So much for Walton, and for those who are called, we know at least one of them, Walter. 23. And now, what path are we, ourselves, going to privilege today? What path that will not oblige us to run the risk of going round in circles and retracing our steps? On en ensiet tro reen. 24 How do you write, on ensiet tro reen? Is it on en ensiet tro reen, or on ensiet tro reen? I really don't know too much about it. Jen sayas tro reen or jn sayas tro reen. Too much nothing, it's a whole world. So what path are we going to privilege today? A decision, any decision, seems always to come down to a path to be taken, or a track untraced to be followed along a path to be determined. To decide is to decide on a direction, on a sense in the topographical sense of orientation. Such at least is the dominant trope or gur. Where to go? Where to take oneself? How to orient one's step? That is the form of every question concerning a decision to be taken. Where to go? Where to take oneself? Am I going to go there or not, here or there? What is the best path? But there is decision only where, at RST, one does not know where to go. When one knows the path in advance, the best path, when one knows the map, when one knows in advance where to take one's steps and toward which destination, there is no reaction, no deliberation, no justification to be given, neither question nor decision, because there is no indecision. It is decided in advance, so there is no decision to be taken. The path is already taken, and this is, as they say, tout bet. 25 What I am saying here is, moreover, tout bet but undeniable, which also means that it is so simply and so constrainingly obvious that, if one wants to oppose it, one can only deny it. To decide on the path to take or to privilege today, we must recall the context of the contract or the contract of the context, the beast and the sovereign. The beast and the sovereign are like the coats of arms of the seminar, like the dolphin was on the coat of arms of a certain sovereign realm that became the province of the Dauphin, as we were saying last year. 26 The beast and the sovereign resemble each other, as we have been saying insistently since last year. They resemble each other in that they both seem to be outside the law, above or alongside the law. And yet, even if they resemble each other, they are not fellow semblables. Nor are they, or so we think, our fellows. Who is that, the beast and the sovereign? Who are the beast and the sovereign? What are they, L and we? 27 Our suggestion is the following: we are committed to discourse here about the beast and the sovereign, and the contract that is proposed, or, if you prefer, the rule of the game that I did more than propose to you, that I imposed on you without discussion, not without some chwalt, that I decided on all alone. The rule of this game that is so improbable or a bit crazy, is to read on this subject Heidegger with Defoe, to read the seminar given in Freiburg im Breisgau in 1929-30, entitled Die Grundbegriff der Metaphysik, Weltendlichkeit Samkeit, the fundamental concepts of metaphysics, world, finitude, solitude, in which Heidegger addresses as never before, and better than anywhere else or since, the question of the beast or the animal, and on the other hand Robinson Crusoe. Heidegger in one hand, then, and Defoe in the other, crossing our eyes or squinting a bit to see what is left standing out in this binocular vision. Heidegger Defoe. On my computer, the title of the document for this seminar is Hey/Foe, board, and you know that foe in English means enemy. In fact, Defoe's real name, his family's real name, was Foe, his name was Daniel Foe, Daniel enemy, Daniel the enemy. I believe that Schmidt somewhere, I do not remember where, tries laboriously to distinguish the two uses, foe for inimicus, biblical and not political sense, and enemy in the sense of hostis, political enemy. Defoe's name is as though it meant enemy, and here I recommend that you read at least 2 or 3 magnificent novels by J. M. Coetzee, the great South African writer who wrote a novel called Foe, 28, which presents itself as an oblique reading rewriting of Robinson Crusoe, with embedded quotations, but also because Coetzee bears in his thought and his over the grave concern of the animal. I advise you to read also The Lives of Animals and Disgrace. 29 In order to bring Robinson Crusoe closer to Heidegger, I will not misuse the fact that if Foe is a real English name, Crusoe, as Robinson explains to us from the very opening lines of his autobiographical self-presentation, from the opening lines of the book that are like the genealogical presentation of an identity card or a family record book, Crusoe is the anglicization of the German name Kreutzner. Kreutzner is the name of the father, a foreign trader originally from Bremen, with Robinson being the name of the maternal line. Now, to begin to cross the paths of Robinson and Heidegger in the most improbable places, you will have noticed, if, as I hope, you have reread Robinson Crusoe, that he is always looking for, or breaking, paths on his island. He tries to get his bearings s'orienter. He tries to decide, to come to a decision as to the best path. His island is an isolated world within the world, and we see him, and he constantly shows himself, solitary in this insularity, constantly in the process of deciding as to the best path, given that he has no map, neither a map of the world nor above all a map of the island. Refer for example to the moment when, having not yet found any trace of human life on the island, having not yet heard any voice other than that of his parrot pole who echoes his own voice, Robinson discovers the print of a man's naked foot on the shore, RC 142. It is as though he had been struck by lightning or thunder. I stood like one thunderstruck, and as though he had seen a ghost, the vision of a spectre, an apparition. The footprint on the sand of the shore becomes not only a spectral apparition, a fantôme says Borel's French translation, but a paralyzing hallucination, a sign come from heaven, a sign that is as menacing as it is promising, uncanny, 30 as diabolical as it is divine, the other man. What Terry es Robin? Son is the possible trace of the spectral presence of another man on the island. In a certain way, this is everything he was looking for or dreaming of, but the signal of the arrival of what he was hoping for, a bit like the Messiah, suddenly Terry es him. Who is the other? And what if the other were worse than anything? What if he were a bad Messiah, an envoy of the devil? And Robinson mentions more than once Satan or the devil, a Satan or devil, RC 143, who has taken on human form or who has sent him another man to be his enemy, another foe, if you like. As always, he is keen to hope that all this is a good sign of divine providence, but he is afraid that, instead of God, behind the God, the devil, or an evil genius, Robinson Descartes again, might have come to do his work, like a malign substitute for God who, instead of saving him, might have come to destroy him by sending him another man to be his enemy, another foe. He is not content enough that God will save him. Tell the joke about is anybody else there? 31. Now what happens during the feverish reaction that, for many pages, follows this discovery of a footprint? A footprint that basically frightens him rather than giving him hope, which makes him think of the devil as much as of God, which even makes him invoke several times the sovereignty of an omnipotent God. I considered that this was the station of life the innightly wise and good providence of God had determined for me, that as I could not foresee what the ends of divine wisdom might be in all this, so I was not to dispute his sovereignty, who, as I was his creature, had an undoubted right by creation to govern and dispose of me absolutely as he thought and who, as I was a creature who had offended him, had likewise a judicial right to condemn me to what punishment he thought and that it was my part to submit to bear his indignation, because I had sinned against him. I then reacted that God, who was not only righteous but omnipotent, as he had thought thus to punish and if I see me, so he was able to deliver me. Read what follows RC 145. Which, be it said in passing, means at least two or three things. 1. On the one hand, the world is already determined as the totality of divine creation. I am a creature of God. God is the name of the originary creation of the world, and we shall see later that Heidegger inscribes and interprets this determination of the world, as created world, and as Christian world, in the history of the concept of the world. 2. On the other hand, this creation is indeed conceived on the Christian model by Robinson, and when he prays, when he learns how to pray, and the whole of Robinson Crusoe can be read as a rhythmic series of attempts to learn how to pray properly, authentically, in the Bible, on the Bible, and one also needs to know, and it is known, concerning the Bible, that Daniel Defoe and some of his friends, around 1678, when people expected a coup by Charles II with the help of an Irish papist army, that then, and his friends, were fearful that their Bibles might be confiscated and learned it by heart. You need to know this context, this and so many other features of the politico-religious context of England at the time, to read Robinson Crusoe. Well, having just seen this bare footprint of another man, Robinson Crusoe prays on the Bible that he has taken with him and of which he will have, at a given moment, more than one copy. Which book would you take to a desert island? The Bible or a Heidegger seminar about the concept of world? 3. Finally, having put his Bible down and comforted himself through prayer, he asks where he is, in what place, what his path will have been. He then wonders even more anxiously if this bare footprint is not that of his own foot. His own foot on a path he had already taken. Just as Poll the parrot returns to him only the echo of his voice, so the bare footprint is the more unheimlich, uncanny, 32 for being quite possibly his own, on a path already trodden, that he has always described without knowing it, described in the sense that to describe a movement is also to execute it. Fundamentally, he cannot decide if this track is his own or not, a track left on a path that he does not know if he has already trodden, broken, or walked or not. He really does not know. Iln Said Tro Reen. Is it me? Is it my track? Is it my path? Is it the spectre of my print, the print of my spectre? Am I coming back? Am I or am I not returning? Am I a revenant of myself that I cross on my path like the trace of the other, on a path that is already a return path or a path of revenance, etc.? I really don't know. Jn Sais Tro Reen, or I really don't know about the possibility of this uncanny, unheimlich double. When I discover this path and this track, have I not already been this way? Already, without knowing or wanting to, decided to go this way? I really don't know. Jenn Sais Tro Reen. Jn Sais Tro Reen. Who will have decided what? And to go where? That's the question that this bare footprint is asking me, as the trace of a man. The other man, the step of the other man, is it not me again, me alone who, returning like a revenant on the circular path of the island, become an apparition for myself, a specular phantom, a specular spectre, the other man as myself, myself as another, I who am an other, but a specular phantom who cannot, who does not know if he is himself, ipsi, who really doesn't know ki nn Said Tro Reen, nor whether he can still look at himself in the mirror. He scares himself ilse fate pair, literally he makes himself fear. He becomes the fear that he is and that he makes himself. And all these pages, among the most extraordinary in the book, on which he is shown, in which he shows himself, meditating, in terror, on this bare footprint. These pages should be read step by step, and for example in parallel with Freud's Gradiva, with all the phantasmata, i.e. the phantasms and phantoms that return on the print of a step, or the print of a naked foot. In the middle of these cogitations, apprehensions, and reactions, it came into my thought one day, that all this might be a mere chimera of my own, and that this foot might be the print of my own foot. When I came on shore from my boat, this cheered me up a little too, and I began to persuade myself it was all a delusion, that it was nothing else but my own foot, and why might not I come that way from the boat, as well as I was going that way to the boat. Again, I considered also that I could by no means tell for certain where I had trod, and where I had not, and that if at last this was only the print of my own foot, I had played the part of those fools, who strive to make stories of specters and apparitions and then are frightened at them more than anybody. RC 145-46, note that the devil and the good Lord, those two gurs of all-powerful sovereignty, specters and ghosts, are not the only gurs invoked in the wandering of these paths without path. There is also, in this book, which is, as you know, an immense zoology, both a taxonomy of the animals, a Noah's Ark, a zoological park, a farm, a slaughterhouse, a hunting ground, a jungle of savage beasts and, as he says, so often, of beasts that are ravenous, furious, venomous, poisonous. 33. It is also a protection society for domestic animals, a stock breeding center, etc. In short, in this bestiary book that forms an island between heaven and hell, there is a moment which immediately follows the moment of discovery of the bare footprint which could be his or that of the other, on this path that he might have taken or that remains the path of the other. There is a moment when Robinson retreats. He withdraws into what he calls his castle, he takes off, feeling himself followed by a trace, basically, hunted or tracked by a trace. Or even by his own trace. Perhaps persecuted by himself and by his own revenants. As though he were living everything in the past of his own past as a terrifying future. He believes he is shortly going to die, that he is running after his death or that death is running after him, that life will have been so short, and thus, as though he were already dead, because of this race with his revenants, everything that happens to him happens not as new, fresh, or to come, but as, perhaps, he really does not know ilnsiet tro-reen, already past, already seen, to come as yesterday and not as tomorrow. You know these sublime and in-night lines from John Donne, which come back to my memory from I know not where. Bored, I run to death and death meets me as fast and all my pleasures are like yesterday. 34. I run toward death, I hurry toward death and death comes to meet me just as fast. I run at death, I run to death and death comes upon me, chance death encounter seizes me, catches me, or catches up with me just as fast, as soon. And all my pleasures are like yesterday. 35. Like the yesterday, as though come from yesterday, my pleasures are already of yesterday, my pleasures are the yesterday itself, in advance they are dated from yesterday. In advance they have passed, they are past, already passed and passed by, overtaken, already memories of bygone enjoyment or returns of pleasure. My present pleasures are in the present yesterday's presents, they are yesterday. Not, they have been or were yesterday, but they are presently yesterday. Their being present is yesterday, the yesterday. It is as if presently I were already dead, death coming so quickly to meet me and me to meet it, and there is no knowing whether I'm going quicker than it toward it or it quicker than I toward me. We are running at each other, as if in order to end out who will arrive RST, and at the moment of a meeting that never keeps one waiting, there is no knowing who will have, yesterday, arrived RST, quicker than life in any case, a life that this accelerated movement takes by speed, thus taking time by speed, even taking speed by speed, a speed beyond speed, a speed winning out over speed, going quicker than time and even than speed, taking time by speed, so fast that what I live in the present, or even what I expect from the future, is already past, already memory and melancholy, or nostalgia, Heimweh. That's what it means whenever I say life will have been so short. Incalculable, incommensurable precipitation or acceleration, ahead of itself and taking time by speed. So clearly I run to death can mean both I run toward death, I hurry toward death, I rush in the direction of death which comes at me just as fast, but also I run to death, I run like a madman, out of breath, to death, I run to death to avoid death, I run on ahead of death so as not to have it surprise me, to take the initiative, but it catches up with me immediately, but catch up with won't do here for meet. One must therefore suppose that even if I run to death, before death, ahead of death in order to it, death is there before me, it already awaits me, in Samarkand. 36 Both because it goes faster and because, going ahead of me, taking the lead, it outstrips me, awaits me, and comes to meet me at the very moment I am running to death, both to it and to catch up with it. Both to it and to catch up with it. The more I it, the faster I it, I chase it, the faster I approach it, I take it upon me, I take it in the sense that, in chasing it, I run after it. I learn it, I take it in l'apprends, l'apprends, and it takes me by surprise. All the umwege, all the detours of the race are outplayed by a death that precedes me, that is ahead of me, before me since yesterday. Always anterior, in its very futurity, like what remains to come, affecting itself in advance from the nostalgia of its own archive, its very light affecting itself without delay with photography, autobiophotography. Or affecting itself in advance, via what in photography is called a delay mechanism, with its own photograph, a photograph that is itself not reappropriable. Everything begins with the archive or with archive fever. But that is not even everything, and it is not even so simple. The thinking, giving done anti-writing and the unheard of signature of this metaphysical poem. By making yesterday a noun, and not an adverb. And all my pleasures are like yesterday, done gives us the chance of thinking even more than what I have just been saying. What, then? Well, perhaps that this race to death of death, this running out of breath, this being in the race at high speed, a speed that is all-powerful and indifferent, without speed differentiation, this absolute speed, this speed beyond speed, this speed that is the whole, as in night speed that takes itself by speed and overtakes itself, passes itself, as they say in American English for overtake, when one vehicle overtakes another, this speed that passes itself, this race at full speed, this race of death to death, this race unto death not only means that my present pleasures are presently and in advance gone, past, already gone by in their very present, already dated yesterday in their present and their here and now. No, one would have to say and think, to the contrary, taking seriously and taking into account the grammar of a proposition that dares to take yesterday as a noun, the yesterday, and not an adverb, my pleasures are yesterday, as though yesterday, one would have to emphasize and unsettle the meaning of the like, by beginning to understand not only that my pleasures are always affected with expiration and in advance dated from yesterday, past and imprinted with nostalgia, as though one RST thought the essence of present pleasure and then noticed, in a second moment, the predicative tense, that what we know and feel under this name pleasure or enjoyment and as present pleasure is then, into the bargain and as soon as possible, determined as past, affected with past, with yesterdayness. No, it is the contrary, the other way round. 37 If I can say so, it is yesterday that gives the pleasure, pleasure is yesterday, like yesterday, it begins now by being yesterday, not only in the manner of yesterday but as yesterday. I have pleasure only because there is the past of yesterday, only because pleasure is originarily yesterday, it is in its essence, in its now, in the presence of its essence and in the essence of its presence, a having been yesterday, it is, present, in its Joessenheit, it is in its essence, Wesen, a Joessenheit, a being having been, and that's the nostalgia of yesterday, of a death already come, an originary morning, this is the nostalgia that does not come after pleasure but which, alone, gives me pleasure and gives it to me as yesterday. I do not enjoy a pleasure rst present that is immediately past, nostalgic, in morning, no, the pleasure is born only of the morning, of enjoyment as morning. And not any morning and any memory of death, but the morning of myself. I am from yesterday, I am no longer present, I am already yesterday, I enjoy from yesterday, not because I have enjoyed or have been, or because I was born yesterday, but because only yesterday will have given me, only my death or the feeling of my death, a death that will have taken me by speed, only my death lets me enjoy and take pleasure in this very moment. Only the absolute yesterday gives me pleasure. The yesterday itself gives enjoyment, makes a present in the present of enjoyment as yesterdayly enjoyment, if I can put it like that. Without morning, and the morning of myself, the morning of my I am present, there would be no pleasure. There would not even be an I am, consciousness, cogito, I think, or present enjoyment of my Cartesian Robinsonian existence. Pleasure, my pleasures are yesterday, they are the yesterday, they are like the yesterday. They are neither present nor future, I enjoy them only as a memory, and even then, memory and past are concepts that are too broad and vague. The yesterday is not only the past, the memory of which I keep or lose, yesterday is the day ahead, the day that has just passed, whose phenomenal light has just faded. Yesterday is the past immanence of today itself, the immanence of day's dawning, the dawning that gives light to the day done le jour au jour. And that is the rst metonymy, the major metonymy of the past in general, as past of the experience of what appears in the light of day, comes to see the light of day. Of what is born but, since we are here dealing with a past like a death already happened, having won the race, faster than speed itself, what is born as though stillborn? My pleasures are stillborn. Another way of saying and thinking the pas de plaisir, the step or the not of an enjoyment that is in advance the past of itself, a step pas as past, as what comes to pass as, and passes on se passé de present pleasure in pleasure, and that I enjoy only in the trace of the pas de plaisir. Coming back to haunt all the steps pas. Pleasure is the revenance of the pas, all the past passages of the pas. Terrifying or terror ed pleasure, this could be the fright of a Robinson, the pleasure terror, the one in the other, terror in pleasure and pleasure in terror, the pleasure terror that consists in not being able to do anything, not take a step pas un pas, in not being anything other than the return of revenance over the track of its own steps, a revenance thenceforth the more fearful a little as Robinson is scared by the footprint he is not sure is his own, about which he is not sure if he can recognize himself in it, and himself in it, reappropriate his track, a revenance that is thenceforth the more fearsome or fearful for the fact that one is not sure, in the blazed trace of a pleasure, an enjoyment, a joy, in the trace of this pas de jouissance, one is never sure of being able to recognize one's own or that of another. Not only is it that what I enjoy is yesterday, but perhaps, it is perhaps my yesterday, or perhaps the yesterday, already, today, of another, and in any case of another, even it is already, even if it were already another myself. My pleasure is from yesterday on, by yesterday altered, come from the other, the coming of the other. And the other would say to me, or else I would say myself to the other, as I run to death always after yesterday, yesterday will always be to come, not tomorrow, in the future, but to come, ahead, there in front, the day before yesterday. And here is Robinson comparing himself to a hunted animal, more than one hunted animal, a hare or a fox, so that, and this makes us think of Kafka from another century, his castle looks like a burrow in which he takes refuge. When I came to my castle, for so I think I called it ever after this, I ed into it like one pursued, whether I went over by the ladder as rst contrived, or went in at the hole in the rock, which I called a door, I cannot remember, no, nor could I remember the next morning, for never fright hare ed to cover, or fox to earth, with more terror of mind than I to this retreat. RC 142. You have already noticed the fact, especially if you have just reread Robinson Crusoe, that in Robinson Crusoe's solitude, loneliness, insular isolation, even after the footprint, and even, later, after the meeting with Friday, there are on this island only men and beasts, those are the only living beings. And when I say men, I mean men, not only humans but men without women and without sex. Until the last pages of the book it is a world without women and without sex, or, if you prefer, men without sexual difference and without desire, without obvious sexual concern as such. This is no doubt what explains in part the profound affect that attracts and attaches readers the world over. Readers become children again, dreaming of such a paradisiacal place in spite of all the dangers that Robinson Crusoe seems to confront and fear. As if, like in paradise, sexual difference had not yet taken place or no longer had any reason for being. Later we'll cite the moments of euphoria, Robinson's moments of extreme and declared enjoyment, Robinson who declares himself, in spite of all the difficulties, menaces, and privations, the happiest of men. This happy man never thinks, for almost 30 years, for at least 28 years, of the fact that there are women in the world. as he seems never to have thought about it before being cast ashore on the island. In any case, he never talks about it. This is the absolute unspoken aspect of these memoirs. A little as though there were some secret contract between sovereign euphoria, paradisiacal euphoria, and the absence of women, of the other as woman, even the desire of or for the other woman, the other as woman. There is nobody else. There is a sort of slave, there are some animals and nobody else. And nobody else, alone at last, that means, no woman, no more women. No trace of woman. Pas trace de femme. Because above all he never imagines for a moment that the footprint might be a feminine footprint. Il, the il, an il, him, an island isle and not them els, no woman. No trace of woman's step. Pas de trace de pas de femme. That's sovereignty, that solitary and exceptional sovereignty, slave, animal, and no woman. No desire to come along and limit sovereignty. In any case no heterosexual desire, and if there were homosexual desire, it would go, symbolically and symptomatically, via the symbolics of young slaves and beasts. Beasts you eat or that constantly threaten to eat you, the great gesture, the great phantasmatic gesta of the book, which rules its whole vocabulary, its speech, its mouth, its tongue, and its teeth, is that of eating and devouring, eating the other. That's all we ever hear about, the fear of being devoured by wild beasts or by savage cannibals, and the need to eat beasts, beasts that you hunt, that you raise or that you domesticate. Whose skin you always keep. You will have noticed on 100 occasions, those beasts, he'll have their hide. He keeps it and uses it to clothe himself, protect himself, to build, but also as an emblem of sovereignty, etc. The skin of beasts is like the origin of his technology and supremacy as a man. So there are all the animals in the world, the most ravenous, furious, venomous, poisonous beasts, but no women. No trace of woman's step. Only in the last 6 pages of the book, and as though in passing, through preterition, does Robinson mention 2 women. And in both cases, death is there waiting. The other woman is always death. In the RST case, it is an old woman to whom he had sent money and who is so grateful that she is ready to do anything for him. Now this woman is a widow, he says, my good auntie widow, RC, 279. He sees her again on his return, and she gives him the good advice not to go back to his island as he had wished. My true friend, the widow, earnestly dissuaded me from it. RC, 280. Death and the other woman. As for the other woman, his wife, she is not a widow, but he is himself a widower, since he tells us, as though in a postscript and by preterition, in one sentence, in the NAL pages that describe his return, that, upon his return, precisely, and before setting off again for what he calls his new colony in the island, in this voyage I visited my new colony in the island, saw my successors the Spaniards. RC, 281, on his return, then, and before setting off again to his new colony in the island, he tells us in passing, in 3 lines, less than a sentence, he says in passing that in passing, between his 2 voyages to the island, he got married, had 2 sons and a daughter, but that his wife died. He says nothing about her but she died, my wife dying. She doesn't die, she is dying, or rather, she dies, she is dying. In the meantime, I in part settled myself here, for RST of all I married, and that not either to my disadvantage or dissatisfaction, and had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. But my wife dying, and my nephew coming home. My inclination to go abroad, and his importunity prevailed. RC, 281. This does not stop him going on to speak of the VE women taken back to the island by his Spanish successors and of the 7 women he sent them himself, as though by mail or by cargo boat. A cargo of women like surface mail. 38. This is the last page. Besides other supplies, I sent 7 women, being such as I found proper for service, or for wives to such as would take them. As to the English men, I promised them to send them some women from England, with a good cargo of necessaries, if they would apply themselves to planting. RC 282. Now, holding main tenant in one hand main Robinson Crusoe, and keeping it in memory and in sight, we now take in the other hand Heidegger's seminar on world, finitude, and solitude, Welt, Endlichkeit, Einsamkeit, and to make a path for ourselves toward the animal, we open the book right and exactly in its middle, p. 265 out of 532 pages 179 of 366. Let us not forget the radical differences of status. We have in one hand an English book, a book of Shin that pretends to present itself as realistic and nonchalant memoirs, and in the other a book in German, a written seminar that, in another language and another country, more than 2 centuries later, in mode as heterogeneous as possible, speaks to us of world, nitude, solitude, and animals. What do we nd, in this seminar? Someone, a German, this time, who unlike the Kreuzners did not emigrate to England, who is seeking his path, the best path, his word, 100 times, Weg, among many others, at least 3, in order to ask the question of the world, was ist Welt, to question after the world, and a world in which there are stones, animals, and men, the stone, the animal, and the man. We are in the second chapter of the second part of the book or the seminar. It is called the beginning of metaphysical questioning with the question of world. The path of the investigation and its difficulties der begin de metaphysischen Frage. Gens mit der Frage nach der Welt. Der Weg der Untersuchung und seine Schwierigkeiten, h. 261/176. The gesture whereby I decide to open the book at its center is neither neutral, nor innocent, nor totally justifiable. I hope to correct that fact with you, either by returning, as I intend to, over what comes earlier, or by inviting you to do it yourselves. We can't do everything in one course. My strategic justification is a double one. On the one hand, it is from this halfway point that Heidegger explicitly and systematically broaches the question of the animal, which is our theme here. On the other hand, the gore of the path, the decision to take one path rather than others in order to present theses, and the gesture of presenting theses as such is in itself very odd in Heidegger, merits special reaction, interests us, among other things, because of what we have just identified. As Robinson's anguish about the path and the cartography to be opened, including that of the risk of a vicious circle as a hermeneutic circle that consists in retracing one's steps, in always presupposing oneself, allowing oneself to be hallucinated by the specter of one's own tracks as tracks of the other man. If, then, we open this chapter, we nd that everything in it goes by 3. From the title onward, Heidegger announces to us that in this path, Weg, we have taken, there are 3 guiding theses. 1. The stone is worldless. 2. The animal is poor in world. 3. Man is world-forming. Der Weg der Vergleichenden Betrachtung von drei leitenden Thesen, der Stein ist weltlos, das Tier ist welterm, der Mensch ist weltbildend, h. 261/176. That's the title, a path, and 3 theses. But when we begin to read the chapter, we are told that to arrive at these 3 theses, we already had to hesitate and already choose among 3 paths. Which paths? You have noticed that the 3 theses all concern the world, the question of world, Welt, the different modalities of the relation to what one calls the world, weltlos for the stone, welterm for the animal, weltbildend for man. Each time it is an attribute or participle that qualifies the world, the presence or absence of world, the having or not having a world, the world, etc. One might say that Heidegger's point is less to say something essential about the stone, the animal, or man than to say something essential about differences as to the world. The question is indeed that of the world, and the 3 theses are theses about the world, as to the world, more still than about those entities, stone, animal, and man. And it is precisely on the subject of the world, the question was ist Welt, that, even before the three theses, Heidegger envisages three paths. Indeed he writes. We begin with the RST of our three questions, it being understood, world, nitude, and solitude, that form the triple coordinated theme of the seminar. What is world? Even now we tend to take this explicit question as a freeloading question asked along the way just like any other. Wir nehmen dies ausgesprochen jetzt noch leicht als ein verschwebend, so in den Tag hinein gesprochen frage. Initially we do not know where we should look for an answer to it. Indeed, if we consider the matter more closely, we do not even know what we are asking about, or in what direction our questioning is moving. In welcher Richtung de Fragens wir uns bewegen. H. 261/176. In other words, and it's a bit like it is for the question of being, we do not know what it is, world, what being it is, and therefore in view of what we are questioning. We think we know what the world is, what we mean when we say world, and that everything is the world, everything is in the world or of the world, that there is nothing outside the world, and therefore we are unable to specify, to determine a question bearing on the world, as it would bear on this or that, on a determinable being. A question about the world is a question about everything and nothing. About everything, therefore about nothing, it's an empty question that bites the tail of its own presupposition. One knows too much and one knows nothing, of the world. On ensiet tro rein. One could stop there and thus refuse even the possibility of determining such a question, determining and specifying its meaning. Kant said of the world that it was merely a regulative idea of reason. But what interests me, what seems interesting to me here, and what remains at bottom unreacted by Heidegger, is that instead of getting paralyzed or giving up, faced with the all and nothing, the all or nothing of this empty question, faced with JENN sais tro rein, or JN sais tro rein, Heidegger makes a gesture, he decides, without thematizing the sense and necessity of this decision he takes, will have taken the decision to make the gesture that consists in determining the difficulty. Or the aporia as the gur of direction, the path to be taken. To pose and determine a question, one apparently needs to know where to go, on what path, in what direction, with what step to move along, sich bewegen, a path, weg. That such a question paralyzes us seems to mean in his eyes that, as one must move forward, that is the presupposition, as the discourse must discourse going forward, proceeding, progressing, as one must walk marcher, as it must work il faut a march, as one must go to it, one must go, precisely the question insists as a question of orientation, of direction, Richtung, on the path, weg, of moving along, sich bewegen. Where to go? In what direction should one take oneself? We are alone, immobilized on an island, and we wonder how to start walking, toward the world, that is, without going around in circles or retracing our steps. In which direction? How to orient oneself in thinking the world? One might say to parody and displace Kant's question in that extraordinary little grey text entitled Was heißt, sich im Denken orientieren? 1786. If I had not chosen to read a seminar of Heidegger's at the same time as Robinson Crusoe, I would have chosen and perhaps should have chosen to read with you, to reread this text of Kant's, closer in the age of enlightenment to Defoe, and the exercise would have been fruitful. From the very start of this text that you no doubt know or else should read and reread, Kant articulates his question as would a Robinson who was at once a seafarer, an astronomer, and a geographer, and who, left to himself, wonders how to orient himself, and what to orient oneself means. He then sets off from the etymon, i.e. the orient, and he specifies that to orient oneself in the proper sense of the word, in der eigentlichen Bedeutung des Wortes, 39 means since one always orients oneself in the world, on the basis of a given region of the world, aus einer gegebenen Weltgegend, and since there are four of them on the horizon that the point is to nd the orient, the levant, the sunrise, Aufgang. If I see, and I need to see, the sun in the sky, and if I know it is noon, I will nd the south, east, west and north. But for that to be possible, I must feel, I must have a feeling of difference in my own subject, and meanen eigenen subject. And you see that the value of property or propriety is indispensable, along with the value of the proper, to determine the proper sense of the word orient. Die eigent like Bedeutung the words, I have to refer myself to what affects the feeling, Gefühl, of my own proper subject, and meanen eigenen subject. If Kant speaks of feeling and not of concept or idea, it is because this is about the sensory experience of my own body, namely the difference between right and left. Because this difference, as you know, he shows this elsewhere, is not conceptual but sensible, and because between my right hand and my left hand there is no predicible conceptual difference, but only a sensory difference of orientation and place, and thereby of sensory irreplaceability, one cannot put one's right hand in a left-hand glove even though there is no intelligible conceptual difference, nor even an objectively describable difference between the two gloves and the two hands, merely a difference of sensory orientation. 40. And this allows Kant to posit that geographical orientation, in the world and on the earth, depends in the last analysis on no objective or objectiable datum but merely on a principle of subjective differentiation. The major interest of this text, a text that is Robinsonian in its way, since it poses the question and answers the question of orientation in the world on the basis of the situation of a solitary body proper, which at least alleges, claims to be without any objective or intersubjective reference point, deprived of any socialized technoscience, etc., which therefore alleges and claims to come forward as the pure, solitary subjectivity of the naked body proper. The major interest of the text also hangs on the moment when Kant wants to extend, erweitern, without betraying it, what he calls the sensory and subjective principle of differentiation in orientation, when he extends it, then, to everything, to mathematics, logic, to thinking in general, in particular to thinking in the shape of the rationality of reason. It is thus that he accounts for what he calls the need of reason, as elsewhere he talks of the interest of reason, the feeling of the proper need of reason, das Gefühl der Vernunft eigenen Bedürfnisses, and Kant underlines the word need, Bedürfnis, then the right of the need of reason, das Recht des Bedürfnisses der Vernunft, Kant's emphasis again. 41. What right of need? The right, I quote, to suppose and admit, voraussetzen und anzunehmen, something that it reason cannot claim to know by objective principles, and consequently to orient oneself in thought, sich im Denken zu orientieren, through its own proper need, the need of reason alone, durch ihr eigenes Bedürfnis, in the incommensurable space, that is for us full of dense shadows, of the supersensible, für uns mit dicker Nacht erfüllten der Übersinnlichen. 42. The point then, is to extend the always subjective, but sensory, principle of orientation to the right of reason, the right of the need proper to reason to orient itself in thought on the basis of a principle that is always subjective, of course, but this time carried beyond the sensory eld and into the black night of the supersensible, and thus the invisible, the metempirical. This leap into the night, the leap of right on the basis of need, is an in-night leap, an in-night extension. And if you follow the huge consequences of this, the oceanic consequences in what follows in the text that I am leaving you to read, you will see why the need of practical reason is absolutely, unconditionally privileged with respect to the need of theoretical reason, for the need of reason in its practical use is, precisely, unconditional, unbedingt. You will also see Kant dne and determine what he calls a belief of reason, and even a purely rational belief, ein reiner Vernunftglaube, and to describe this belief of reason, here too he takes what I shall call a Robinsonian tone, or at least he navigates like a sailor in the Robinsonian ocean. The point is always to orient oneself and trace one's path. A purely rational belief is the signpost Wegweiser, what shows the way or compass, oder Kompass, by means of which the speculative thinker can orient himself on his rational wanderings in the eld of supersensory objects, while the man of ordinary but, morally, healthy, moralisch gesunder, reason can use it to plan his course, seinen Weg vorzeichnen, for both theoretical and practical purposes, in complete conformity, angemessen, with the whole end of his destiny, and this same rational belief must also be made the basis of every other belief, and indeed of every revelation, Offenbarung. 43, reread without the German. Then he moves on, in the same movement, to the concept of God. You'll read it? One last return to Heidegger, and I'm done for today. In what direction? He was asking himself. Toward which path should we orient this question that is so open and indeterminate, namely, what is world? In what sense, in the sense of direction, should we orient this question that does not, itself, even indicate the direction in which we can pose it, in which we can organize ourselves and relate to it? The world is an island whose map we do not have. We are in it and we want to go toward it, and we do not know which way to turn to take our RST step. Now here he goes, it looks like a coup de theatre or a coup de force, although that is not Heidegger's tone, but I maintain that more than once he is taking decisions that are so many arbitrary coups de force or coups de theatre, so many unjustifiable decisions, that would be Heidegger's Walton. Here he goes starting to name the RST path, as the closest path, der Nachsaintweg zu einer Erstenklärung H. 261/176. What does the closest mean here? And why begin this way, with the one closest to us, as Heidegger already had done in Senuendizeit, right at the beginning, to take Dasein as point of departure and exemplary being as to which to ask the question of the meaning of being? Those are questions that will wait for us until 2003, I remind you it'll be the 22nd of January. Does solitude distance one from others? What am I saying when I say I am alone? Does it distance me or bring me closer to the other or the others? Am I coming closer or distancing myself from the others or a particular other by the simple statement that I am alone, be it a complaint, a sigh of despair, or on the contrary the sign of a complacent and narcissistic presumptuousness? And what if this statement were a strategy, the misuse of ation, a simulacrum? Would it be designed to bring the other closer or to distance him or her, to tie or untie what they call the social bond? In any case, I am certainly doing something other than when I say I am the only one. I am the only one je suis le seul means something quite different from I am alone je suis seul. And the thing would be still more complicated, to the point of dizziness, if I said I am alone and moreover I'm the only one. In truth, I am the only one to be alone, the only one to be so alone. Does saying oneself to be the only one bring one nearer, or distance one? Does saying oneself to be the only one to be alone, so alone bring the other in the world closer or make them more distant? Does it build or destroy the social bond? To begin to reply to these questions or even to elaborate them as questions, we would need to begin by agreeing as to what coming closer or distancing mean. What is proximity? The proximity of the close? The proximity of the close is not, for its part, necessarily close. Such and such a thing, such and such a country, such and such a person might be close or distant, but the essence or the meaning of the close as such, the proximity of the close as close, and appearing as such, is not necessarily close. At least not in the same sense. It might be distant, even inaccessible. And conversely, the distance of the distant, being distant can be close and undistance itself by appearing to us as such. These are, in any case, questions of meaning, of the essence, of the as such of the appearing of meaning that we will come across again during our readings and our discussions of Heidegger's great meditation on the animal said to be poor in world, Welterm, to the extent that the animal is precisely supposed to be deprived of the as such, als solk, one of what, according to Heidegger, can appear to us as Dasein, as such, als, two in a structure of the as such, in an experience of the relation to the as such, das als Struktur. Als Beziehung. In what Heidegger calls the Benommenheit of the animal, translated, but we shall see that the translation is difficult and carries the whole weight of the reading as Benomment or captivation, in its Benommenheit, well, The animal dened by this Phänomenheit has, then, the possibility of relating to the entity as such removed from it, the possibility of perceiving as such what it perceives or relating to the entity and to the world as such, in its opening and being manifest, in manifestation. Or manifestness, in the opening of what is manifest to it. 3. We parted last time on a question precisely about what Heidegger meant by the closest, in the choice of the closest path, by which he proposed to begin his questioning and his mode of questioning. What does close mean? And why this privilege of the close, of the closer to us that we were already recognizing in the choice of methodological approach that Heidegger had already made, a few years before this 1929-30 seminar, in Senuendizeit, 1927, when he privileged for Dasein, the analytic of Dasein as the analytic of the exemplary being for the question of being because it is closest to us, as questioning beings, the closest, the absolutely close to us who are asking the question of being or are not indifferent to our being, etc. So how is it with this enigmatic proximity that becomes the principle of orientation of thought? That is the question we left suspended at the end of the last session. We are going to approach this question in our turn, but without hesitating to make quite a long detour before returning, taking our distances to retrace our steps. All the while remaining aware of this possibility of taking one's distance in order to retrace one's steps. What kind of space are we dealing with, what gur or structure of space, and time, and what kind of path is it when it turns out that the more one takes one's distance from the starting point, the closer one gets to it, the more distance one takes from the origin the closer gets to it? So where are we going to start out from again and for what journey? I propose, so as not to give in too much to boredom, but in order not to it either boredom always running the risk of being ed or being itself I propose to start out this time from boredom, precisely, which is one of the great themes of the 1929-30 seminar. What is boredom? Did Robinson get bored? Was he not too captivated by various urgencies to get bored? The least one can say is that no, this man did not get bored, he had no time to get bored. And if he never got bored on his island, that is basically, and this is confirmed by many passages we have read and will still read, because he loved his island, he desired the island that he appropriated for himself at any price, over which he declared more and more often that he was reigning as a sovereign, like a sovereign, even if it was full of dangers, or mortal threats, etc. Why does one love islands? Why does one not love islands? Why do some people love islands while others do not love islands, some people dreaming of them, seeking them out, inhabiting them, taking refuge on them, and others avoiding them, even eyeing them instead of taking refuge on them? But eyeing them, as much as taking refuge on them, presupposes a movement of it. One cannot dissociate the gur of the island from the experience of it. For example, one can long for the island as for a distant refuge to which one could humanity for a chosen exile. At the end of the fifth walk in the Reveries of a Solitary Walker, Rousseau, that man of the island, admirer of Robinson, author of a project for a constitution for Corsica, whose situation he emphasizes, the advantageous situation of the island of Corsica, Rousseau also longs for the island of Saint Pierre on Lake Bienne. Why can I not niche my days on that beloved island and never leave it, never see any inhabitant of the continent who would remind me of the calamities of all sorts that they have delighted in piling on me for so many years? They would soon be forgotten forever, no doubt they will not forget me the same way, but what matter to me so long as they would have no way to come and trouble my repose? 6. Note RST, to remember it later, that at the beginning of this walk, Rousseau uses the word alone soul and the symptom the only le soul in a way that will not fail to interest us. He doesn't just say that he likes to be alone, that he loves and chooses solitude or loneliness, a theme of Heidegger's seminar, World, Finitude, Solitude, Einsamkeit. He does not say only that he loves the solitude or loneliness of the solitary walker who happens to be alone. No, Rousseau also says, and this is something else, that he really is alone in this situation, and therefore the one and only, the singular, as singular moreover as the island of Saint Pierre itself, as alone and exceptional as the situation, the site of the island of Saint Pierre. Here's what he says, with an extraordinary subtlety, with a non-sophistical sophistication of vocabulary, at the beginning of the same fifth walk, at the moment he is singing of his happiness on the island, and of the island's charms, yet it is agreeable and singularly situated. I emphasize singularly, the island itself is isolated, not merely isolated, insularized as an island and like all islands, but isolated and alone of its type among islands by reason of its place, its site, and therefore also its topogeographical environment. It is singularly situated for the happiness of a man who likes to circumscribe himself and thus to isolate himself, for although I am the only one in the world to have a destiny that has made a law of it for him, so the only one for whom the solitude that he loves has also been imposed on him by a law that thus makes him alone twice over, alone not only by taste but alone by sanction. I cannot believe that I am alone in having such a natural taste, although I have so far found it in no one else. 7. Admire the complexity of this argumentation. Not only am I alone, solitary, etc., but I am alone, the only one, therefore unique, irreplaceable, almost the chosen one, for whom this solitude that I love naturally, solitary as I am by nature, has been imposed like a law. And even if I cannot believe that I am alone in having this innate, natural love of solitude, until now I have met no other with whom to share it. So I naturally love solitude, but they have also made it, against me, a law imposed. For me alone they have transformed nature into law, physis into nomos, as it were. But even if I indeed it hard to believe, I am alone in having this natural taste for solitude, since I have met no one to share it with me. So I am alone soul, I naturally love solitude, and I am alone le soul in having solitude both by nature and by law. This solitude is therefore so essential, so profound, so abyssal that it denies me in my absolute ipseity or in the unique destiny of my ipseity. I am alone in being so alone, and alone in naturally loving being alone. But you can see that, as I was suggesting at the outset, that being alone and being the only one, even being the only one to be so alone, or alone in liking being alone, are not exactly the same thing, even if the two meanings and the two syntaxes, soul and le soul, receive the hospitality of one and the same soul et mean word, and even if the sameness of the word as a homonym with two meanings does not come about only by chance alone. It is not by chance that two meanings as different as I am alone, in the sense of solitude, and I am alone, in the sense of exception, singularity, unicity, election, and irreplaceability, often, moreover, the features of sovereignty, here lodge in the same word, in the same adjective, in different grammars in which the epithet alone seems to begin to substantify itself or nominalize itself as alone, the only one. What is more, in this same text, in the 7th of the Reveries, Rousseau draws pride from his situation as refugee who, in his very id, becomes the discoverer, the conqueror, and the sovereign of his island, and transforms his exile into an empire. The island of Saint Pierre becomes the America colonized by this new Columbus, by what he calls another Columbus. 8. I began to dream more at ease, thinking that I was there in a refuge unknown to the entire universe, from which my persecutors would not dig me up. 9. I pause for a moment on this strange gore, for reasons that will become clearer to us later when we come back to Robinson. My persecutors will not dig me up, says Rousseau. So they will not succeed in following me, nor ending me in and on this land, in the hole that is this island where I am, on this land, as if buried alive, where I am lucky enough, and bless the luck I have, to be as though buried alive. I began to dream more at ease, thinking that I was there in a refuge unknown to the entire universe, from which my persecutors would not dig me up. A movement of pride soon became mixed with this reverie. I compared myself to those great voyagers who discover a desert island, and I said to myself complacently, no doubt I am the RST mortal who has come this far. I looked upon myself almost as another Columbus. 10. Read what follows. When he discovers a stocking factory, it's quite funny. In the Reveries, Rousseau does not name Robinson, but in the Confessions, Book 12, when he recounts at length his exile as a persecuted refugee on the island of Saint Pierre, his enjoyments or his ecstasies as a botanist, and when he dreams that the lake is an ocean, he names Robinson and compares himself to another Robinson. This time it is not Robinson as politico-pedagogical model, praise for which we have seen in Emile, the social contractee, or the second discourse, but another Robinson, the imaginary Robinson who builds his dwelling. And to build like another Robinson an imaginary dwelling on this little island. 11 In the second dialogue of Rousseau Jacques de Jean-Jacques, another Robinson, yet another, a sort of literal reference to Robinson, to the Robinson novel consists in an interesting upping of the ante that pushes Rousseau to say that Jean-Jacques is at bottom more Robinsonian than Robinson because he loves solitude and living alone so much that he would not even have suffered as did Robinson from his insularity. J.J. has not always ed other men, but he has always loved solitude. He was happy with the friends he thought he had. But he was happier still with himself. He cherished their society, but sometimes he needed to be on his own, and perhaps he would have liked even better always living alone than always living with them. 12 His J.J.'s affection for the Robinson novel made me conclude that he would not have thought himself as unhappy as Robinson did, con Ned to his desert island. 13 So Jean-Jacques, if not Rousseau, the persecuted Rousseau, would have been a happy Robinson, happier than Defoe's real imaginary Robinson. Strange Robinsonian upping of the ante which basically invokes the deep, essential, and unique desire of the singular ipseity of someone who at bottom only loves and rediscovers himself in solitude and who, at bottom, bores himself in society when he is not bored. 14 Or persecuted by that same society. This Robinsonian upping of the ante takes another turn in the same dialogue, a turn that, as it were, exasperates the Robinsonian and insularoid metaphor, in that this is why I use the word exasperation. Rousseau says both that he is more alone than Robinson and more alone even in Paris than Robinson on his island. I also speak of exacerbation and exasperation because here we are dealing with the isolation of a persecuted man in the middle of the city, and the question becomes for us no longer merely what is an island, but what is a city, and what is an island in a city when it is not the Ile de la Cite or the Ile St. Louis, but the island on which someone is isolated, insularized in the middle of the city, by reason of an imposed or chosen isolation. 15 And you will see that the supplementary turn of the exasperated Robinsonian metaphor is going to be the more singular in that the one who claims to be in, I quote, a unique position, and thus alone in being alone in this way, claims to be unique in the sense that he pushes a certain perversity in favoring the perversion of the others, the persecutors, to the point of voluntarily cooperating with them and choosing to isolate himself in the solitude his persecutors want to impose on him. As for them, they are sadistic, but as for him, he is masochistic, as the other guy would say. 4. Subjected thus to a mechanism, a machine, a compulsive and repetitive automatism of auto-persecutory perversion that turns against the self, the aggression come from enemies with whom he cannot fail to identify. He helps his persecutors to insularize him in the middle of the city, he prefers this persecution, he gives way to it, he persecutes himself as though he were his own destroyer, he destroys his own protections, as though he were moved by an autoimmune mechanism. He delivers himself, in himself, by himself, to his enemies or his persecutors. He attacks his own himself, his self-sameness, his same, his ipseity, by himself cultivating the imposed insularity. Rousseau appropriates the supposed perversion of the other, he internalizes it and out-anks it in advance to ensure his sovereign mastery over it at the very spot where this perversion threatens to destroy his sovereign ipseity. 16 Let me read from the second dialogue. I saw him JJ in a unique, I emphasize unique, he is alone in living this solitude and loving it in this way, in electing it when he is elected or constrained to it, an almost incredible position, more alone in the middle of Paris than Robinson on his island, and sequestered away from the commerce of men by the very crowd pressing around him to stop him bonding with anyone, unbound bond of social unbinding, etc. Comment. 17 I have seen him cooperate voluntarily with his persecutors to make himself more and more isolated, and while they were working without respite to keep him separate from other men, to take more and more distance from the others and themselves. 18 Take his distance, he says, and if you read what follows, which is, as always, gripping, you will see this distancing. We're going to be talking about this more in a moment. With Heidegger, get complicated and return twice at least, on the same page, 826, with the double syntagma of the transitive and the reexive, distance them, distance oneself from them. What is the difference? For there is a difference, between distancing the others and distancing oneself from them. For his part he would like to distance them, says Rousseau, speaking of JJ, or rather distance himself from them because their evil nature, their duplicity, etc. And further on, you ask me, he would say, why I men? Ask them themselves, they know even better than I. 19. What is one ing when one distances oneself, takes refuge or goes into exile, like a refugee or one exiled on an island? What is one ing when one to an island? Or conversely when one from the island? And is there not, sometimes, in the same person, in the same desire, a murky concurrence and a strange simultaneity, when it comes to the insularity of the island, between attraction and repulsion, between insularophilia and insularophobia? What must a sort of essence of the island be or signify, if there is an essence, to provoke this double contradictory movement of attraction and allergy? Of course it has to do with a certain experience of solitude that is often understood as isolating, isolation, insularity. Let us not forget that the Heidegger seminar from which we shall select the part concerning the animal poor in world is a seminar on the world, of course, but also, at great length, a seminar on nitude and especially what links solitude, Einsamkeit, about which he speaks directly rather little, to boredom, Langweil, to getting bored Onweer, das sich langweilen, and more precisely to the depth, the becoming deep of the experience of this getting bored, a word or verb that in German more than in French or English implies a temporal dimension, a long interval or duration of time. Langweil, therefore a temporalization which is at the heart of the analysis whereby Heidegger refers boredom to the temporalization of Dasein, and more precisely, and this is one of the many interesting things about this analysis which is also, in a sense that is trying to be profound, historical, of Dasein today, the contemporary Dasein. The animal poor in world, in its Benommenheit, in its Dasein less being captivated, supposedly does not get bored in this deep sense, not even in the sense that, for reason of other preoccupations, Robinson did not get bored either, on his island, and that would be one of our questions. We won't have time to read together this very rich Heideggerian analysis of boredom, do so yourselves, an analysis that precedes the developments on the question of the world and, in it, of the so-called animal realm. But so as to offer you a concrete image of the style of highly illustrated phenomenological description that Heidegger, rather unusually for him, Heidegger the professor, sometimes goes in for, I'd like at least to amuse you before I get started read you a passage. This passage precedes the moment when Heidegger, who wants to distinguish between becoming bored by and being bored with, which interests him more, proposes to bring out the difference between these two boredoms in order to grasp what he calls the direction of a deeper becoming of boredom, and this is indeed again, already, a question of direction and orientation of the philosophical question, Die Richtung des Vierwerdens, 25, Heidegger's emphasis. This depth ought to point out the way, it is again, already, this question of the path, of orientation and direction that we were talking about last time, the path toward originary boredom, den Weg zur ursprünglichen Langweil. This passage I'm picking, while asking you to read what precedes and follows, is found in the previous paragraph, 24. Read and comment. We shall attempt to end such a case, and indeed once again, as in the RST instance, to end one that is distinctly everyday, accessible to everybody and almost inconspicuous. We have been invited out somewhere for the evening. We do not need to go along. Still, we have been tense all day, and we have time in the evening. So we go along. There we end the usual food and the usual table conversation. Everything is not only very tasty, but tasteful as well. Afterward people sit together having a lively discussion, as they say, perhaps listening to music, having a chat, and things are witty and amusing. And already it is time to leave. The ladies assure us, die Damon versichern, not merely when leaving, but downstairs and outside too as we gather to leave, that it really was very nice, or that it was terribly charming, es war furchtbar reisend. Indeed. There is nothing at all to be found that might have been boring about this evening, neither the conversation, nor the people, nor the rooms. Thus we come home quite satisfied. We cast a quick glance at the work we interrupted that evening, make a rough assessment of things and look ahead to the next day, and then it comes, I was bored after all this evening, on the occasion of this invitation. Yet how so? With the best will in the world we can undo nothing that could have bored us there. And yet I myself was bored. With what, then? I myself did I then bore myself selbst gelangweilt? Was I what was boring for myself das Langweilige? Yet we recall quite clearly that not only was there nothing boring, but I was not at all occupied with myself either, not for a moment. I was not occupied with myself in any kind of pensive reaction that would have been the precondition for such boredom. On the contrary, I was totally involved in and part of the conversation and everything else. Indeed, we do not even say that I was bored with myself, ich have mich bei mir gelangweilt, but that I was bored with the evening sondern bei der Einladung. Or is perhaps all this subsequent talk that I was bored after all merely an illusion that arises from an ensuing bad mood over the fact that I have now sacré said and lost this evening? No, it is quite clear that we were bored, even though it was all so pleasant. Or perhaps it was the pleasantness des Nettigkeit of the evening with which we were bored. Yet when we talk in this way, have we not made an unfair judgment? Is this not ultimately the kind of conduct which only a very blasé person could indulge in, someone who is used to seeing everything in advance in this peculiar light of being fundamentally bored, someone who, due to this peculiar way of being bored in the face of everything, has in advance a dissatisfied, disapproving attitude toward everything everywhere? Yet, we are not now asking whether it was justy-ed or unjusty-ed for us to be bored, nor whether the boredom now at issue can be traced back, in its factical development and whatever provoked it, to a tired, blasé attitude or to something else. We are asking what properly belongs to this having been bored with the evening as we have depicted it, and how this form of being bored with is to be distinguished from the RST form, from becoming bored by. In the specie situation of the railway station. 20. Read what follows, you'll see that it's very funny. He talks about yawning. We even had to hide our yawning, and it was inappropriate to drum our engers on the tabletop. The yawning and the wanting to drum our engers were a airing up, as it were, of the kind of passing the time that we are acquainted with, in which we somehow seek to occupy ourselves. We resort to these attempts from time to time. Just as we are on the verge of playing with our watch chain or a button, cigars are passed around again. We have already let them pass by once, but now we take a cigar. We are not getting sleepy, and yet we smoke, not to become more sleepy, nor to be stimulated by the nicotine, but because smoking itself is a socially ideal way of passing the time. H. 165, 69/109, 12, 21. The relation is pretty clear between boredom and solitude, and these premises of an analysis of originary and profound boredom, of what Heidegger will call the abandonment of our own ipseity, our own selbst. Further on, at the end of, Heidegger will wonder what happens, in boredom, when our own selbst which is known to us, unser eigen selbst ist uns aber durchbekannt, is abandoned and nds itself left hanging, indeterminate and unknown in boredom. For after having noted that unser eigen selbst ist uns aber durchbekannt, H. 184/122, and that we can unquestionably, fraglo, determine it in this way or that, Heidegger resorts to the value of proximity in what is not merely a feigned question, a rhetorical question. 22. He wonders what could be closer to us than our own selves. Ourselves, oneself, ipsiety, was Kant uns nahe sen als unser eigens selbst. And the question that follows then is, to what extent is our own selbst, our own self left behind and left standing in the fact of being bored with something, and, as standing, indeterminate and unfamiliar, so that it oppresses us as something strange and ungraspable? Inwiefern ist unser Selbst im sich langweilen bei Zurich und stehend lassen und als solches stehens unbestimmt und unbekannt, so dass es als dieses merkwürdig unfasslich uns bedrängt. And further on he will speak of a state of being left empty, leer Glassenheit, h. 185/122. This supposed proximity, the supposed proximity of oneself to oneself raises, like every evaluation of the near and the far, the question of orientation. Basically, in the Kant text to which we devoted some reaction last time, what is orientation in thinking, the axiom of subjectivity, sensible then insensible, as 0 point of orientation that prevents me from confusing my right and my left, whereas there is no conceptual, objective and intelligible difference between a right-hand glove and a left-hand glove. This principle of the 0 point of subjectivity is not, formally at least, very different, very distant. That proximity to self of the selbst that Heidegger talks about and seems to presuppose. 23. So one must indeed orient oneself. What is it to orient oneself? What is it to orient oneself in thinking? We were asking ourselves at the turn of last year, and what is the history of this question, some of whose turns and detours, some of whose epochs, we followed in Defoe, Kant, and Heidegger, it being understood that the question of the orient and of orientation can only arise and be posed, as such, in a place and at a moment of disorientation in the epochal experience of a loss or a suspension of all certainty as to the movement, Bewegung, or as to the path, Weg, on the ground of an earth, or on the waters of the sea, in other words, when the walker or the geographer, the geologist, the seafarer, have lost their way or, as we also say, perdu le nord. 24. For when one knows where to go, this very knowledge suspends the question and all indecision, even all undecidability. This is good sense itself. This is the very sense of sense as sense and of sense as direction. The same holds when, in order to orient oneself, one is able to distinguish the near from the far. What is the near? We were asking ourselves at the end of the last session, reading Heidegger when, to break an indecision as to the path to follow for the world, to pose the question of the world, he answered by saying let's choose the nearest path, the RST path, namely, so he said, the closest path for a RST elucidation, der Nachsaintweg zu einer ersten Klärung, h. 261/176, Heidegger's emphasis. But beyond the fact that Heidegger subsequently never stopped complicating the approach to proximity, by showing that the proximity of the near was far, and that Entfernung, distance, distancing, was also a distancing, Entfernung, that undid and therefore reduced distance. 25. One can, without going that far today, wonder how these paradoxes work on an island or in a circular movement in which the step that distances us from our starting point is also the step that brings us closer to it, the step that seems farthest from my starting point, on an island where one goes around in circles, like a wheel, like the rotation or rather the wheeling of a wheel, can also be closest to it. My last footstep always might coincide with my RST. That is the law of the island and the law of the wheel, or more precisely of the gearing, the systematic set that holds together the wheels of the machine, of which a clock would be only one example. Now you have perhaps noticed that on his island, Robinson had some problems with the wheel. I'll go so far as to say that he had crucial problems with the wheel. The wheel was his cross, if one can thus cross or encircle these two gears together. 26. This is as much as to say that Robinson had problems with the circle, with the cycloid, and thus with the return onto itself of the will and the road, and not only with the risk of retracing his steps and of taking to be his the footprint traced upon that, you remember, plunges him into a terri-ed meditation or speculation. He risks taking, as he says to himself, the footprint for that of another when it is perhaps his own, and he perhaps went that way already himself, like another whose revenant he would be at the moment he is worrying about that footprint. Why recall the will and this compulsive exposure to the return of the revenant, to the question come venue from the revenant? Before returning to these questions, I am going to look more closely at these allusions to the will, to which I suppose that readers of Robinson Crusoe tend in general not to pay much attention, as one of the numerous technical details mentioned in passing in the life of a Robinson obsessively busy reinventing technology and forging for himself, like in the beginning, on his island, which is also encircled by seas and oceans, and on which the risks of retracing one's steps are greater than elsewhere, of a Robinson busy, 27 than forging for himself, providing for himself as though for the rst time in the historical cycle of humanity, I would not even say of hominization. For there existed human civilizations without the will, Amerindian civilizations for example, providing for himself tools and instruments that were already available, as was the will, in the world he left behind. As you know, in the history of mankind the will was a dramatic mutation, an extraordinary invention that was extraordinarily difficult to conceive and to bring about, and as soon as this allows one to describe, as one also describes a movement, for it is not enough to describe a circle, to inscribe a circle as a geometer would write one on the sand, in order to invent a will as technical prosthesis and material apparatus in the world, a machine capable of describing a movement by carrying it out, here by turning around an axle, as soon, then, as the will describes the circular return upon itself around an immobile axis, it becomes a sort of incorporated gural possibility, a metaphora. Metaphora in Greek means vehicle, even automobile, autobus, for all bodily movements as physical movements of return to self, autodictics, autonomous but physical and corporeal movements of auto-reference, and therefore more than the mirror and specularity in general. More than theoretical reaction which consists merely in seeing one's own image. This metaphora carries or transports the dream of being oneself, in displacement, of displacing oneself while remaining oneself, of being one's own rotation around oneself, of pulling the body and the incorporated relation to oneself, in the world, toward the return to self around a relatively immobile axis of identity, not absolutely immobile, for the axis, the axle, the hub moves too, but immobile with respect to the circle of the will itself which turns around it. The will is neither the mirror nor simply the circle nor even the turning circle, a fallen tree trunk upon which stones were rolled, for example stones for a pyramid, is not a will. It lacks the axis that is both relatively mobile, and relatively immobile. The metaphora of this extraordinary apparatus is a gur, the turn of a trope that constructs and instructs in the relation to self, in the autonomy of ipseity, the possibility for unheard of chances and threats, of automobility, but also, by the same token, of that threatening auto-affection that is called autoimmunity in general. What I call iterability, which repeats the same while displacing or altering it, is all at once a resource, a decisive power, and a catastrophe of repetition or reproduction. In this logic of iterability are found the resources both to cast into doubt oppositions of the type physis/techne, and therefore also physis/nomos, physis/thesis, and to begin to analyze, in a different domain, all the phantasmatics, all the ideologies or metaphysics that today encumber so many discourses on cloning, discourses both for and against cloning. Klon is moreover, in Greek, like klonos in Latin, a phenomenon of physis like that young sprout or that, primarily vegetable, growth. That parthenogenetic emergence we talked about when we were marking the fact that, before allowing itself to be opposed as nature or natural or biological life to its others, the extension of physis included all its others. There again, it appears symptomatic that Heidegger does not speak of the plant, not directly, not actively, for it seems to me that although he mentions it of course, he does not take it as seriously, qua life, as he does animality. I always think of the ranunculus la ranuncule, clanos in Latin, a marsh or aquatic otter whose name comes from ranunculus, little frog or froglet. Little by little, stage by stage, and I do not believe this has often been noticed, Robinson does his apprenticeship in this original rotational technique. Of course, just as he has a certain knowledge of what an island is before being thus insularized on the island of despair, he already knows in principle when he arrives on the island what a will is, because he has seen and used wheels in the culture from which he comes. But this is where technology is not to be reduced to a theoretical knowledge or to the efficient use one may make of an instrument. We all have the experience of often knowing how to make efficient use of an instrument, for example an automobile, a telephone, or a computer, without knowing how it works, without even knowing theoretically and in a very general way the law of its functioning, without being technically capable of building or even of repairing the instrument. This is, moreover, where the so-called comparative analysis of the abilities and technical powers of what is called the animal and what is called the human becomes terribly complicated and makes many people say many stupid things bêtises. This is also one of the problems that of technology and work that Heidegger does not address in his treatment of the animal poor in world, or so it seems to me, and I say so here still under the reserve of a supplementary reading, but we'll come back to this. So Robinson knows in principle what a will is, he has seen wheels, he has used them in Europe, but he does not know, not at all, at the beginning, on his arrival on the island, how to make a wheel. 28 He notices that on his island he is wanting a wheeled vehicle, a wheelbarrow, which, in abbreviated English, is called a barrow. This word also designates a stretcher, a chariot, a gurney, but more precisely a wheelbarrow. As to a wheelbarrow, I fancied I could make all but the wheel, but that I had no notion of, neither did I know how to go about it, besides I had no possible way to make the iron gudgeons for the spindle or axis of the wheel to run in, so I gave it over. RC 69. But later, and this is the story we would need to follow closely, after also having encountered difficulties with the hooping, for example of a cask, RC 72, after having planned to build himself a wall of stakes and cables in a circle, RC 77, but these are not wheels and it's a big moment, he manages to provide himself with a wheel, not a wheel for a vehicle of transport, but a wheel like a potter's wheel or a grindstone, a wheel turned by his foot, to be used to sharpen cutting instruments, axes and hatchets that he needed just as much to defend himself against the beasts, and to kill them, as to protect himself against nature by building himself an earthquake-safe 29 dwelling. For the idea of this wheel comes to him after an earthquake that almost swallows him up. You need to know or remember, as you must have noticed, that Robinson Crusoe's fundamental fear, the fundamental, foundational fear, the basic fear per defend from which all other fears are derived and around which everything is organized, is the fear of going to the bottom au fond, precisely, of being swallowed up alive, as he has said just before the invention of the grinder's wheel, the will to sharpen axes, weapons, and tools. He is afraid of being swallowed up or buried alive. The expression comes back twice, RC 75 to 76, thus of sinking alive to the bottom, of sinking and being dragged down to the depths, as much because of an earthquake as because of wild or savage beasts, or even because of human cannibals. He is afraid of dying a living death mort vivant by being swallowed or devoured into the deep belly of the earth or the sea or some living creature, some living animal. That is the great phantasm. 30 The fundamental phantasm or the phantasm of the fundamental, he can think only of being eaten and drunk. 31 By the other, he thinks of it as a threat, but with such compulsion that one wonders if the threat is not also nurtured like a promise, and therefore a desire. Next time we won't have time today, we'll look directly at all the phantasmatic resources of this strange terror, this singular 32 desire, to be swallowed alive, to be buried alive. 33 It is, moreover, the terror of being buried alive that inspires his RST prayer, in truth a still irreligious prayer, a prayer before prayer, the precursory plaintive breath of a distress call which, during the earthquake that threatens to bury him alive, is not yet truly and religiously addressed to God, to the other as God. It is a cry that is almost automatic, irrepressible, machine-like, mechanical, like a mainspring calling for help from the depths of panic and absolute terror. God is here, apparently, merely that other who would save the life of the child threatened with being carried off, eaten alive in the deepest entrails of the earth. It would be interesting to follow, through the whole book, the apprenticeship of prayer, and to read the whole of Robinson Crusoe as a book of prayer, as an experience of learning how to pray. We would also need to make a parallel, more audaciously, I only point out the premises here, between on the one hand, this story of the apprenticeship of prayer, of this invention of prayer reinvented and, on the other hand, the invention or the reinvention of the will or of gearing as an apparatus we can describe as auto-effective. The will turns on its own tout seul. The machine is what works on its own by turning on itself. 34 In both cases, the invention would always be a repetition, a reinvention, on the island, a second origin, a second genesis of the world itself, and of technology. But in both cases we would also be dealing with an autonomization, an automatization in which the pure spontaneity of movement 35 can no longer be distinguished from a mechanization, a progress in the mechanization of an apparatus that moves by itself, automatically, on its own, 36 toward itself at the moment it travels toward the other, 37 for the other, in the view of the other, elsewhere and far away. We would end again here the problematic of the automate that we unfolded a little last year, and articulated with the problematic of political sovereignty, especially reading Celan's Meridian and Valerie's Monsieur test. 38 For this mechanizing and automatizing autonomization both auto and hetero-effective is not without relation, at least an analogical relation, with what is called sovereignty, or at least with the power of its phantasm, with the phantasm itself, with power as phantasm, with the force of the phantasm that imposes the same on the other, with an unconditional all-powerful self-determination. The nearest and the farthest, the same and the other, touch each other and come into contact in the circle, on the island, in the return, in the will and in the prayer. Everything happens as though, on this fictional island, Robinson Crusoe were reinventing sovereignty, technology, tools, the machine, the becoming machine of the tool, and prayer, God, true religion. This insular experience, this vision of the island where everything has to be reinvented, like at the origin of the world, at the origin of the universe itself, and of the universalization of the universe, would seem to answer, while perhaps perverting it, to Bergson's famous formula, at the end of the two sources of morality and religion, which concludes with this definition of the universe, or more precisely, more literally, with the function of the universe and the universality of the universal. 39 A machine to make gods. 40 There is supposedly a function of the universe, says Bergson, who indeed speaks here of a function, and this function, this functioning is never far from a technical or mechanical invention, or even from machining. The universe is a function destined to make something, here to make gods, a machine to make gods, says Bergson, gods who are like the machined products of this function. When the earthquake happens, Robinson, terrorized by the earth terror itself, terrored by the earth and by the possible interring of his living life, has a presentiment of prayer and God and religion, but is not yet there. He even blames himself, in the present of his memory, of not having had at that time, of not yet having had any serious thought about religion. Let's listen to him. I had not heart enough to go over my wall again, for fear of being buried alive, but sat still upon the ground, greatly cast down and disconsolate, not knowing what to do. All this while I had not the least serious religious thought, nothing but the common, Lord ha' mercy upon me, and when it was over, that went away too. RC 75, in other words, this RST non serious reinvention of religion was already a repetition, since, before being cast ashore, he already knew how to pray, and he was, like Defoe, a man of religion, and moreover, this repetition or the simulacrum of mechanical reinvention does not last. He had forgotten the religion of his childhood on his island and he must reinvent it. He then immediately forgets this beginning of a reinvention as soon as he is reassured. This inchoate, mechanical, and not very serious prayer lasts only the time of fear between two forgettings, RC 75. The earthquake along with this inauthentic and mechanical prayer, all that happens in April. Well, in June, after having invented a certain will, I'm coming to that in a moment, he falls ill, and declares that then he no longer knew what to say. I knew not what to say. He cries again, Lord look upon me, Lord pity me, Lord have mercy upon me, RC 81, but later, during the same illness, while feverish, his dormant conscience awakens, remorse invades him, he wonders if God is not punishing him for his perversity by insisting on him cruel and unusual punishments. Then his conscience drags from him words which, he says, resembled a prayer addressed to God. After comparing himself to a poor suffering beast, to an unfortunate dog, and born to be always miserable, RC 83, these reactions in which fever and remorse combine extorted some words from me, like praying to God, RC 84, Derrida's emphasis. He admits that it was not a real prayer attended with desires or with hopes, RC 84, but rather the voice of mere fright and distress, RC 84. This simulacrum of a complaint moves him and makes him weep without however one knowing if the abundant tears are shed on his own account rather than being a true religious deploration. In any case, after another meditation on his sins, especially on the words of his father who had warned him and announced divine justice, as though passing from the words of his father to God the Father himself, he nds the accent of a true prayer, the RST authentic prayer, worthy of the name, Lord be my help, for I am in great distress. This was the RST prayer, if I may call it so, that I had made for many years, RC 85. He had, then, already prayed in his earlier life, then unlearned and forgotten. He relearns, he reinvents on the basis of a new origin, and even then, and if I may call it so, marks the precariousness or the uncertainty of the experience and its name. Is the prayer of June 28 the true prayer? About 1 week later, July 4, we now get the truly true prayer. It is no doubt not insignificant that this coincides with the resolution to read every morning and every evening from the New Testament. After a certain time, Robinson feels profoundly and sincerely contrite about the wickedness of his past life. In this way, all of Robinson Crusoe can be read as a confession book, as confessions, in the tradition of Augustine or Rousseau. It is as if Robinson Crusoe retired to an island as an anchorite, an island that would be a human desert, or even a convent or a monastery, a place of retreat, as though he were landing on an island in order to recount his sins, his past failures, his crashes or shipwrecks ses. Equemens ouses ecoages, his defeats and his failings, and to prepare for pardon, reconciliation, and redemption, salvation. To recover an authentic and appropriate relation to himself, Robinson Crusoe confesses his sins by recounting his life. Dreams can rm him in the movement of repentance, and he nds textual support for them in the Acts of the Apostles, and cries out, Jesus, thou Son of David, Jesus, thou exalted Prince and Saviour, give me repentance. RC 90. 41. This is as much a conversion as a more authentic reconversion to his old faith, a rebirth, a resurrection whose call, vocation or convocation do not come solely or directly from a universal or a historical natural God, but from a Christian incarnate God, from Jesus come to sacrifice himself and save the sinner. And this also passes via the reading of the text of the Bible that he has with him, and that I told you that Defoe, for fear of papist violence, is supposed one day to have learned by heart. But although this reconversion, this resurrection, is a repetition, it nonetheless presents itself as an absolute RST time, the RST time in his life, the one and only RST time in his life. The text is clear, univocal, and insistent. This is not only the RST time on the island, but the RST time in his life that Robinson Crusoe has prayed, and as a result this whole story of insular experience, which might look like an ideal orative repetition of the origin, in fact presents itself as the true and sole RST time, the RST act of Christian faith, the RST experience of prayer, of addressing God in the person of his Son, the RST confession of the Christian sinner praying for his salvation and redemption. And not only is he praying for the RST time in his life, but he discovers for the RST time in his life the true meaning of the word prayer, as if in the Christian religions people did not yet pray or did not yet know the meaning of the word pray. This was the RST time that I could say, in the true sense of the words, that I prayed in all my life, for now I prayed with a sense of my condition, understand that of a sinner, and with a true scripture view of hope founded on the encouragement of the Word of God, and from this time, I may say, I began to have hope that God would hear me. RC 90. In other words, the true sense of the word prayer is the true sense of the word because it is founded on scripture, i.e. divine words, the word of God. God gave me his word and by the same token has given me the true sense of the word prayer, he has given its truth to the word prayer, and this passes through the text that keeps and attests to this word. The true sense of the word, of the speech of prayer, presupposes the truth of the divine word as it is recorded in the New Testament. Elsewhere, before it or outside it, there is neither any given word, nor a true sense of the word, nor authentic prayer. That is what the experience of the island teaches Robinson. In any case, in the interval after an earthquake, RC 77, that can recall biblical earthquakes, for example in the Book of Kings where the point is to hear God's still small voice 42, in the interval, after the earthquake and before these prayers, Robinson had invented the wheel, he had reinvented a wheel, but this time the sharpening wheel. And the two features to which I draw your attention are that on the one hand Robinson is aware in this case of inventing absolutely, of inaugurating without inheriting, because he says he never saw that before in England, which was not the case for the wheelbarrow, and on the other hand, he is compulsively driven to compare this invention of the wheel to a major political exploit. And when I say major, I mean sovereign, majestic, i.e. grand with that majestas that in Latin meant sovereignty. I believe there are good reasons to think that this political analogy is neither insignificant nor fortuitous. We are indeed talking about an act of sovereignty and a question of life or death when a living being invents all alone, by himself, a technique, a machine designed to ensure his survival, to decide as to his life and his death, to avoid being swallowed alive. Listen to Robinson, he has just conveyed his fear of being swallowed or buried alive, he has just described his project of building a circular wall and noticed that his axes were chipped and dull. He adds, and though I had a grindstone, I could not turn it and grind my tools too, this cost me as much thought as a statesman would have bestowed upon a grand point of politics, or a judge upon the life and death of a man. At length I contrived a wheel with a string, to turn it with my foot, that I might have both my hands at liberty. Note, I had never seen any such thing in England, or at least not to take notice how it was done, though since I have observed it is very common there. RC 77, there would be much to say, but I will not get into that now, about the invention of a technical apparatus, a machine indeed, that works alone, all alone, and that is not merely a tool, a machine designed to build, to to sharpen tools, axe or knife, but also a machine to deal with tools, an autonomous machine that works on its own and liberates one's hands. The liberation of the hand, a certain freeing of the hand, is considered to be the access to what is proper to man, and an essential moment in the hominization of the living creature. If we had the time, we would treat this question for itself, and for my part, I would link it not only to techno-anthropological discourses on the liberation of the hand, like those of Leroy Gourhan, I offered a reading of that in Of Grammatology, 43, but also to what Heidegger says about the hand, see Heidegger's Hand, 44, when he claims precisely that the animal has no hand, but merely prehensile paws, or claws, etc. Whereas only Dasein supposedly has what can properly be called hands 45 with which it salutes, gives, thinks, and acts, handelt. And thought itself, he says, is a handeln. And there is no animal handeln. Allow me also to refer you to my book on touching Jean-Luc Nancy, in which I offer a discourse and a good number of readings on the link between the whole humanist axiomatics of metaphysics and the privilege of the handmain, between humanism and what I call humanisme. 46. I would like now, after having brought together in a mode that I shall speak of again and which is neither that of a causality, of a cause-effect relation, nor an infrastructure-superstructure relation, nor that of a symptomatology, but of another structural concatenation, the technical possibility of the will, as a circular, auto-heteroaffective machine, and the possibility of the auto-affective and autobiographical relation to self in confession, repentance, prayer, between the reinvention of the will and the reinvention of prayer as the reinvention of two automobile and auto-affective machines. I would like to draw your attention, then, to another motif that I believe belongs with those two. Again in a mode that remains to be thought beyond causality, ground, or symptom. This is the motif of self-destruction that I also call, generalizing and formalizing its use, autoimmune, autoimmunity consisting for a living body in itself destroying, in enigmatic fashion, its own immunitary defenses, in auto-affecting itself, then, in an irrepressibly mechanical and apparently spontaneous, automatic, fashion, with an ill which comes to destroy what is supposed to protect against ill and safeguard immunity. Well, Robinson is often invaded by the feeling that a self-destructive power is mechanically, automatically, of itself, at work within him. The word destruction appears very early in the book, RST in the mouth of his mother who had warned him against his own destruction, that's the word RC, 6, then, destruction as self-destruction, as destruction of the self, is the object, also very early, of a whole paragraph, one of the points of interest of which is the following: Robinson Crusoe does not believe that this drive, this self-destructive compulsion and this neurosis of destiny, this is not a Freudian vocabulary that I am imposing upon him, but almost his own words, are a thing of consciousness. Consciousness, reason, and judgment are here impotent, incapable of resisting this self-destructive compulsion that works on its own, mechanically, and the vicissitudes of these drives which are none other than the unfortunate destiny of Robinson Crusoe, my ill fate. I quote. But my ill fate pushed me on now with an obstinacy that nothing could resist, and though I had several times loud calls from my reason and my more composed judgment to go home, yet I had no power to do it. I know not what to call this, nor will I urge, that it is a secret overruling decree that hurries us on to be the instruments of our own destruction, even though it be before us, and that we rush upon it with our eyes open. Certainly nothing but some such decreed unavoidable misery attending, and which it was impossible for me to escape, could have pushed me forward against the calm reasonings and persuasions of my most retired thoughts, and against two such visible instructions as I had met with in my RST attempt. RC. 13. So this is indeed a drive to self-destruction, which disobeys reason and even disobeys what is most intimate inside him, in the inner depths of his thought. There is here an automatic force that is more intimate to him than himself and that acts repetitively, to the rhythm of a destiny, and mechanically. Alone, all alone, by itself. Which also explains that this allusion to the self-destructive drive should multiply itself of itself. It would be easy to show that this reference to a sort of logic of automatic self-destruction organizes the whole of Robinson's discourse, but to save time I shall mention only a few passages in which the word self-destruction is explicitly and literally present. For example, a little further on, this self-destructive destiny neurosis is described as absolutely originary, innate, congenital, but I that was born to be my own destroyer, could no more resist the offer than I could restrain my RST rambling designs, when my father's good counsel was lost upon me. RC. 37. The offer in question is none other than that of participating in the slave trade on the coast of Guinea, and you see that giving in here to the self-destructive compulsion, being his own destroyer, is also the compulsion to disobey the Father, or rather to have the Father's law founder ecouer. And if there is remorse, repentance, and confession in this whole autobiographical odyssey, this does indeed concern the exposure to failure of the law of the Father, and therefore of the sovereign, which does not happen without the reappropriation of sovereignty on the island, and without the fear of being eaten, swallowed, or buried alive by the vengeful anger of the elements, water or earth, or the ferocity of the beasts which, like wolves and other carnivorous beasts, like the cannibals themselves, might reincarnate a paternal gore of anger, of righteous anger, and therefore the law, the force of law. After having spoken of what made him into his own destroyer, Robinson Crusoe explains how he played against his own interests, how he played into his own enemies' hands, like Rousseau, you remember, whose autoimmune, some would say suicidal compulsion we also analyzed. We are dealing here with a subjection or a blind, essentially blind, obedience, in which the subject is constituted by subjecting itself and blindly, irrationally obeying the principle of destruction of its own subjectivity, of its own ipseity, of its own interest or the proper interest of its very reason, scorning even what Kant would call the interest of reason, but I was hurried on, and obeyed blindly the dictates of my fancy rather than my reason. RC 3747, and later in the same paragraph. I went from my father and mother at Hull, in order to act the rebel to their authority, and the fool to my own interest. Finally I should like, in a way that is not too artificial, and still guided by the solidarity or affinity or structural attraction between on the one hand this autoimmune automatism that looks like the mechanics of a counter-narcissism that returns to itself only to ruin itself, to ruin the self, and on the other hand the production of that strange technical prosthesis, a machine that turns by itself, that turns itself, and is called a will, I should like, then to note a curious contiguity in the text between a certain moment of auto-appellation that is none other than the mechanical and automatic hetero-appellation come from Pohl the parrot between on the one hand, then, this counter-narcissistic and uncanny, 48 unheimlich cynicism of auto-appellation, and on the other a certain return of the will. Read and comment. For I was very weary, and fell asleep, but judge you, if you can, that read my story, what a surprise I must be in, when I was whacked out of my sleep by a voice calling me by my name several times, Robin, Robin, Robin Crusoe, poor Robin Crusoe, where are you, Robin Crusoe? Where are you? Where have you been? I was so dead asleep at RST, being fatigued with rowing, or paddling, as it is called, the RST part of the day, and with walking the latter part, that I did not wake thoroughly, but dozing between sleeping and waking, thought I dreamed that somebody spoke to me, but as the voice continued to repeat Robin Crusoe, at last I began to wake more perfectly, and was at RST dreadfully frightened, and started up in the utmost consternation, but no sooner were my eyes open, but I saw my Pole sitting on the top of the hedge, and immediately knew that it was he that spoke to me, for just in such bemoaning language I had used to talk to him, and teach him, and he had learned it so perfectly, that he would sit upon my finger, and lay his bill close to my face, and cry, poor Robin Crusoe, where are you? Where have you been? How come you here? And such things as I had taught him. However, even though I knew it was the parrot, and that indeed it could be nobody else, it was a good while before I could compose myself. First, I was amazed how the creature got thither, and then, how he should just keep about the place, and nowhere else, but as I was well satisfied it could be nobody but honest Pole, I got it over, and holding out my hand, and calling him by his name Pole, the sociable creature came to me, and sat upon my thumb, as he used to do, and continued talking to me, poor Robin Crusoe, and how did I come here? And where had I been? Just as if he had been overjoyed to see me again, and so I carried him home along with me. RC 131-32. The auto-appellation, the auto-interpellation comes to him from outside, from the world, and thus returns from the outside or from the other toward him. but it remains a circular auto-appellation, because it comes from a sort of living mechanism that he has produced, that he assembled himself, like a quasi-technical or prosthetic apparatus, by training the parrot to speak mechanically so as to send his words and his name back to him, repeating them blindly. One could say of every autobiography, every autobiographication, and even every written confession through which the author calls and names himself, that it presents itself through this linguistic and prosthetic apparatus, a book or a piece of writing or a trace in general, for example the book entitled Robinson Crusoe, which speaks of him without him, according to a trick that constructs and leaves in the world an artifact that speaks all alone tout seul and all alone calls the author by his name, renames him in his renown le renam and sa renami without the author himself needing to do anything else, not even be alive. One could imagine that when Pohl proffers and calls Robinson Crusoe, it is referring not only to the character moreovertional called Robinson Crusoe, but also to the title of the book, to which the character intends to be responsible, since he is its signatory, at the very moment that the book, like the parrot and what it calls, no longer needs him. Now immediately afterward, here is Robinson Crusoe praising the will that frees the hands, the potter's will he has perfected meantime. I arrived at an unexpected perfection in my earthenware, and contrived well enough to make them with a will, which I found innightly easier and better, because I made things round and shapeable, which before were lthy things indeed to look on. RC 133. A will produces these pots, which are his work, like his journal and his book, in sum, not only better and more easily, but innightly better and more conveniently, which means, and it's true, that there is an innate leap between on the one hand any instrument, any tool as an extension of the body, and on the other hand the autonomous machine called a will, which does without us in nishing and rounding things off perfectly. The leap and rupture in the production of the prosthesis are absolute. Is it artificial and unwarranted to bring together all these motifs, the machine technology of the will, the self-determining autonomy, the self-destructive compulsion and the autoimmune paradoxes which make of Robinson Crusoe his own destroyer and of Defoe, perhaps his own enemy, his own foe, the parrot and the will, etc. It would be, incontestably, if the point were to claim to impose bad anachronisms on all these texts, those of Rousseau or those of Defoe. I say bad anachronisms because every reading is not only anachronistic, but consists in bringing out anachrony, non-self-contemporaneity, dislocation in the taking place of the text. The distinction between the good and the bad anachronism does not have its criteria outside what the writing that busies itself with a given text, with more than one given text, does, succeeds or fails in doing. I cannot justify in all rigor, I cannot prove that I am right by any argument other than this, which is rst of all a question or demand, do you find it interesting to listen to what I'm saying and then to read Robinson Crusoe differently? On the other hand, what I say would be artificial and unwarranted if it consisted in doing two things that quite clearly I am not doing and do not wish to do, and that, in my view, neither are nor should be done, which supposes a quite different problematic, the very one whose elaboration I am sketching here, or there. I am not claiming to recognize relations of causality, of cause and effect, for example between the technoscientific, historical or techno-economical conditions of the invention or reinvention of the will, and the whole structure of auto-affection, self-determination, automatization or autoimmunity. Beyond these relations of causality or induction, I am thinking, rather, of a structural configuration, both historical and genetic, in which all these possibilities are not separated, and in which everything that can happen to the autos is indissociable from what happens in the world through the prosthetization of an ipsiety which at once divides that ipsiety, dislocates it, and inscribes it outside itself in the world being precisely what cannot be reduced here, any more than one can reduce techne or reduce it to a pure physis. The question, then, is indeed that of the world. The will is not only a technical machine, it is in the world, it is outside the conscious interiority of the ipsi, and what I want to say is that there is no ipsiety without this prostheticity in the world, with all the chances and all the threats that it constitutes for ipseity, which can in this way be constructed but also, and by the same token, indissociably, be destroyed. Finally, everything I am placing in relation in these texts would indeed be the effect of an unwarranted RDCE, of a bad RDCE, of a bad anachronism, if I were claiming, which I am not, that all these compositional RDCEs, for example, the contiguity of the story of the parrot and the wheel, were deliberately, intentionally calculated by Defoe. I am not sure, and I do not claim that they are not, but I'm not sure that they are, and that they would be legible, as such, in his time and by Defoe himself. The possibility of this composition refers to something other than the intentional and conscious decision of an author, but also to something other than pure insignificant chance. So we must try to determine the necessity that imposed neither consciously nor unconsciously, perhaps symptomatically, but then we have to re-elaborate this concept of symptom, along with that of fantasy, the necessity, then, that imposed this writing and this composition on such a tion of an autobiographical tion. For Robinson Crusoe is not so much an autobiographical tion as the tion of an autobiography. Last year, I mean in the last session last December, we had come to a stop and marked a pause, at this strange moment at which, trying to orient himself, and hesitating once more between several paths, in truth, once more between three questions and three paths, Heidegger, it seems, had just decreed that it was best to begin with the RST path, namely, he was saying, the nearest path for a RST elucidation, der Nachsaintweg zu einer ersten Klärung. H. 261/176. This looks, I suggested, like a coup de theatre or a coup de force, even though that is not Heidegger's tone, but I maintain that he seemed there, more than once, to take decisions that are so many arbitrary coups de force or coups de theatre, unjustifiable decisions. That would be Heidegger's Walton, to which we shall need to return again, his Walton, his force, and what he says and thinks and does with the word Walton. What does the nearest mean in this case? And why begin this way, with the closest to us, as Heidegger had already done in Senue und die Zeit, right at the beginning, when he decides to take Dasein as his point of departure and as the exemplary being about which to pose the question of the meaning of being? We shall see that it is here, in the passage from the 1929 seminar that we have begun to read, a sort of rhetorical or rather pedagogical feint. Heidegger declares that the closest path for a RST elucidation would indeed be to limit oneself to the word, and follow the history of the word world. He recalls that he already did so in Vom Wesen de Groens, 1929, the same year or almost 49, in spite of the declared insufficiency of the exposition that he gives here of the concepts of cosmos, mundus, and Welt. One does nd in it, he says, the broad stages of this history of the world, of the word and concept world, a history that can also orient a terminological study. But this history of the word and concept, this philologico-semantic history, is only an exterior, das Außenwerk, of the inner history of the world as a fundamental problem of metaphysics. Heidegger then declares to his students that he does not want to repeat Vom Wesen de Groens, which has just been published, but it would be useful for them to read it. Nevertheless, in qualifying this route followed in Vom Wesen de Groens as historiographical, he gives a summary of it that will count in what follows. For in recalling the sense of the word world that was dominant throughout a whole history, namely the world is the whole of what is not divine, the whole of non-divine or extra-divine entities, which, in Christianity, will signify creation, being created, the whole of what is created, das Geschaffene, as opposed to the non-created. Heidegger situates man in it, man who then becomes a part, a piece of the world, Stück der Welt, but a fragment, which resembles no other in that he stands opposite or facing this whole of which he is a part. He stands face to face with the world, Gegenüber, which, I would say, in a certain way isolates, insularizes man in the world to which he nonetheless belongs. Now as a piece, opposite and isolated, in his Gegenüberstehen, in what makes him stand upright or erect himself facing the world, in view of the world to which he belongs, man has the world. This Gegenüberstehen is a haben, a having. Having the world, having a world, that's what characterizes the position of man in this classical or Christian determination of the world. And I point out this word, haben, in the summary that Heidegger gives of his RST historiographical approach in Vom Wesen des Grüns. I point out that Heidegger himself emphasizes this haben, for the reference to this enigmatic having the world is going to be at the center of the analysis of the situation of the animal with respect to the world in the meditation that will follow in this seminar, when he has started this comparative analysis supposed to follow on from the historiographical approach of Vom Wesen des Grüns, and we're coming to this from the more phenomenological procedure of Senuendizeit. For in our seminar, Heidegger will try to explain in what way the animal poor in world does not have the world, or more precisely, and we will have to dwell on this difficulty, for it concerns as much the sense of the world as the sense of this having the animal has a world in the mode of not having. And if this having without having, the world, looks like a logical contradiction, Heidegger emphasizes the fact, so mit siegt sich im Tier ein Haben von Welt und zugleich ein Nichthaben von Welt. 50. He also recalls that metaphysics and the thinking of essence have a logic different from that of common sense or the sound understanding of man. This same logical contradiction, this very contradiction also demands of us that we think or determine otherwise the poverty in world of the animal, which consists in having what it has not or not having what it has, and especially that we think otherwise both having and the world, as it is only with respect to the world that this poverty and this having without having are determined. In any case, in the traditional, Greek or Christian, determination of the world according to which man is a fragment of the world facing the world, included in and opposed to what includes him, man, as fragment, is both master and servant of the world, sovereign and slave, Herr und Knecht der Welt, both master and servant of the world, h. 262/177. In the brief reminder paragraph that follows, Heidegger explains how, in Senuendizeit, he was no longer following this historiographical procedure, this historical path, im Unterschied zu diesem historischen Weg h. 262. And he tells us, in a few lines, 2 or 3 things of the highest importance for us, and on which I shall conclude provisionally for today. 1. He recalls RST that in Senuendizeit he began, in non-historical fashion as it were, with the way in which, in everyday life, and he insists on this everydayness, Alltäglichkeit, we move ourselves, wir uns bewegen, we are on the way, we walk, we put ourselves on the path in our world, in unsere Welt. And we shall see more than once how this Weg and this Bewegen are not simply metaphors, in that they engage Dasein before any distinction between soul and body. Now in this analysis of the way in which we are on the way in our world, Heidegger says that he took his point of departure in what we have every day in our hands or to hand, zu handen, basically from what the hand of Dasein manipulates and maneuvers in its own manner. Thus walking, legs, or feet, the body and hands. Now, adds Heidegger, most often we know nothing about any of that, and when we want to describe it, we interpret it wrongly, we misunderstand, we misinterpret, misstuten, everything by importing into it concepts and questions from a domain foreign to it. 2. Heidegger concludes from this that what is the closest to us basically remains already far off and incomprehensible, dieses uns ganz nahe und jeden Tag verstandlich ist uns im Grunde schon fern und unverstandlich. 51. This is only one of the many examples of this association. One would be tempted to say this proximity, of the near and the far, of the near as far and the far as near, and already in the gur of the circle that will literally obsess the whole seminar will come to this next time, be it the circle of the hermeneutic approach or of the methodological path that retraces its steps or presupposes what it must seek, or, in a quite different topology, the original encirclement, umring, sich. Umringen, that characterizes Benommenheit, the benumbment or captivation of the animal poor in world. So next time we'll talk about all the different types of circle that the seminar describes, in all senses of the word. I must say from the outset that, when we get into the real content of the seminar, as minutely as possible, I will do all I can, in spite of my reservations about what Heidegger says here about what he calls, in the general singular, the animal. I will do all I can to go along with and credit Heidegger as far as possible, and to be his advocate with all requisite loyalty. 3. Finally, we must never forget what this paragraph also tells us, just before the third path chosen, that of comparative examination, den Einervergleichenden Betrachtung H. 263/177. Heidegger tells us that what was started in Senuendizeit, the path taken in Senuendizeit, der Insenuendizeit Genommeneweg H. 263/177, opens onto a perspective that is so broad and far off, distant, that this seminar, which postdates Senuendizeit, in 1929-30, is merely a limited stage and a very partial contribution to the great task opened by Senuendizeit. And here too, Heidegger will use the word distance, Entfernung, that has been occupying us since the beginning of this session. We are warned that, in spite of all the serious stakes of this seminar, in spite of all the importance I am inclined to give it, it constitutes in Heidegger's eyes only a limited and circumscribed stage on the path opened by Senuendizeit, whose extent, perspective, and horizon reach much further and were never abandoned by Heidegger, who writes this, in which I emphasize again, in conclusion, the literal reference to distancing, the path followed in being and time, der Insenuendizeit. Genommeneweg, in the attempt to shed light on the phenomenon of world, zur Aufhellung der Weltphänomens, really requires, verlangt aber, a very broad and wide-ranging perspective, een sehr weit-uende lange perspective, which cannot even remotely be made visible here in this lecture, die hier in dieser Vorlesung, because it is distant from it, entfernt nicht sichtbar gemacht werden kann. H. 263/177, reread the translation. Next time we shall start again from all these circulations that are described, in all senses of this word, describe the circle, but we shall fail to start again on, and pursue, the path in Heidegger's text of this Walton we have already talked about. But we shall also come back to everything that is at stake, as to the island, in these terri et desires or desiring terrors of being swallowed alive or buried alive in their relation to insularity, of course, but also to the maternal womb, and also to the alternative of mornings and phantasms of morning, between inhumation and cremation. Is death merely the end of life? Death as such? Is there ever, moreover, death as such? If I said I am going to die living mort vivant, what would you have to understand? That I want to die living? Or that I want above all not to die living, not to die in my lifetime? Would that be the last avowal of an unavowable desire or the panic of an unspeakable terror? To ask such a question, and for it to have the least meaning, we still need to know what we mean. We still have to agree on the expression die living, an expression that has a long history, for example an Augustinian history, which goes much further than the simple signature of a Saint Augustine. Every week, as you've noticed, and every year, we return. We sketch out a return step in order to start out again. We describe a circle in order to gain impetus for a new departure, which we believe will allow us to move forward. Last time we promised to move forward by returning at least to the crossroads of three paths. 1. The RST path consisted in returning toward Robinson himself, not only in this Christian confessional that his journal and his autobiographical discourse, his confessions, were beginning to resemble more and more, but especially what he avowed as to a properly obsessional terror, and the configuration of the island is always obsessional, obsidianal. Living on an island is living in a refuge of course, but a besieged refuge, a refuge in which the refugee takes refuge as if in a forty cation. That is besieged, obsessed, harassed from inside and out, an obsessional terror, then, which we interpreted as the double and single movement of a terri et desire or a panic fascinated by the desire to be swallowed alive or buried alive, swallowed up alive or buried alive, to be called back to life, to death in the belly of the earth during an earthquake, in the belly of the sea during a drowning, or in the belly of some ferocious animal or starving cannibal, and we wondered what could be meant by this double phantasm. be eaten alive by the other, die a living death, so to speak, disappear, leave, decease alive in the unlimited element, in the medium of the other, 2. Then, second path, at the same crossroads, we had promised ourselves to move forward by coming back to the great question of the circle and slash or the will by treating different types of circles or encirclement in Heidegger's seminar, all the circles and they are innumerable that describe RST of all the methodological approach of questioning on the way and the manner that Heidegger here justifies and assumes, there rejects, the turns and turnings of this circularity, but also the circle of an animal encirclement, Umring, the self-encircling, das sich umringen, that characterizes the animal in the benummment of its captivation, Benommenheit, h. 369/253. The animal encloses itself in a circle, and we shall see what the relations are between the encirclement of the animal Umring and what is often called the milieu or the element, the environment, the surrounding world, Umwelt, of Dasein and slash or the animal. We shall see that Heidegger draws from this, as one of its consequences, that the animal reaches the end of its life without dying, the animal does not die. 3. Finally, third path, we promised ourselves to return to the same crossroads to follow and relaunch the trajectory of this peculiar Heideggerian thought of Walton, the peculiar use of this word several of whose important occurrences we have already followed, in the 1929-30 seminar, and then, especially, VE years later, in 1935, in a political period that is not just any period, in the Introduction to Metaphysics. The recourse to this word continues well beyond that, as we shall see, in a very interesting way, and is never without its relation to all the motifs that interest us here. Because Walton is a force too of which one can say neither that it bears life nor that it bears death. That is the crossroads of our three promises. They are all questions of the path between life and death, or beyond the opposition of life and death. Now, how are we going to try to keep these promises, and especially keep them together, bind them together in their proper tenor, or recognize their essential liaison or articulation? Let's see. To do this, I shall try to start again from what was the very RST step of the seminar, this year, namely nostalgia, that nostalgia, Heimweh. That home suffering or homesickness, 3 which Heidegger recalled was, for Novalis, what is proper to philosophy. The fragment quoted from Novalis said, Die Philosophie ist eigentlich Heimweh, ein Trieb überall zu Haus zu sein. Philosophy is properly nostalgia, a drive to be everywhere at home, quoted in H. 7/5. There is already more than one way to accent this sentence, depending on whether one insists more on suffering, painful desire, lack, or to the contrary on the end of this desire, its purpose, its term, the house, the home, depending on whether one insists more, then, on the desiring desire, thus painfully deprived of what it desires, or, on the contrary, on the desired pole, on the desirable, on the gur of the desirable, the house, the home, the country that announces itself to desire and gives it form. Now the interpretive reading into which Heidegger draws the sentence from Novalis is, in some 20 or 30 lines, of such argumentative complexity and convolution that it could detain us for years. Before saying a few words about this, I note at least, to come back to the insularity of the island, that in any case, nostalgia as homesickness and Odyssean movement, the movement of Ulysses returning, in a circle, to the nostos of that Ionian island, Ithaca, the nostalgia for that island, for his home on an island, sketches out that circular return movement for around which we have ourselves been turning from the start. You know that thing Levinas says, which I talked about a little in a very old text, already about 40 years ago, and to which I permit myself to refer you, at the very end of Violence and Metaphysics, then. Basically, Levinas declares that the Odyssean traversal that returns toward its point of departure, namely his island and his family, is countered by the departure without return of Abraham. In The Trace of the Other, aiming precisely at Heidegger and what Levinas intends to criticize in the former's supposed taste for the place, the earth, the sacral paganism of country or fatherland, Levinas writes, to the myth of Ulysses returning to Ithaca, we would like to oppose the story of Abraham leaving forever his fatherland for a land still unknown, and forbidding his servant to take even his son back to this point of departure. 5. To which I had then objected that on the one hand the impossibility of return was not unknown to the thinker of errancy that Heidegger also is, and that on the other hand it is difficult, this is the least one can say, to ignore the powerful myth of return in Judaism. But let's leave that, in spite of all the political resonances that this drive or this right of return can unleash today, even the right of return, the just return of the Jews and the Palestinians to the same land. After having quoted Novalis, as you remember perhaps, and having described this remark as romantic, Heidegger nevertheless takes the opportunity to berate modernity, which has supposedly lost the sense of nostalgia. It is as if he were saying, nostalgia is not what it used to be. And the one accused in this indictment of modernity is the city dweller, the man of the city who, an ape of civilization, here it's not the parrot, it's the ape, of der civilization, who has long divested himself of any Heimweh, homesickness. But this is not the point I wish to dwell on. Rather on this, Heidegger wonders why he here appeals to the witness, cites as a witness, Zeugen, a poet, Novalis, and not a scientific philosopher, when the point is to dne what is proper to philosophy. Pretending to contest his right to appeal to a poet as witness, he quotes for arst time in support Aristotle. This is what interests me, because later we'll be coming to a second quotation from Aristotle. Did not Aristotle precisely denounce in his Metaphysics, 983 asks Heidegger, the lying compositions of the poet's compulsion to lie? Paula Sudantai ao ido I pi omicron lambda lambda psi epsilon delta omicron nu tau alpha iota delta omicron, Veals Lugen die Dichter zusammen. H. 7/5. Heidegger takes the opportunity to recall, in an interesting and symptomatic social, political and familial congruration, that art, and in it poetry, is the sister, Schwester, of philosophy, and that science is perhaps, Veal-liked, only the intendant, the porter, the servant, Dienstmann, of philosophy. 6. After which, according to a movement, a rhetorical step, and an approach that seemed to me to merit all the attention we should bring to Heidegger's discursive pragmatics, he leaves things hanging. For the moment he says neither yes nor no to Novalis's assertion, any more than to that of Aristotle, but he draws support from it to pose and formulate his own question, the question that will lead him where he knows he wants to go, namely the question of world. He decides to dwell a few seconds more on Novalis's pronouncement as though on a question, and asks himself, what is that, what can that mean, philosophy as nostalgia, Philosophie ein Heimweh. He then cites Novalis a second time, or rather takes from him the fragment he needs, namely what comes in apposition to specify what philosophy as nostalgia means, namely a drive, ein Trieb überall zu Hause sein, a drive to be everywhere at home, everywhere, you see, a drive that pushes one to end oneself everywhere, in every place, at home, to end oneself in every place. And Heidegger continues, irrefutably, philosophy can only be such a drive or respond to such a drive if we who philosophize, when we're, die philosophieren, and this passage to the we is interesting. Heidegger comes back here to what is closest, he addresses himself to his students, to his listeners, and he includes himself in this supposed community, supposed here to be gathered in an activity or an experience, a search, in truth a community of questioning, of the questioning path, about which there is no doubt that it, this community of the questioning path, consists in philosophizing, right here and now. Not only are we philosophizing, we have no doubt about that, but we can say we only to the extent that we are philosophizing, in a philosophical progress which gathers us and justice this we that I am saying philosophy can only be such a drive or respond to such a drive if we who philosophize are not at home everywhere when we're, die philosophieren. Überall nicht zu Hause sind, Heidegger underlines the nicht, he puts it in italics, and instead of translating by emphasizing the not, the French translation says this, which pretty much comes to the same thing, si nous, qui philosophons, sommes partout hors de chez nous if we, who philosophize, are everywhere away from home. H 7/5, 7 rather like Abraham, isn't it? Little by little, sentence by sentence, Heidegger is going to turn the quotation, and make it rise, as though on a potter's wheel, to bring out what matters to him, namely the link between the everywhere, überall, and the world as totality of places and therefore beings. 8 To what, he wonders, does the demand of this drive, das Verlangen dieses Trieb, rise? Being everywhere at home, what does that mean? Überall zu Hause was heißt das. Everywhere is not only here or there, in this place or that place, but in every place at every time, jederzeit und zumal im Ganzen. Well, this im Ganzen. As a whole, and sein ganz, its entirety, its totality, is what we call the world, nennen wir die Welt, h. 8/5. We always refer ourselves to that, to this whole, as such, the world. We always expect something of the world, of the whole, and we are always called, angegriffen, by something like the whole, as entire. And this im Ganzen is the world. In saying this, dieses im Ganzen ist die Welt, as he had said sein ganz nennen wir die Welt, Heidegger for now is only quoting, mentioning, recalling an expression, a speech act, an act of nomination, an appellation. He puts the im Ganzen in quotation marks, this whole, this as a whole, in totality, that's what we call the world, that's what we're saying or that's what we mean when we say im Ganzen or the world. But now, starting a new paragraph, he is going to move from this constatation that is both linguistic and semantic, that's what we call the world and toward which we are turned, expectantly, called by what calls to us thus, by which we are thus called, angegriffen, in calling it, we call world what thus calls us. Now, starting a new paragraph, Heidegger is going to move from this constatation that is both linguistic and semantic to the ontological question, wer fragen, was ist das Welt? We are asking, what is that world? H. 8/5. It is, as you know, the RST of the 3 questions of the seminar, and the 2 others will follow closely, since Heidegger is here laying out the map, the route and the stages of a seminar, and they will always have the same form, which always implies this community of the questioning we, the professor and listeners gathered in the immediate proximity 9 of the shared question, in the common proximity that can only bring us close to the closest by the intelligibility, supposed, offered or promised, of the supposedly unavoidable question, wer fragen, was ist das endlichkeit? What is that Nitude? Then was ist das die Vereinzelung, which is translated in the French translation as what is that loneliness Isolement, whereas in the title of the seminar Einsamkeit is translated as solitude. 10 And we and d again, in this unstable differentiation, the equivocation we were talking about last time, between being alone as being solitary, in the trial of desert solitude, einsame Insel is a desert island, and on the other hand an isolation, a loneliness, that can also be, of course, a trial of solitude, but rather as that of I am the only one, the unique, the individual, and Vereinzelung rather marks solitude in this latter sense, the solitude that distinguishes, sets apart, the solitude that singularizes and accepts, the solitude that makes an exception. Immediately after having posed the question what is that the world? Heidegger, in a single and to my eyes extraordinary paragraph, starts on a path that is highly important to us, for the path opened by these few sentences, which are very rich and very dense, is none other than that of the path, precisely, of being on the path, a path that we are ourselves, in our essential experience of what we call the world, i.e. the whole of the entire, and a path that we are ourselves from the start, for we do not discover some path one any day, we are always already the path underway, unterwegs, underway 11, toward and in the whole that is the world. The unter of unterwegs, that's the very thing that determines the world for us, the world as this totality in which, in the belonging to which we are already underway, on the way, sent, pushed, put in motion, engaged, drawn, sent on the Bewegung of the Weg, traveling. As this is going to lead to the explication of solitude or loneliness, Heidegger would have said 12 that the being on the path to solitude of a Robinson trying to orient himself on his desert island is only a gur, an empirical example, at best an allegory of the very thing that, in the universal structure of human Dasein, is always and always already in this situation, on this path, on this being on the path of a night and lonely being in a world, the world, like any island within it, is this place of the being on the path that we are, through and always already, it is the way in which we are sent on a voyage, if not in a carvoiture, on the way, unterwegs, but in a being on the path in which we are both, undecidedly, pushed and held back, the one and the other, therefore neither one nor the other. And we are this neither the one nor the other, this not the one and not the other of the step pa, we are the movement without repose, unruhi, of this neither nor, and therefore of the negativity of the not any pa of the step pa. Heidegger proposes to call this unquiet movement of the not of the stepnitude, Endlichkeit, 13 and, after having said so, he will ask where Fragen, was ist das Endlichkeit? And there will be a new paragraph which will deduce, as it were, for this is not a deduction, not even a transcendental deduction, it is a disimplication, an explicitation that unfolds meaning, a paragraph, then, which will move from Endlichkeit and Verendlichung to Vereinzelung, singularizing solitude, individuating singularization, and from there to Vereinsamung and to Einsamkeit. Was ist dies Einsamkeit, wo der Mensch je wie ein einziger sein Wort? Translate, what is the solitude in which man is always as though alone? H. 8/6. 14. But I want to return for a moment, to read, translate and comment some more, to the RST of these 3 paragraphs on being on the way toward everything, toward the whole, toward the entirety that is the world. We are the path on the way, on the path that we are toward the world that is none other than that whole which is determined from this very path. The path is the path toward the whole which is that toward which there is a path, Weg, Bewegung, Unterwegs. Although I can only point this out here, there would be a huge amount of work to start here, at once semantic, etymological, and historico-philosophical, and it would be one more path on the way of the path, on the translation, both inevitable and problematic, of Weg as path Chemin, and of Unterwegs as on the way and Chemin. These are 2 neighboring but heterogeneous semantic networks. If the word chimney chemini, which seems to have nothing to do with chemin or cheminement, comes, like the oven, from Latin, camino, to build an oven, a caminus, a hearth, the Gaelic, Irish origins of chemin apparently refer, rather, to cam, the step, whereas the semantics of the step are not essential to the Weg, although the gur of the step, Schritt Zurich. We shall return to this elsewhere plays the major role you know about in Heidegger, but let's leave that for now. That, then, is what the world is, namely the whole insofar as we are this path on the way toward it, but toward it insofar as the path traces itself in it, breaks itself in it, opens itself in it, inscribes itself in it. I read or translate or paraphrase, 15. It is toward this he has just named the world. What is the world? Reply, toward this, dahin, toward being as a whole, zum Sen im Ganzen, it is that toward which we are driven, getrieben, in our nostalgia, h. 8/5. So when he says toward this, dahin, and, in apposition, toward being in its entirety, zum Sen im Ganzen, it is that toward which we are driven in our nostalgia, the world toward which nostalgia drives us, and which is going to dne our being. It would be indispensable in order to think this there of dahin, the da of da sen, which designates or describes just as much a movement of transcendence as an immobile situation, the there or da of Dasein of which Heidegger will say much later. That it must be thought of as the da dash, the over there of sen, before being thought of in common terms as existence. This there, 16 is the dimension of what orients and puts in movement our being as being in the world. Nostalgically. The nostalgic push or drive is what, basically, far from pushing us toward this or that, Ithaca or England, is what pushes us toward everything, toward the world as entirety. Heidegger continues, our being is this being pushed, the push or the drive of this being pushed, unser Sein ist dies Getriebenheit. 17 We must stop for a moment on this last sentence, unser Sein ist dies Getriebenheit, and on the word getrieben that announced it in the previous sentence. We must recognize that this Getriebenheit that is none other than our very being, unser Sein, 18 now determines both the world as that toward which it pushes us, and the nostalgia that pushes us, the nostalgia. This unique nostalgia has no limit, it is our being inasmuch as it is this urge or this drive, this Trieb of Getriebenheit. As this Getriebenheit also determines the world as that toward which this push of an essential and originary nostalgia pushes us, it is not one drive or urge among others. Everything comes from it, then, all comes back to it, to the push, to the pushing of this Trieb, this drive. It is the one that sets us on the path, if not the road, for the road that has been broken, opened, beaten, via rupta, is merely a species of path, just as method is merely a species of hados. 19 It is the Trieb that sets us on the path and keeps us on the path. But as it is a movement, a process, a tendency, a force 20 rather than a thing, a process without determinate subject or object, before any determined subject or object, before any entity, before any who and any what, the very word, the nominal or nominalized form of the voceable, Trieb, Getriebenheit, is problematic, 21 and must be read as such. We can say the same about the drive or the push, and even the force. 22 It pushes ca pause, but where it pushes there is not yet either drive or push, or pulse, or being pushed, or a being doing the pushing. Trieb, here, does not yet belong to a particular psychoanalytic regime or code, which is moreover itself very ambiguous and overdeterminable between the energetic charge as a push whose place is both in the soul, the psyche, and in the body qua organism. Moreover, Freud also denies the Trieb, the drive, as a limit concept on the border of the psychic and the somatic, of the soul and the body. In 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, more precisely in the chapter on partial drives and erogenous zones, after having talked about the drive as the psychic representative, die psychische Repräsentanz, of a somatic excitation, Freud writes, and this is well known. Trieb ist so einer der Begriff der Abgrenzung des seelischen vom körperlichen. The drive, Trieb, is therefore one of the concepts on the border between the psychic and the corporeal. 23 On the trembling line of this indecisive border, Freud will determine all sorts of specie drives, but they all bear the trace of this border indecision: partial drive, aggressive drive, Aggressionstrieb, drive to destruction, Destructionstrieb, drive to mastery, Bemächtigungstrieb, drive to self-preservation, Selbsterhaltungstrieb. That could be translated, with all the consequences that would bring with it, as drive to obscenity, death drive, Todestrieb, which will be called on to play another great role a little later. In our conjoined reading of both Robinson and Heidegger, and of mourning and the ways of treating our dead body, when we come, after nostalgia, to melancholia and to the death of Dasein as opposed to the non-death, if not the immortality, of the animal, life drive, Lebenstrieb, ego drive, Ichtrieb, sexual drive, Sexualtrieb. You can see that this word, Trieb, is everywhere. It pushes up everywhere, it pushes up everywhere there is pushing. But you can also see that even if the push, the total drive that pushes us toward the world, and if the nostalgia that is correlative with it and constitutes our very being, appear to be more originary than the drive that Freud is talking about, this is not so simple, for the very fact that Freud situates the drive on the border between the psychic and the somatic forbids one from circumscribing its domain in a single eld, for example in a psychology, a biology, genetics, or a physics, at least in the restricted sense of physis, and this tribe is indeed destined to cover the totality of what is, namely the world. Now, let us consider in passing two things, precisely about that totality of beings that Heidegger often denotes as physis, in the supposedly originary sense of this word, which does not mean what was later understood as nature or physics. Two things, then. The fact is that on the one hand, Trieb, the drive, also designates in German pushing up, in the sense of what grows, of the growing, Fwein, of physis, primarily in the vegetable sense, but also in the sense of the growth of what is born, the offspring, the bud, the child, etc. And so to speak of everything that is, of that totality of entities as physis in general, as pushing or pushing up, before any other distinction between nature and its others, between the vegetable and its others, is to speak of what is in general, and therefore of the world. The push of this pushing up, this drive or this pulse, is a force, but a force the sense of which remains absolute, and thus terminate, as much a psychic, symbolic, spiritual, etc. force as a physical or corporeal force. Now, on the other hand, when Walton plays the major role that we have begun to analyze, both in this seminar and in a still more glaring way, in 1935, in Introduction to Metaphysics, I am tempted to think that such a Walton, which also sine es not something or someone, neither man nor God, but the exercise of an archi-originary force, of a power, a violence, before any physical, psychic, theological, political determination, in a moment I shall even say before any ontic or ontological determination, this Walton is perhaps indissociable from this Trieben, and further on I shall want to follow its track or its destiny much later, in a text of Heidegger's that dates from 1957, which must be reread with the greatest attention. We'll come back to it in a moment. I'm going to leave for a moment the style of commentary or of more or less paraphrastic translation of this paragraph, to mark the fact that if we stopped with this sentence, at this stage of the path, if we stopped or if Heidegger stopped on the path at the moment when he says towards there, dahin, towards this being as a whole, zum Sen im Ganzen, it is that toward which we are driven, getrieben, in our nostalgia, we would have to conclude that this world, what we also call the entirety, the whole and the everywhere of the world, is where we are not at home, überall nicht zu Haus sind. Are we not then justy ed in saying this, namely that we are also without this world, or poor in world, like the stone or the animal, or else as Sellen says, die Welt ist fort, to which this last line of a poem in Atemwend adds, ich muss dich tragen. Die Welt ist fort, ich muss dich tragen. This poem by Sellen would moreover call for an in-night reading, which I tried to sketch out elsewhere, 24 but that I leave untouched here, except to recall that this poem can be read as a poem of mourning or of birth, the Nal ich muss dich tragen signaling either toward the dead one that, as one mourning, I carry or must carry in me, or toward the child to be born and still carried by its mother, or even toward the poem and the poet himself who would also be called, familiarly apostrophized. By the dike of ich muss dich tragen, I leave this poem untouched, then, except to recall especially that it seems to have as an allegorical, metonymic, or theatrical gur, as a central character, a sort of beast, a ram, witter, which can be, all at once or successively, the constellation or the sign of the zodiac nicknamed the ram, Aries, the rams of Abraham and of Aaron in well-known so-called sacrificial scenes. Or the wooden ram with which one batters down walls, Mauerbrecher. What are we to make of the syntagma that gives its title to the seminar The Beast and the Sovereign, when the name of the beast, here the ram, witter, can, guratively, name so many heterogeneous things and so many characters? In any case, we could move for a long time, in thought and reading, between fort und de und fort, between these two distancings, these two Entfernungen, these two theirs, between Heidegger and Sellen, between on the one hand the of Dasein which is also the and in as world, and on the other hand Sellen's fort in die Welt is fort, Ich muss dich tragen, the world is far, the world has gone, in the absence or distance of the world, I owe it to you, I owe it to myself to carry you, without world, without the foundation or grounding of anything in the world, without any foundational or fundamental mediation, one-on-one, like wearing mourning or bearing a child, basically where ethics begins. What is meant by tragen, in French porter carry, bear, wear, in this line of Selens, even before carrying the other in oneself in mourning and the carrying of the child in the mother's womb. The lexical family of tragen is very rich, differentiated, and difficult to translate, transport, transfer, übertragen, precisely, in Heidegger, where it is not merely a metaphorization, übertragen. When we come back to the Walton, in Identitat und Differenz, 1957, we shall see from what thinking of Ostrag, a word that poses the greatest difficulties of translation, the existing translation by conciliation remains very approximate, from what thinking of Ostrag this thinking of Walton is indissociable. It's to do with nothing less than the difference between being and beings. 25. Meantime, I would be tempted to privilege, so as to make a distant start on this reading and to interpret the long paragraph that follows the unfolding of the three questions, on world, nitude, and solitude, I would be tempted to privilege, to emphasize, so as to bring out its relief, two words, the word force, craft, this time, and the word tragen, precisely, to bear. Craft and tragen, then. Heidegger has just posed these three questions, world, nitude, solitude, has just brought them together as basically the same question, in enum, in one and the same what. In any case, in one and the same one, and even the solitude or the isolation of loneliness, being alone or being the only one in any case is one with the question of the world and of nitude, was ist das in enum, Welt, Endlichkeit, Vereinzelung. And Heidegger adds a fourth question which, moreover, comes along less as a new question, in addition, than to open the question of the question. I will explain this, by responding or corresponding to the three others, a quasi-fourth question, the letter of which matters in that the da is marked in it as the place of a singular event, of a history. Heidegger has just recalled the three-in-one nature of the questions, and he continues, was geschieht da mit uns, not what is happening to us, what is befalling us, but what is happening there with us. What is this there that happens to us and makes of us what and who we are? In other words, what is happening there, which makes of us who we are or what we are, we humans? The question of this event, of what happens there with this question about the there, which is neither here nor there, is the question of what makes a human human, of what makes us humans, the question of the essence of man in the experience of this da. Heidegger asks, then, what is that, in enum unitarily unitarement, says the French translation, world, nitude, solitude. 26. What takes place there, with us? Was geschieht da mit uns? What is man, so that with him some such thing takes place, advens, geschieht, at his foundation, in seinem Grunde. 8/6. And now, to gain access to this foundation, Heidegger is going to cut through, like so many clouds or shadows, but these are not the shadows of Plato's cave, even though sometimes one thinks of them. He is going to propose to do away with the shadows, Schatten, of what in general and commonly denes man, to retain and highlight only his essential definition as de sen. I read and translate, is what we know of man, and here he is going to enumerate the shadows, in order to traverse them if not brush them aside. He is going to recall all the current definitions of man as living being, animal, animal rationale, the being of civilization, of culture, person, etc. to keep only Dasein. Is what we know about man the animal, dupe of civilization, der Narr der Zivilisation, guardian of culture, der Hutter der Kultur, and even personality, ja sogar die Persönlichkeit, is all this only the shadow in him, als Schatten an ihm, of something quite other, eins ganz anderen was wir das Dasein nennen, of that which we name Dasein? Dasein is therefore something quite different from these shadows, these old humanist definitions of man. It is, as existence, as being there, the essence of man, the essence that had been and still remains obscured, covered over, hidden by all the shadows. And the RST approach that Heidegger makes here to Dasein, here, for this course, in this sequence, for he had broadly denetted in Senuendizeit which presented itself as an analytic of Dasein, is not only nostalgia, but a compulsive nostalgia, a drive, and Dasein is thus essentially a drive, Eintrieb, that pushes it to be everywhere at home, not in a blind and disoriented, directionless way, but directed or rather awakened. The value of wakefulness plays an important role in these pages. Aufwachen, wecken, awakened by or for questions such as those that have just been posed. In other words, Dasein is dened by the drive to questioning, and by a questioning that goes to the heart of the whole of beings as such, to the heart of the whole, of the totality of what is, and therefore of the world. This was already the gesture of Senuendizeit, which chose Dasein as the exemplary entity and the guiding thread in the question of being, for the simple reason that the Dasein that we are 27 a questioning being, as close as can be to the question. But this very questioning, which is not essentially a knowledge or a knowing, one must have its force, craft, and one must have the force to sustain it, one must have the force to bear, Trajan, this questioning, one must have the force to support these questions. Force, craft, is here the force of bearing, Trajan, of enduring, the force to support and prepare the birth of these questions. A force of bearing is in essence a night force, otherwise it would have nothing to carry or support, whence the question of nitude, inseparable from the question on the world and on solitude. One is alone as the one who ought to carry, ought to support the question about the world. And it is this night force that denies existence, this time. This force of questioning, this force capable of bearing the question of the world, of all that is, this drive force is the measure of access to what we call, and this is the title of the seminar, Metaphysical Concepts. I'll read a few lines, slightly modifying here and there the published French translation, which is moreover in general good. Philosophy, metaphysics, is a homesickness, a drive to be at home everywhere, ein Heimweh, ein Trieb, überall zu Haus sein, a demand, ein Verlangen, a request, the request of the question, then, the demand of the question, not blind, and without direction, und richtungslos, but in a moment Heidegger will specify that in fact, even if this nostalgic drive is not blind and disoriented, not without direction, nonetheless being awake, consists in searching for paths, wedge, and ways to be opened or broken, die Richtbahn öffnen, and then in Solkbahn brechen. Philosophy, metaphysics, is a homesickness, a drive to be at home everywhere, ein Heimweh, ein Trieb, überall zu Haus sein, a demand, ein Verlangen, a request, the request of the question, then, the demand of the question, not blind, and without direction, und richtungslos, but one which awakens us to, in uns aufwacht, such questions as those we have just asked and to their unity, what is world, nitude, individuation. Each of these questions inquires into the whole, jed dieser Fragen fragt in das Ganz. It is not sufficient for us to know such questions. What is decisive, entscheidend, is whether we really ask such questions, in other words, only if we are really enduring in a questioning manner these very questions, only if we are really questioning, wirklich, measuring up to these questions, ob wir solch Fragen wirklich fragen, whether we have the strength to sustain them Trajan, to bear them right through our whole existence, ob wir die Kraft haben, sie durch unser ganz Existenz hindurch zu tragen. 9/6. So, the reality of questioning, like that of the nostalgic drive, has its condition in a force. And the force is the force to bear, to support, to sustain, Kraft. Zootragen. The Wirklichkeit, the effective reality of a question, is the force of the nostalgic drive that pushes us toward the question, and the force of that nostalgic drive should make of that question sustained portée, of the carrying port and the bearing la portée of that question, what is at stake in an entire existence. The whole of existence is measured by the whole of the question on the whole, on the world. Otherwise, without that force of bearing, and without the whole of the existence that takes on that force of bearing, it would only be a partial diversion, even if that diversion is called knowledge, knowing, science, even philosophy, or even, as Heidegger will dare to say to his students from his professorial chair, the philosophy of a professor. I'll read and translate the end of the paragraph in which you will see reappear the driven search for the path and the way to be broken, Bonnen, the word often used by Freud, moreover, to talk about cerebral, neurological, and psychic facilitations in his early texts. Bonnen, it's always the language of an explorer who opens or is seeking to open, by force, a path where there was no path before, to make a space practicable and accessible to comings and goings. Robinson is constantly opening paths for himself. It is not sufficient for us to know such questions. What is decisive is whether we really ask such questions, whether we have the strength to sustain them right through our whole existence. It is not sufficient for us to simply abandon ourselves to such questions in an indeterminate and vacillating manner. Unbestimmt und schwankend. Rather this urge to be at home everywhere, sondern dieser Trieb, überall zu Haus sein, is in itself at the same time a seeking of those ways, das suchender Weg, which open up the right paths for such questions, die solchen Fragen die Richtbahn öffnen. For this, in turn, we require the hammer of conceptual comprehension de hammers de begriffens, and starting here, let's pay attention to Heidegger's work on the language and on the vocabulary of conceptual grasp, griefen, begriffen, begriff, ergriffen, a grasp or a seizing that grasps us, that attacks and takes us on, takes us by surprise as much as we grasp and take possession of it, where the bearing of a conception, the strength to bear, tragen, in conception is the correlative of a grasping force of a Dasein, which thus nds itself both grasping and grasp. For this, in turn, we require the hammer of conceptual comprehension, we require those concepts which can open up such a path, der Genigen Begriff, die ihn solch brechen können. We are dealing with a conceptual comprehension, es ist ein Begriffen, and with concepts, und es sind Begriff, of a primordial kind, Begriff originär art. Heidegger's emphasis, this originary property or this proper originarity is what Heidegger is calling in this context a metaphysical concept. Metaphysical concepts, he says, emphasizing these words, die metaphysischen Begriff remain eternally closed off verschlossen, thus inaccessible from any inherently indifferent and non-committal scientific acumen, literally, one that commits to nothing, unverbindlich, which in no way obliges, which forces nothing, like a metaphysical concept forces and calls on the existential force it requires. 9/6. This point is and will be important for us as to the relation between this metaphysical questioning and scientific knowledge, here visibly devalued and secundarized, especially when we come to the question of the animal. Heidegger, to whom we must grant the merit of having seriously inquired, to the point of citing it extensively, into the scientific, zoological or ethological knowledge of his time as to the animal, von Uexküll, for example, and many others, will nonetheless always judge the scientific knowledge to be incompetent, incapable of measuring up to these metaphysical questions about the essence of animality or the essence of life and death, and this gesture, which is common in Heidegger, this gesture that comes down to discrediting scientific knowledge with respect to certain questions, the reply to which is supposedly presupposed by science, precisely this disqualification of science will be for us a locus of problematization, of course. Heidegger proceeds by withdrawing, no less, the experience of these metaphysical concepts not only from scientific knowledge, but even from teaching and the professionate, from the professor's profession of faith, and one must imagine how these paradoxically subversive seeming anti-professorial and even anti-university declarations might have resonated in the public, academic, and more broadly political space at that time, 1929-30, especially when they were taken up ex cathedra by a professor who was already highly famous and even fashionable. I quote and translate before moving to another stage: metaphysical concepts are not something that we could simply learn in this way, nor something that a teacher or a master, lerer, or anyone calling themselves a philosopher might require to be simply recited and applied. Above all, however, we shall never have comprehended these concepts and their conceptual rigor, voor allem aber, dies begrip und ihr begrip streng worden wir nie begriffen haben, unless we have rst been gripped by whatever they are supposed to comprehend, and Heidegger emphasizes gripped, when wir nicht zuver ergriffen sind von dem, was sie begriffen sollen, unless we have rst been gripped by whatever they are supposed to comprehend. 9/6, 7, so we must rst be gripped by the very thing, here the world, nitude, or solitude, grasped by, exposed to, come to grips with, even under the sway or hold of the very thing that these concepts are supposed to grasp. We must be grasped by what we are grasping. In our existence, the concept must be grasped before being grasping, or more precisely, our existence must be grasped, must be in the grasping, which also means astonishment, thaumazion, being taken aback, being surprised, even before, and so that, the concepts can grasp. The concept grasps and is grasped, but not in the sense that I wrote somewhere, in glass, in the course of an interpretative reading of Hegel rather than Heidegger. The concept is cooked, 28, in the culinary sense, as opposed to being raw, or in the sense of being done for, of having one's goose cooked. This concept of being grasped, Ergriffenheit, the literality of which is going to insist in the following sentences, all the more troubling for the fact that in other texts, especially those that I quote in Heidegger's hand, 29, grasping, the ability to grasp is attributed to the prehensile claw of the animal's paw, rather than to the hand of man or Dasein. It is true that here the point, as much as grasping, is being grasped, being seized, Ergriffenheit, as the experience of being grasped, taken, surprised, astonished, affected by what makes us feel nostalgia, Heimweh, and that one might indeed call unheimlich, although Heidegger does not here use this word to which he so often appeals elsewhere, in the most serious and decisive moments of all his meditations. We are indeed dealing with an affection, an affect, an affective attunement of questioning thought itself, for what matters to Heidegger at that moment is the affect of a fundamental Stimmung. Boredom and nostalgia are among these fundamental attunements of philosophizing. Heidegger writes this, right after what I have just quoted. The fundamental concern of philosophizing, das Grundbemühen Philosophierens, pertains to such being gripped, Ergriffenheit, to awakening, wecken, and planting it to its cultivation, Pianzung. All such being gripped, Ergriffenheit, however, comes from and remains in an attunement, Stimmung. To the extent that conceptual comprehending, das Begreifen, and philosophizing is not some arbitrary enterprise alongside others, but happens in the ground of human Dasein im Grunde emphasized menschlichen Daseins, the attunements out of which are being gripped, Ergriffenheit, philosophically, and our philosophical comprehension, Begrifflichkeit, arise are always necessarily fundamental attunements, Grundstimmungen, of Dasein. 9, 10/7. All of this was designed, among other things, to justify the word nostalgia as one of these fundamental affects, and thus to give credit to Novalus's words as poet's words that, this time, and contrary to what Aristotle suggests about poet's words, are not deceitful, nicht lügenhaft. I announced at the outset that Heidegger quoted Aristotle's Problemata at least one other time, in a context in which it is again a question of the Grundstimmungen, the fundamental attunements of philosophizing. This is much further on in the book, in 44. There it is a matter, I repeat, of the fundamental attunement, but this time not of nostalgia but of melancholy, Schwermut or melancholy. Melancholy is not nostalgia, but there is between these two effects an affinity, an analogy, that depends at least on the fact that these two sufferings suffer from a lack, a privation, even a bereavement. Heidegger, about whom many accounts attest to the fact that he was himself of quite a melancholic temperament, some say depressive, basically like all of us who philosophize, is maintaining that philosophy is melancholic, fundamentally, not in its content, he says, but in its form. And he wants to withdraw this affect, and every fundamental attunement, from all psychology, in which he sees a peril and a tyranny or even an internal corruption, verderb, of our time. He explains this just before recalling those three theses: the stone is without world, the animal is poor in world, man is weltbildend, world-forming, and I quote the German, because the word bilden is going to matter to us in moment. So Heidegger explains all that just before beginning what he will call his comparative examination on the basis of the intermediate thesis, Das Tier ist Weltern. Melancholy affects philosophy insofar as it is creative, skopferisk, a word that we often use wrongly, notes Heidegger, whether speaking of art or philosophy. Creative should not be understood here as a privilege or a superiority with respect to other activities, such as those of the manual worker or the businessman, but on the contrary as an extra obligation, a duty, Verpflichtung, that resides in the very creativity. To create is to be obliged to create, and this is marked in the very attitude that bearing again Laporte, this creativity, tragenden Haltung. This obligation is, like all duty, the correlative of a freedom. Creative achievement is a free formative activity. Schaffen ist ein freies Bilden, h. 270/182. Let us not be astonished to recognize in this freedom, and the Bilden it quali es, something proper to mankind, who is weltbildend, as opposed to the animal, welterm, and which, consequently, is supposedly neither free, nor creative, nor capable of nostalgia, melancholy and mourning, or even, as we shall see in a moment, of death properly speaking. If there is freedom where there is obligation, there is in it a burden, a load, a toiling, something heavy, and thereby sure, that man bears, tragged again, in his heavy heart, in his Gemüt, in the intimacy of his soul or his heart. Schwermut, the heavy heart, melancholy, is the weight of this weight, this heavy burden that one bears in one's heart. Well, all creative action, all skopferisk Handeln, is seized by melancholy. It is in melancholy, in der Schwermut, h. 270/182, 83, whether it knows it or not, but the converse is not true, not all melancholy is creative. Now Aristotle, this time quoted without reservation by Heidegger, had clearly understood this alliance between creation and melancholy. In the Problemata he asked himself the following question, which clearly bears on humans, Andres, and not on all living creatures, for example what we call animals. Delta iota tau pi nu tau epsilon sigma omicron iota pi epsilon rho iota tau tau omicron gamma nu alpha sigma iota nu delta rho epsilon chi alpha tau phi iota lambda omicron phi alpha nu pi omicron lambda iota chi nu pi omicron eta sigma iota nu tau chi nu alpha nu omicron nu tau alpha iota mu epsilon lambda alpha gamma chi omicron lambda iota kappa omicron nu tau epsilon. Why are all those men who accomplished eminent things, be it in philosophy, in politics, in poetry, or the plastic arts, Bildenden Kunsten, says Heidegger, to translate tau chi nu alpha clearly melancholics? Offensichtlich melancholiker, as Heidegger translates phi alpha nu omicron nu tau alpha iota. Mu epsilon lambda alpha gamma chi omicron lambda iota kappa omicron nu tau epsilon, dot. 30. Having recalled that Aristotle cites the examples of Empedocles, Plato, Socrates, so many melancholics according to him, and that moreover Aristotle distinguishes between melancholy diaphysin and melancholy dianosin, natural melancholy and sick, pathological melancholy, Heidegger subscribes without delay to this declaration of Aristotle's, which he translates and takes on board, as a creative and essential activity of human Dasein. Philosophy stands in the fundamental attunement of melancholy, Schwermut, h. 271/183. Why have I insisted on the link between nostalgia and melancholy that appear at a distance of almost 300 pages in Heidegger's German text, each time in the vicinity of Aristotle? Why this leap? Because I wanted to situate the question of life and death between the animal and the human Dasein, because melancholy is also the affect of irreparable mourning, and because I should like to come back via this route, both toward the question of the circle and toward the phantasm, let's call it the Robinsonian phantasm of being buried alive or swallowed up alive. It happens that just before this passage on melancholy, in 43 that I invite you to reread closely yourselves, 43 that concerns a difficulty of content and method concerning the essence of life, Heidegger broaches directly the question of the circle in this philosophical approach. Basically, in order to distinguish between man and animal, we must clarify the essence of the animality of the animal, das Wesen der Tierheit des Tieren, and the essence of the humanity of man, das Wesen der Menschheit des Menschen, h. 265/179. Now we can determine the animality of the animal only if we have already shed light on life, the essence of the life of the living, what makes life life, Lebendigkeit des Lebenden, the livingness of the living, as opposed to the inanimate, the lifeless, Leblosen, of what cannot even die. For what does not live does not die, the stone does not die, because it does not live. But all that presupposes already that the animal lives and that we have access to what it feels as a living being. In what way does the life of the living become accessible to us? Asks Heidegger, again posing the question in the methodical Gur of the Path, auf welchem Weg kann die Soll die Lebendigkeit des Lebenden in ihrem Wesen zugänglich werden? On what path Heidegger emphasizes auf welchem Weg can and must the life of the living become accessible? H. 265, 56/179. Heidegger wonders more than once how life is accessible to us, be it the animality of the animal or the vegetable essence of the plant. H. 265, 66/179, and twice this is highly interesting in my view. Heidegger classes the plant being of plants, the vegetable, as they say, among the phenomena of life, like the animality of the animal, but he will never grant to the living being that the plant is the same attention he will grant the living being that the animal is. So, how is life accessible to us, given that the animal, notes Heidegger, cannot observe itself, and that we can only have access to the signs it gives us through interpretation and explicitation? As there is no originary access, Ursprunglichen Zugang, to the life of animals, we must presuppose, 31 have already presupposed, that the animal lives, haben wir schon vorausgesetzt. And at least ve or 6 times in 2 pages he will call the circular self-moving of philosophy a circle, im Kreis sich bewegender Philosophie, im Kreis gehen, Kreisbewegung, h. 266-67/180, twice he will describe as a circle this indispensable and essential movement of philosophical presupposition that common understanding can tolerate no more than it can tolerate dizziness or turbulence. Dizziness, Schwindel, is unheimlich, worrying, strangely familiar, familiarly disorienting, and this is why it is intolerable for common sense which wants to manipulate things, know what the point is, etc. Dizziness is unheimlich, like turbulence, Wirbel, and the circle, Zirkel. But the philosopher must not before what is unheimlich, dizzying, turbulent, on the contrary he thinks in them the condition to open a path, Wegbahnen, in thought. To open a path, one must begin from the circle and accept to go around in circles so as to think presupposition itself. Heidegger concludes his 43 thus, we end ourselves moving in a circle, wir bewegen uns also in einem Kreis, when we presuppose, when wir voraussetzen, a certain fundamental conception concerning both the essence of life and the way in which it is to be interpreted, and then proceed on the basis of this presupposition, aufgrund dieser Voraussetzung, to open up a path, gerade den Wegbahnen, which will lead us to a fundamental conception of life, zu einer Grundauffassung des Lebens zu kommen. H. 267/180, the paradoxical point to which I now want to draw your attention, as to these vertiginous circles, is the following, and it is a matter of life and death. Heidegger, as you have heard, retains as the RST and only sign of life, or even the RST criterion of life of the Lebendigkeit des Lebens, the being in life of life, the possibility of dying. That is supposedly the difference between the stone and the animal living being. The stone does not die because it does not live. Let me reread the sentence. Then again, we can only determine the animality of the animal if we are clear about what constitutes the living character of a living being, as distinct from the non-living being, Leblosen, which does not even have the possibility of dying. A stone cannot be dead because it was never alive. Einstein kann nicht tot sein, weil nicht let. H. 265/179, so it all seems clear and decided, it belongs to the essence of life, and thus to animality, that the animal lives, that it is alive, because it can die. Now here, about 120 pages later, H. 388/267, in the middle of the elucidation of animality poor in world, enclosed as it is in the circle of its Ringen and its Umring, and of its Benommenheit, benumbment, captivation, Heidegger asks again the question of death and comes to the assertion that only man dies, whereas the animal for its part does not die, but simply ceases to live. I broached these questions at length and in my turn problematized them in Aporias 32, but I shall in the present context hang on only to the paradoxical sequence that is of interest to us. Having insisted on the fact that death, the moment of death, is the touchstone, Prüfstein, of every question on the essence of life, here is Heidegger affirming that the animal cannot die, properly speaking, but only come to an end. We shall return again to this decisive and troubling distinction, along with everything that binds it to the whole of this discourse. I'll quote the sentences that count the most, and ask you to read the whole context, after which I will tell you why and how. Here, I should like to draw from it an argument, one argument at least, and a link with Robinson Crusoe. Heidegger writes, in Captivation, Benommenheit, as the fundamental structure of life understand, of the animal, certain quite determinate possibilities of death ganz bestimmt Möglichkeiten des Todes, of approaching death des Umtodkommens, are Vorgezeichnet, prescribed. H. 388/267, this is all in italics. Heidegger, who for now keeps the word death for the animal, nonetheless goes on, as you will hear, to withdraw the proper sense of death from the animal's coming to death. He writes, is the death of the animal a dying or a way of coming to an end? Ist der Tod des Tiers ein Sterben oder ein Verenden? H. 388/267. Sterben and Verenden are italicized, and their distinction or opposition is thus emphasized. Verenden is not dying, sterben. And Heidegger kann RMS this again when he writes immediately after having recalled Benommenheit, captivation, benumbment as the essence of the animal cannot die in the sense in which dying is ascribed to human beings but can only come to an end. H. 388/267. You can see clearly that this link between the inability to die and benumbment depends on this decisive fact, recalled throughout the seminar, and again just before this passage, namely that benumbment inhibits the possibility of relating to beings as such, the animal as such is incapable of the as such. Therefore, among other things, the animal cannot have, as can the human Dasein, a relation 33 to death as such. This is, among other things, why it cannot speak, nor be nostalgic or melancholic, nor have a relation to the whole of beings, to the world as such. Without getting into this immense problem again, I hang on to this curious non sequitur that consists in denying animality by life, life by the possibility of death, and yet, in denying dying properly speaking to the animal. But what seems more problematic still to my eyes is the condence with which Heidegger attributes dying properly speaking to human Dasein, access or relation to death properly speaking and to dying as such. As we shall verify more and more precisely and abundantly, what the animal supposedly lacks is indeed the experience of the as such, access to the as such of the entity, to the open, the manifest, offenbar, the manifestness, offenbarkeit, of beings as such, or even, as Heidegger specifies, to the manifestness of the other, as such, of what is other insofar as it is a being, h. 368/253, that's what is supposedly lacking in the animal, in Benommenheit, the benumbment of captivation that supposedly encloses the animal in its circle, ring, ring. What is lacking is not supposedly access to the entity, but access to the entity as such, i.e. that slight difference between being and beings that, as we shall see, springs from what can only be called a certain Walton. A slight difference, because this difference between being and beings, this difference that depends on the as such, is not a being, by definition, in a certain sense it is nothing, it is not. But it Waltet. What does that mean, Walton? How are we to translate this word? We'll be wondering about this some more. For now, and to conclude provisionally today, I wonder if one should not sharpen up still further this question of the difference between on the one hand dying properly speaking, sterben, death itself, Tod, and as such, to which human Dasein is supposed, by Heidegger, to be able to be awake and to have access, and on the other hand, the end of living, Verenden, which is supposedly the lot of the natural biological being, i.e. the animal. I am not going to take on this terrible and fascinating question frontally. Of course, one might recall it would be too easy so many signs that assure us that it is not enough, in order to have access to death, to one's death as such, to pronounce the word death, to have this word at one's disposal in one's language, and to see dead people depart, as they say, more and more dead people, see them go away and accede at a brisk pace around oneself, see multiply the signs and probabilities of coming death, have the near certainty that we are going to die one day or another and that we might die from one moment to the next. This subses all the less to distinguish clearly between death as such and life as such because all our thoughts of death, our death even before all the help that religious imagery can bring us our thoughts of our death are always, structurally, thoughts of survival. To see oneself or to think oneself dead is to see oneself surviving, present at one's death, present or represented in absentia at one's death even in all the signs, traces, images, memories, even the body, the corpse, or the ashes, literal or metaphorical, that we leave behind, in more or less organized and deliberate fashion, to the survivors, the others as survivors delegated to our own survival. All of which is banal and well known, one could go on about it endlessly. But the logic of this banality of survival that begins even before our death is that of a survival of the remainder, the remains, that does not even wait for death to make life and death indissociable, and thus the unheimlich and phantasmatic experience of the spectrality of the living dead. Life and death as such are not separable as such. Whence Robinson's great organizing fantasy, terror and desire to be swallowed up alive or buried alive. He knows that one dies a living death anyway, and the only question, the only alternative, is, what is to be done? What will one do, what will the other alone, do with me as living dead, given that I can only think my dead body, or rather imagine my corpse, if anything else is to happen to it, as living dead in the hands of the other? The other alone. I have just said think my death or rather imagine my corpse. Well, perhaps the supposed difference between thinking and imagining and ds here its ultimate root, and perhaps thinking death as such, in the sense Heidegger wants to give it, is still only imagination. Fantasia, fantastic phantasmatics. Whence, on the basis of this phantasmatics, the immense variety, among all living beings, human or not, of the cultures of the corpse, the gestures or rites of burial or cremation, etc. I was hoping, and I had promised myself to talk today about this and in the direction of this phantasmatics of dying alive or dying dead, of what happens when people among us, in the West, as they say, still hesitate, more and more, or else decide between burial and cremation, whereas in other cultures they have opted, in massive and stable, still broadly durable fashion, for one or the other. I was hoping, I had promised myself to return to, in the wake of Walton, to the origin of the difference of being and beings, which organizes, as you have seen, this whole problematic. I did not have time. I hope and promise that I'll do it next time, at the very start of the session. What is a thing? What is the other? What is the other when it comes to making of me? What? Something. What is the other when he or she employs him or herself in making a thing of me? Such and such a thing, for example a thing that, like a corpse, is both a thing and something other than a thing? What is a thing? What is the other? Leaving these questions to wait for a moment, suspended for the time of a detour, I naturally invite you to read or reread Heidegger's two great texts on the thing, beginning with Die Frage nach dem Ding, Zeitkanzler von den Transzendentalen Grundsätzen, translated into French in 1971 and published by Gallimard under the title La Question de la Chose, by Jean Riebel and Jacques Tamanio. 1. But this work published in 1962 corresponds to a course given at the University of Freiburg during the winter semester of 1935-36. So it is pretty much contemporaneous with the introduction to metaphysics. And then also reread Das Ding, the thing, later in Origin, but published before What is a Thing, in 1951, then in 1954 in Vorträge und Aufsätze, translated into French in Essays et Conferences. 2. In The Thing, the text published earlier, then, but written later than What is a Thing, I note in passing, you will come across 4 or ve. things that are more directly linked to our current concern. Moreover, since it is death and melancholia and mourning that are preoccupying us at the moment, and living death, one can read Das Ding as a great text on death, on the mortality of Dasein, in opposition to an amortality or even an immortality of the beast. 1. On the one hand, the thing, in at least 3 or 4 languages, Greek, Latin, German, and English, is not without relation to the possibility of speaking, discussing, debating in public about a matter of litigation. The thing is not merely what one is talking about, but what is not necessarily mute, speechless. The thing chatters and causes to people to chatter, la chose cause et fait causer. And this goes just as well for ding, thing, causa, cosa, chose, etc. too. Next, in this text resounds the question, what is nearness? Wie steht es mit der Nähe, 3, which has occupied us a great deal for and will do so again. Heidegger replies to this question with some long developments which could be gathered into a sentence that I quote because the word Walton again appears in it. The thing is not in nearness, in proximity, as if nearness were a container. Nearness is at work, Waltet, in bringing near, as the thinging of the thinging or the causing of the thing, als das Dingen de Dinges. 5. So proximity reigns, dominates, imposes itself, arrives, arises, occurs, prevails, Waltet, as thing, as the movement of the becoming thing of the thing, als das Dingen de Dinges, as the causation of the thing, if you will hear causation otherwise than as causality, relation of cause to effect. Das Ding ist nicht in der Nähe, als sei dies ein Behalter. Nahe Waltet im Nahern als das Dingen de Dinges. 6. Nearness is not opposed to farness. Nearness, writes Heidegger in a passage that I leave you to reconstitute, conserves, keeps, Wahrheit, farness, nahe Wahrheit die Fern. Fern warend, west die nahe in ihrem Nahern, nearness preserves farness. Preserving farness, nearness presences west, in the quasi-active, intransitively active and energetic sense, a little like Waltet, accomplishes its being, as the French translation has it, nearness in nearing that farness. 7.3. Next, you would read in it a sublime sententia of Meister Eckhart drawing on the pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite, a quotation designed to recall that thing can mean thing in general, anything or anybody, what ever is, from the stone to the beast, to man, the soul, and God. This quotation matters to us here, because it is a question of love, indeed, but a love that appropriates what it loves to make of it the thing it loves. Meister Eckhart says in Old German, Die Men ist der Natur, das es I den Menschen wandelt in die Din, die minute love is of such a nature that it changes man into the things he loves. 8 We shall be wondering whether, in death and in mourning, things are not the same as they are in love, and whether loving, then, does not mean loving so as to make it one's lovable thing, to the point of having it at one's disposal, to love eating and drinking it alive, keeping it in oneself, burying or burning it to keep it living dead in oneself or right up close to oneself, which can also be as far as can be from oneself. Everywhere. 4. Then you would nd in it, again with recourse to the vocabulary of Walton or Deutsch Walton, and in a form that is still more rm and trenchant, the assertion from the 1929-30 seminar according to which man alone dies, whereas the animal perishes or niches. This is in the famous passage on the fourfold, Gewehrt, earth and sky, divinities and mortals, the earth being, let's recall before we talk about burial, what, remaining, bears, die ba and tragend, while gathering them, water and stone, what grows, the plant, and the animal, Gewasser und Gestine, Gewachs und Getier. 9. Comment on the Ge, 10 So in this famous passage on the Gewehrt, about the mortals, Heidegger writes, the mortals are human beings, die sterblichen sind die Menschen. They are called mortals because they can die, and the important word here is can pouvoir, können, to be capable of, as much as die, while die sterben können. To die means to be capable of death as death, and here too what counts is power pouvoir, vermogen, and power as the power of the as such, being capable of the as such, of death as such, a power, faculty, or ability that will in a moment be refused the animal, sterben heißt, den Tod als Tod vermogen. Only man dies, nur der Mensch stirbt. The animal perishes, das Tier wird endet. This is literally what he said 20 years earlier in the seminar. The animal has death as death neither ahead of itself nor behind it, es hat den Tod als Tod weder vor sich noch hinter sich. 11. This sentence counts as more than a mere explicitation, but specifies the fact that the as such of death presupposes that one have death ahead of oneself and behind oneself, that one see it coming by anticipating it in being Zoomtod, but also that one retain it and recall it in mourning, burial, the memory one keeps, so many possibilities and powers that Heidegger refuses without the slightest nuance to what he calls in a very homogeneous way das Tier in general, the animal in general. And having said this about death reserved, basically, for man who alone has the power to die, Heidegger calls death the reliquary of nothing, of the nothing, de nix, the shrine, Schrein, he does not say the coffin, but the place where one deposits what is priceless, remains and must remain. The French translation says the ark death is the shrine of nothing, der Tod ist der Schrein de nix, that is, adds Heidegger, of that which in every respect is never something. That merely exists and therefore a mere thing, but which nevertheless presences, 12 even as the mystery of being itself, als das Geheimnis des Seins selbst. 13 As the shrine of nothing, death harbors within itself the presencing of being, das Wesen des Seins. 14 As the shrine of nothing, death is the shelter of being, das Geberg des Seins. We now call mortals mortals not because their earthly life comes to an end, in death, but because they are capable of death as death, while sie den Tod als Tod vermogen. They the mortals are the presencing relation to being as being, sie sind das Wesen Verhaltnis zum Sen als Sen. 15 As you see, what here bears the main accent is that death as such, access or relation to death as such is a being able, a power, können, vermogen. Such a power or potency dnes the mortal, man as mortal, and this power. Of as such, of the as such ce pouvoir du comme tel, de el and tant que tel this power to have access to the as such of death, i.e. the nothing as such, is none other than the relation to the ontological difference, and thereby to being as being. Without this power, 16 Without the force of this power of the as such, of death as such, there would be no relation to the as such, and thereby to being as being not being one as such among others, but the possibility of the as such in general, for here it is a matter of being as being and not of the being as being, which passes through the nothing, not being and therefore death, as such. And it is this difference of being from being, this ontological difference that, bearing the as such, will be, in a text the reading of which I am deferring still, identitat und differens, will be said to come about via a Walton, always the force of this same word that bespeaks a force, a power, a dominance, even a sovereignty unlike any other 17, whence the difficulty that we have in thinking it, determining it and, of course, translating it. 18. What is more, in the very passage we are reading, in das Ding, and just after what I have been commenting on, the vocabulary of Walton, in truth of Durch Walton, comes up, but precisely to say what has prevailed, alas, in metaphysics, namely the definition of man not as the mortal who nds his being in the shelter of being, the mortal guardian of being, but as an animal, a rational animal, an animal living being that reason had supposedly merely penetrated, governed, dominated, durchwaltet. But without changing anything in the narrow determination of man as animal, as living being, whereas one must dne man not as a living being, but as a mortal. This critique of the great metaphysical concept of the animal rationale and the animalitas of man was already to be found in the letter on humanism. Here now is this paragraph, which follows immediately from the sentence about mortals being the relation to being as being. Metaphysics, by contrast, represents it is only a representation, a Vorstellung, die Metaphysik de Gegenstelt den Menschen als Animal, als Liebewesen vor Metaphysics, by contrast, represents man as an animal, as a living being. Even when ratio pervades Durchwaltet, grips with force, by force, traverses as a force animalitas, man's being, Menschsein, remains, bleibt, dened by life and life experience Leben und Leben, experience, then, or Lebnis as experience but, as the word suggests, lived experience of the living being. 19. Rational living beings must rst become mortals and Heidegger emphasizes werden, become, die vernunftigen Liebewesen müssen erst zuerst werden. 20. Insist on the word Leben, implicit critique of Husserl's phenomenology, philosophy metaphysics of life, develop. In other words, men are doubtless rational animals, but if they are to be worthy of their human essence, of the name of man, and of the being of man as capable of acceding to being as such, they must become not only rational living beings, animals endowed with reason and that, qua animals, do not die, but they must become mortals, they must, not learn how to die, as the tradition has been saying since Plato. Thus deeming the task of philosophy as epimeliatio euthanatio, exercise or discipline of preparation for death, but become mortal. It is necessary, beyond the rational animal that we are and that, qua animal, does not die, it is necessary for us to become mortal. That's the great lesson to be learned, for the deaf, like me, who keep trying to learn how to become immortal, or amortal, basically like beasts. Ah! If only we could stay beasts. Unless, contrary to what Heidegger says, we did remain beasts who do not have the power to die, to whom death as such never appears, dying remaining, as Blanchot often complains, impossible, alas. No, insists Heidegger, you have to become mortal. But at bottom, is this not pretty much the same thing? Living death beyond life, live to death, living death, etc. This is perhaps the same circle. 5. What is that the circle? If now, still in reading the thing, you try to follow, gather, collect, link up all the circular turns and returns we had begun to analyze, circle, Kreis, ring, umring, be it the circle as methodological circuit or the encircling of the animal in its Benamenheit, you will end here another circle, another series of circles, like rings in the alliance. 21. And this goes viaduct the work Oregon play, but precisely, the play of the world is at stake here, via the work and play of language around Rajan, Ring, and Gering. We should have to reread closely, with the lens of impossible translations, the last 3 or 4 pages of Das Ding. Broadly speaking, to put it bluntly, Heidegger is meditating on the unity of the fourfold, Die Einheit der Weirung, earth, sky, mortals, and divinities. This being one of the 4 is precisely the world insofar as it worlds or worldies or worldwides se mondialize, well Ted. The world is the 4 in 122 of the earth, the sky, the mortals, and the gods. And that is the mirror play of the world, das Spiegelspiel of the world as the round of the event or of what appears in appropriation, Rajon de Eregnans. The world is not what surrounds the 4 like a band or a ring, reef. This round, Rajon, is the ring, that wraps around itself, der Ring, while playing as a mirror, als das Spiegeln spielt. This being gathered of the play of the world, as mirror play that wraps itself around, is the encircling turn, das Gering. The 4, mortals, divinities, sky, and earth, gather, exibly, by bending to the mirror play. Now, and here once more we have the praise of the German language, traditional since Hegel, nestling, malleable, pliant, compliant, nimble in Old German. These are called Ring and Gering. 23 I leave you to read, in 2 languages, the 3 pages that follow and that put to work, to the point of dizziness, all the resources of this idiom. Having given many examples of things that are humble or modest, Geringen, among which we end a few beasts such as the heron and the stag, the horse and the bull, Heidegger concludes thus, men alone, as mortals, by dwelling attain to the world as world, die Welt als Welt. 24 The last words of Das Ding have a proverbial form that Heidegger himself comments on in a note. Nur was aus Welt Gering, word einmal Ding. 25 Only what humbly, modestly, is born to the world and through it can one day become a thing. Read the note in which Heidegger translates himself and explains his thinking here. End of the turn or the detour I announced. The initial question was waiting for us, now it comes back. What is the other or what are the others at the moment when it is a matter of responding to the necessity of making something of me, of making of me something or their thing from the moment I will be, as people say, departed, i.e. deceased, passed away, i.e. separated in the distancing of passing or passing on du pas ou du tropez, weg, fort, passed away. 26, when I will no longer be there, when I will be, to all appearances, absolutely without defense, disarmed, in their hands. I.e., as they say, so to speak, dead. How and to what will they proceed in the time that follows the decting? To decede, to proceed, to retrocede, it is indeed a matter of a procedure, a path, a movement along a path of departure or return. It is indeed a matter of progress or regression or digression, of process and processing, proceeding and procedure, and so already of arrangements that are both technical and juridical, which have themselves left the order of what is called in the current and belated sense nature. We are already either in the opposition of nomos, techni, thesis to physis in the late and derived sense, or else in that differentiae, with an a, of originary physis, which takes the forms of law, thesis, technique, right, etc. Take careful note of the fact that in the question with which we opened this session, in the linking of such a question, in the order or the syntax of such a question, everything about order itself is upset. For in asking, what is the other? What is the other or what are the others going to make of me when, after the distancing step of the passing tripes, after this passage, when I am past, when I have passed, when I am departed, deceased, passed away, gone, absolutely without defense, disarmed, in their hands, i.e., as they say, so to speak, dead. I have already presupposed, without knowing anything of what dead means in the syntagma when I am, etc. dead, I have already presupposed a predefinition of death, of being dead, namely that being dead, before meaning something quite different, means, for me, to be delivered over, in what remains of me, as in all my remains, to be exposed or delivered over with no possible defense, once totally disarmed, to the other, to the others. And however little I know about what the alterity of the other or the others means, I have to have presupposed that the other, the others, are precisely those who always might die after me, survive me, and have at their disposal what remains of me, my remains. The others, what is that? Those, masculine and feminine, who might survive me. This is why, deliberately, I formulated my question: what is the other, or what are the others going to make of me when I am departed, deceased, passed away, gone, absolutely without defense, disarmed, in their hands, i.e., as they say, so to speak, dead. And I thus began my sentence with what is the other, anticipating the response to this very question that I have thus cut in two: what is the other, then what will the others do with me, for they will do something with me. Well, reply. The other is, the other, it is, the others are those, masculine and feminine, before whom I am disarmed, defenseless. The other is what always might, one day, do something with me and my remains, make me into a thing, his or her thing, whatever the respect or the pomp, funereal by vocation, with which he or she will treat that singular thing they call my remains. The other appears to me as the other as such, qua he, she, or they who might survive me, survive my decease, and then proceed as they wish, sovereignly, and sovereignly have at their disposal the future of my remains, if there are any. That's what is meant, has always been meant, by other. But having my remains at their disposal can also take place before I am absolutely, clearly, and distinctly dead, meaning that the other, the others, is what also might not wait for me to be dead to do it, to dispose of my remains. The other might bury me alive, 27 eat me or swallow me alive, burn me alive, etc. He or she can put me to a living death, and exercise thus his or her sovereignty. Suppose now, as hypothesis ortion, that I say the following. If I say Robinson Crusoe was indeed buried alive, he was indeed swallowed up alive, you would not believe me. What's he telling us this time, you would ask. It's false. What he's telling us is false. This professor is not telling us the truth, he has no respect for the truth. Not only does he put on his philosophy syllabus, side by side, an amusing shun by an English literary writer of the 18th century and the most serious seminar in the world by a great German thinker of this century on the world and on man, not only does he mix everything up, contaminate the one with the other, but here he is now making stuff up when he says out loud, as though he were announcing something on the CNN evening news, reading off a dispatch, Robinson Crusoe, we have just learned, really was, in his own words, buried alive, and really was, as he predicted himself, swallowed up alive. But that's not true, you would object. RMLY, this is misinformation again, this is not what the story tells, that's not the narrative we read, that's not what millions of people have read and will read in all languages, that's not the published narrative. Robinson Crusoe, the identifiable and self-identical narrative, which is moreover deposited in copyright libraries, which everyone can consult at the British Library, the Bibliothèque Nationale de France and the Library of Congress, as millions of readers can attest. That's not what happened, it's not true. Robinson Crusoe was not buried alive, he was not swallowed up alive, he merely spoke of it and was afraid of it. In fact, as we know, he came back from his island alive and well, in any fettle, more alive as he returned to the English coast than some astronauts re-entering the atmosphere. To which, without letting myself be intimidated by this consensus, standing up to you, if you haven't killed me already, I would insist in reply, but it is true, that really is the story itself, not what it tells. No doubt, there you may be right, even though Robinson, in the story, sees himself as though in hallucination. Read carefully, he sees himself in advance, that's why he talks about it at such length. He sees the moment coming, he sees himself already buried alive, or Swallowed up alive. No, you would say, not the moment when he will be buried or swallowed up alive, but the moment when he would be thus buried or swallowed up alive, the moment when he runs the risk of being buried alive. He is afraid of what might happen to him and which did not happen to him. This is not a future indicative but a conditional. Were he to be buried or swallowed up alive, he trembles at the thought, for example when there is the earthquake, and he does all he can to stop what he sees coming from happening. So that his fantasy, if that's what you want to call it, can remain a phantasm and not become reality. Unless, I shall then retort, 28 unless the difference between the conditional and the indicative, the difference between the conditional, the future, and the present or past indicative are merely temporal modalities, modalizations at the surface of conscious phenomenality or representation that count for little in view of the phantasmatic content that, for its part, happens, really did happen, to Robinson, unless, I would add, Robinson Crusoe had done all he could so that, in spite of or through his terror, his desire might speak, and unless what happened to him was the very thing that he wanted not to happen to him. As though the noematic nucleus of the phantasm, as it were, being buried or swallowed up alive, happened to him in any case, irreversibly happened, virtually but irreversibly happened, and the modes in which this noematic nucleus, its modalities, or its modi cations, present or future, indicative or conditional, perception or hallucination, reality, ortion, as modi cations or secondary, relatively secondary, qualities, precisely, remain external and epiphenomenal. He is afraid of dying a living death, and so he already sees it happening. He is buried or swallowed alive, it's what he wanted. Shouldn't have thought of it? Because what's more, and taking another step in provocation, I dare to claim, in the indicative this time, that it really did happen to him. Really? How's that, you would say? 29 Well, on another track and according to yet another necessity than that of this pure phantasmatic content, before any temporal modalization, and since you are so keen to talk about the story and take account of the Chanel narrative, to take account of the Chanel account that this narrative that is simultaneously or successively a journal, a travel journal, a confession, the Shin of an autobiography, an anthropological treatise, an apprenticeship in Christian prayer, and above all, including all else, a literary event in a European national language. I am claiming that dying a living death did happen to Robinson Crusoe, the narrative itself, because when I pronounce Robinson Crusoe, where you do not see the quotation marks between which I am suspending this proper name or the italics in which I am inclining it, when I say Robinson Crusoe, I am naming the narrative, I am referring to the narrative is my reference and my referent. Thus naming the narrative, I am calling the narrative by its name, which is our only common referent here. There is no Robinson Crusoe outside the book, and this title which is twice over a proper name, like Hamlet, Renée, Anna Karenina, or Bartleby the Scrivener, etc., for every title is a proper name, and when a title has the form of a proper name it is twice a proper name, twice the same and another proper name, the proper name as title and the proper name named by the title. All that in one single name with two heads or two referential functions. Here the proper name is the homonym, it's the same as the name of the character in the narrative and the narrator of the narrative. Of the quasi-autobiographical confession, etc. The narrative entitled Robinson Crusoe and, within it, the character and the narrator, the author of the journal and the character that the author of the autobiographical journal puts on stage are all different, other among themselves, but all are named by the same name Robinson Crusoe, and as such they are all living dead, regularly buried, and swallowed up alive. But of course, as dying a living death, in the present, can never really present itself, as one cannot presently be dead, die, and see oneself die alive, as one cannot be both dead and alive, dying a living death can only be a phantasmatic virtuality, ation, if you like, but this tive or phantasmatic virtuality in no way diminishes the real almightiness of what thus presents itself to fantasy, an almightiness that never leaves it again, never leaves it, and organizes and rules over everything we call life and death, life-death. This power of almightiness belongs to a beyond of the opposition between being or not being, life and death, reality and tion or phantasmatic virtuality. What does that mean? You have already understood that a book, and, still more acutely, a book the text of which is Asian in the RST person, inserting into the living narrative quotations, inserts, inscriptions from a journal speaking in the RST person, etc., that such a book is both alive and dead or, if you prefer, neither dead nor alive, and everything that not only Defoe, but, in Robinson Crusoe himself, both the Robinson Crusoe who speaks and the one keeping a journal, all that there are already a lot of them might have desired is that the book, and in it the journal, outlive them, that they outlive Defoe, and the character called Robinson Crusoe. Now this survival, thanks to which the book bearing this title has come down to us, has been read and will be read, interpreted, taught, saved, translated, reprinted, illustrated, LMED, kept alive by millions of inheritors. This survival is indeed that of the living dead. As is indeed any trace, in the sense I give this word and concept, a book is living dead, buried alive, and swallowed up alive. And the machination of this machine, the origin of all techne, and in it of any turn, each return, each wheel, is that each time we trace a trace, each time a trace, however singular, is left behind, and even before we trace it actively or deliberately, a gestural, verbal, written, or other trace, well, this machinality virtually entrusts the trace to the survival in which the opposition of the living and the dead loses and must lose all pertinence, all its etch. The book lives its beautiful death. That's also nitude, the chance and the thread of nitude, this alliance of the dead and the living. I shall say that this nitude is survivance. Survivance in a sense of survival that is neither life nor death, pure and simple, a sense that is not thinkable on the basis of the opposition between life and death. A survival that is not, in spite of the apparent grammar of the formation of the word, Überleben or Fortleben, living on or to survive, survival 30. Is not above life, like something sovereign, superinus, can be above everything, a survival that is not more alive, nor indeed less alive, than life, or more or less dead than death, a survivance that lends itself to neither comparative nor superlative, a survivance or a surviving, but I prefer the middle voice survivance to the active voice of the active infinitive to survive or the substantializing substantive survival, a survivance whose sur dash is without superiority, without height, altitude or highness, and thus without supremacy or sovereignty. It does not add something extra to life, any more than it cuts something from it, any more than it cuts anything from inevitable death or attenuates its rigor and its necessity, what one could call, without yet thinking of the corpse and its erect rigidity, the rigor mortis, if you will. No, the survivance I am speaking of is something other than life-death, but a groundless ground from which are detached, identi-ed, and opposed what we think we can identify under the name of death or dying, Todd, Sturban, like death properly so called as opposed to some life properly so called. Its CA begins with survival. And that is where there is some other that has me at its disposal, that is where any self is defenseless. That is what the self is, that is what I am, what the I is, whether I am there or not. The other, the others, that is the very thing that survives me, that is called to survive me and that I call the other inasmuch as it is called, in advance, to survive me, structurally my survivor. Not my survivor, but the survivor of me, the there beyond my life. Like every trace, a book, the survivance of a book, from its RST moment on, is a living dead machine, surviving, the body of a thing buried in a library, a bookstore, in cellars, urns, drowned in the worldwide waves of a web, 31 etc., but a dead thing that resuscitates each time a breath of living reading, each time the breath of the other or the other breath, each time an intentionality intends it and makes it live again by animating it, like, as the Husserl of the Origin of Geometry would say, a Geistige Leiblichkeit, 32 a body, a spiritual corporeality, a body proper, Leib and not corpor, a body proper animated, activated, traversed, shot through with intentional spirituality. This survivance is broached from the moment of the RST trace that is supposed to engender the writing of a book. From the RST breath, this archive as survivance is at work. But once again, this is the case not only for books, or for writing, or for the archive in the current sense, but for everything from which the tissue of living experience is woven, through and through. A weave of survival, like death in life or life in death, a weave that does not come along to clothe a more originary existence, a life, or a body or a soul that would be supposed to exist naked under this clothing. For, on the contrary, they are taken, surprised in advance, comprehended, clothed, they live and die, they live to death as the very inextricability of this weave. It is against the groundless ground of this quasi-transcendentality of living to death or of death as survivance that, on the one hand, one can say that Robinson Crusoe, the name of the character and the name of the book, were, according to a RST desire or a last Terry Ed will, according to a desire and a will attested to by this book, by all the Robinson Crusoes in their homonymy or their metonymy, were all buried or swallowed alive, but also, on the other hand, and I'm coming to this. Now as I had announced I would, one can and one must be able, in the wake, the inheritance, i.e. in the reanimating reading and like the experience reanimated, reawakened in the very reading of the psychoanthropology of cultures and civilizations projected by Defoe and by Robinson Crusoe, one can have to en Côte d'Ivoire and one must be able to wonder what is happening today to a culture like ours, I mean in the present modernity of a Greco-Abrahamic Europe, wonder what is happening to us that is very specific. Very acute and unique in the procedural organization of death as survivance, as treatment, by the family and / or the state, of the so-called dead body, what we call a corpse, not only in the perspective of religions or philosophies or ideologies that all presuppose, far from making it merely possible, this universal structure of survivance that I have just mentioned, but in the funeral itself, in the organized manner, in the juridical apparatus and the set of technical procedures whereby we, as community, family, nation, state, humanity, deliver the corpse over to its future, prepare the future of a corpse and prepare ourselves as one says prepare a corpse. I was hoping, you remember, I had promised myself that I would speak today on this subject and in the direction of this phantasmatics of dying alive or dying dead about what happens when people, among us, in the West, as they say, still hesitate, more and more, or decide more and more between the only two possibilities that are offered to them, and faced with which they remain free, a recent thing, this, rare on the surface and in the history of the human earth, two possibilities, then. Inhumation and cremation, whereas in other cultures people have opted massively and in a stable, still largely durable fashion, for one or the other, for one to the intransigent exclusion of the other. Today, among us, people hesitate, as you know, there are more and more people, families, and communities that hesitate or cannot decide, whereas the state, which always has the duty and prerogative of the thing, tolerates this as new and even goes to the point of making institutionally possible, in the very organization of funeral rites and overcrowded cemeteries, with expensive plots, the operation of two types of funerals, interments and burial ceremonies. I ask this question and will try to say a little more about it in the wake or the wake le syllogue wake of Robinson Crusoe for at least two types of reasons. First, I repeat rapidly, because in Robinson Crusoe, in the book that bears this name, Robinson Crusoe, the character, is obsessed by the perspective of dying a living death, of being buried or swallowed up alive. He sees himself in advance buried or swallowed, taken in or devoured alive. Next, because Robinson Crusoe, the book this time, can and must also be read as a short treatise of anthropology or ethnology. An article communicated to me, and I thank him for it, by our friend Comtesse, 33 rightly insists on this anthropological treatise dimension in the style of the 18th century. This is an article by Francis Affergan, Les Marqueurs de l'autre dans Robinson Crusoe, published in Les Temps Modernes. 34. One could indeed cite 1,000 passages in support of this totally juste remark. For his part, Affergan quotes these few lines that are to be found in the second part of Robinson Crusoe, 35, which has always been received, as you know, as a sort of long hors d'oeuvre or postscript at the end of his adventures on the island. Everyone agrees that the work entitled Robinson Crusoe is essentially constituted by the first part. Petrus Borel, for his part, translated both parts, which are, in French, bound into a single volume and presented as the complete text by the Bibliothèque Marabout, from which edition I quote the passage that is itself quoted by Affergan. This is on page 558 of the complete text in the Bibliothèque Marabout. Robinson Crusoe recalls his trip to China, a long time after the island, and he puts forth on the subject of the Chinese a discourse that no doubt belongs, as Affergan rightly notes, to comparative anthropology, and I emphasize this comparativity because this will also be the approach deliberately taken up and named as such, comparative, Vergleichend H. 260 ff/176 ff, by Heidegger when he proposes to compare, that will be his word, the relation to the world of the stone, Weltlos, the animal, Welterm, and, in what then also remains a sort of fundamental anthropology, of the human Dasein, Weltbildend. A discourse, then, that of Robinson Crusoe, that no doubt belongs to comparative anthropology or ethnology, but also, as you will hear, but Affergan says nothing about this, of the most arrogant and grandiloquently colonialist or British Empire 36 ethnocentrism or Eurocentrism, thus announcing the durable and turbulent relationship between ethnology, as a scientific discipline. Ethnocentrism sometimes sublimated into concepts that appear to be universalizing and the cruelest history of colonialism and imperialisms, but when I come to compare the miserable people of these countries with ours, their fabrics, their manner of living, their government, their religion, their wealth, and their glory as some call it, I must confess, I do not so much as think it is worth naming, or worth my while to write of, or any that shall come after me to read. It is very observable that we wonder at the grandeur, the riches, the pomp, the ceremonies, the government, the manufactures, the commerce, and the conduct of these people, not that is to be wondered at, or indeed in the least to be regarded, but because, having a true notion of the barbarity of those countries, the rudeness and the ignorance that prevails there, we do not expect to envy any such things so far off. Otherwise, what are their buildings to the palaces and royal buildings of Europe? What their trade, to the universal commerce of England, Holland, France, and Spain? What are their cities to ours, for wealth, strength, gaiety of apparel, rich furniture, and an in-night variety? What are their ports, supplied with a few junks and barks, to our navigation, our merchant fleets, our large and powerful navies? Our city of London has more trade than all their mighty empire. One English, or Dutch, or French man of war, of 80 guns would GHT and destroy all the shipping of China, but the greatness of their wealth, their trade, the power of their government, and strength of their armies, is surprising to us, because, as I have said, considering them as a barbarous nation of pagans, little better than savages, we did not expect such things among them, and this indeed is the advantage with which all our greatness and power is represented to us. Otherwise it is in itself nothing at all, for as I have said of their ships, so may be said of their armies and troops, all the forces of their empire, though they were to bring 2 millions of men into the field together, would be able to do nothing but ruin the country, and starve themselves, if they were to besiege a strong town in Flanders, or to GHT a disciplined army. One line of German cuirassiers, or of French cavalry, would overthrow all the horse of China. 1 million of their foot could not stand before one embattled body of our infantry, posted so as not to be surrounded, though they were to be not 1 to 20 in number. Nay, I do not boast if I say that 30,000 German or English foot, and 10,000 French horse, would fairly defeat all the forces of China. And therefore, I must confess, it seemed strange to me, when I came home, and heard our people say such any things of the power, riches, glory, magnificence, and trade of the Chinese, because I saw and knew that they were a contemptible horde or crowd of ignorant sordid slaves, subjected to a government quali ed only to rule such a people, and in a word, for I am now launched quite beside my design, I say, in a word, were not its distance inconceivably great from Muscovy, and was not the Muscovite Empire almost as rude, impotent, and ill-governed a crowd of slaves as they, the Tsar of Muscovy might with much ease drive them all out of their country, and conquer them in one campaign, and had the Tsar, who I since hear is a growing prince, and begins to appear formidable in the world, fallen this way, instead of attacking the warlike Swedes, in which attempt none of the powers of Europe would have envied or interrupted him, he might by this time have been Emperor of China. Instead of being beaten by the King of Sweden at Narva, when the latter was not 1 to 6 in number. As their strength and their grandeur, so their navigation, commerce, and husbandry is imperfect and impotent, compared to the same things in Europe, also in their knowledge, their learning, their skill in the sciences, they have globes and spheres, and a smatch of the knowledge of the mathematics, but when you come to inquire into their knowledge, how short-sighted are the wisest of their students. They know nothing of the motion of the heavenly bodies, and so growly absurdly ignorant, that when the sun is eclipsed, they think 'tis a great dragon has assaulted it, and run away with it, and they fall a-clattering with all the drums and kettles in the country, to fright the monster away, just as we do to hive a swarm of bees. 37. Before coming to one of my main points today, I want to recall that if Robinson Crusoe is in this way prey to these phantasms, being buried or swallowed alive, being afraid of the phantomatic trace of a footprint in the sand, etc., he is nonetheless, as a realistic man and as an avowed Christian, someone who would like to situate himself RMLY in good common sense, in stubborn denial of the spectral and the phantomatic. But also someone who cannot do this, and who must therefore leave it hanging at the moment of his confession. He is someone who stands between belief and non-belief, belief in ghosts going against his Christian belief, paradoxically, and his belief, itself suspended, unbelieving, in phantoms and fantasies, in phantasmata, a word that in Greek means both product of the imagination and fantasy or revenant, his belief remaining invincible by good sense. Robinson Crusoe is someone who stands between phantoms and fantasies, and denial denegation, the denial of someone who might not stop saying to you, tugging on your sleeve, you know, don't try that with me, I have a lot of good sense, I do not believe in ghosts, or specters, or revenants, or apparitions, not at all, anything but, don't go thinking. And we have learned to understand, we have learned and understood not to be taken in, and when someone says to you, don't go thinking that, it's exactly the moment to go thinking that. Especially if the person in question insists and says, don't go thinking, above all, that I believe in. Then you can believe that, very probably, this person believes and really hopes you will believe that they believe in what they would like not to believe in, but in which they do believe, at the very moment of suspending judgment in a really I don't know. I don't know, he says. What is one doing when one says I don't know in the face of a phantasm or a revenant? It is in this spirit, or as close as can be to these spirits, that I will read and invite you to reread the very beginning of the Farther Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, in which he admits that he does not know whether he should believe or not believe in specters, whether he should believe or not believe the people of good sense who say they don't believe in them, and that one must above all not believe in them. As though all these people knew what believing means. Robinson Crusoe does not know, as he admits, but he has the feeling that his experience, his imagination, and his dreams would in fact push him into believing in them, even if he has to believe that one must not believe in them. Let me read a passage in which he is describing the nostalgia and the melancholy that are affecting him like an illness, and pushing him to imagine he has returned to his island, this time, not his island in England, but returning from England to his island of misfortune, his island of despair. Yet all these things had no effect upon me, or at least, not enough to resist the strong inclination I had to go abroad again, which hung about me like a chronic distemper. So his melancholic nostalgia is Dionysian, pathological. Aristotle would have said, you remember, as quoted by Heidegger, Dionysian and not Diaphusan, pathological, sickly, and not natural or normal, particularly the desire of seeing my new plantation in the island, and the colony I left there, run in my head continually. 38 Further on, I talked of it in my sleep. So this is such a powerful phantasm in its effects that it makes him act and speak in a quasi-somnambulistic way. For as you have heard, Robinson Crusoe says that nothing had a powerful enough effect to contain his desire, his nostalgia, his melancholy, his daydreams, and nighttime dreams. So the fantasy is really effectivement more effective, more powerful. It is really an effort more powerful than what is opposed to it, let's say, good sense and reality, perception of the real, etc. The perception of the real has less power than this quasi-hallucination, which is thus more real, more effective for him, in his psychic reality, than what is opposed to it by or in the name of a reality principle. This is the spirit in which he speaks of spirits and mentions the common, good sense discourse about fantasies, specters, and revenants. He ends up saying I don't know. He does not know, but he is under the sway of the efficacious, powerful phantasm, and he says so. Saying I don't know about fantasy and revenants is the only way to take them into account in their very effective power. If I said I know, I am sure and certain, clearly and distinctly, not only that I am affected by spectral fantasies, but that there really are such things outside of me, I would immediately dissolve spectrality, I would deny without delay, I would contradict a priori the very thing I am saying. I cannot say, I am sure and I know that there is some spectre there, without saying the contrary and without spiriting the spectre away. Conjurer le spectre. I don't know is thus the very modality of the experience of the spectral, and moreover of the surviving trace in general. Robinson Crusoe will say, I know not to this hour, whether there are any such things as real apparitions, specters, or walking of people after they are dead. I quote, I have often heard persons of good judgment say, that all the stir people make in the world about ghosts and apparitions, is owing to the strength of imagination, and the powerful operation of fancy in their minds, that there is no such thing as a spirit appearing, or a ghost walking, and the like, that peoples poring affectionately upon the past conversation of their deceased friends, so realizes it to them, that they are capable of fancying upon some extraordinary circumstances, that they see them, talk to them, and are answered by them, when, in truth, there is nothing but shadow and vapor in the thing, and they really know nothing of the matter. For my part, I know not to this hour, whether there are any such things as real apparitions, specters, or walking of people after they are dead, or whether there is anything in the stories they tell us of that kind, more than the product of vapors, sick minds, and wandering fancies. But this I know, that my imagination worked up to such a height, and brought me into such ecstasies of vapors, or what else I may call it, that I actually suppositoried myself, oftentimes upon the spot, at my old castle behind the trees, saw my old Spaniard, Friday's father, and the reprobate sailors I left upon the island. Nay, I fancied I talked with them, and looked at them steadily, though I was broad awake, as at persons just before me, and this I did till I often fright myself with the images my fancy represented to me. One time in my sleep I had the villainy of the three pirate sailors so lively related to me by the RST Spaniard and Friday's father, that it was surprising, they told me. 39 Now, to mark clearly the fact that dying a living death, being buried or swallowed up alive 40 is indeed, for Robinson, to be delivered over, in his body, defenseless, to the other. I believe we need to be attentive to the hierarchized differentiation of these others to whom Robinson is, we have to say, a prey, to whom he is prey in the fantasies to which he falls prey. These others, the element of these others, can be the more other as, they can be, less other. Now, 41 the more the other is other, the less it is other. Conversely, the less it is other, the more it is other. More other, less other, more other. What does this mean? The earthquake or the storm that buries me or swallows me alive is a kind of other, isn't it, a kind of external and foreign element. Second, the wild beast that devours me alive is again a species of other, a living being like me, but very different from me. Third and last, the cannibal who devours me seems to be a third type of other, a living being like me, but also a human being like me. So that makes 3 types of other, doesn't it? But the earth and the sea are what is furthest from me and most different from me, most other, yet they are less others than the living beings, the wild beasts that threaten to devour me alive, and that, closer to me, less different from me than the sea and the earth. Those lifeless elements, the sea and the earth, are nonetheless more other than the sea and the earth. As for savage and cannibalistic humans who also threaten to devour me alive, they are still closer to me, less different from me than the sea, the earth, and the beasts, but because of this proximity that almost makes them my fellow semblables, they are other to a greater extent. Their alterity is the more marked for being less marked. And the savage cannibals, who are everywhere in the book, bring to the point of paroxysm the general threat of being put to death and eaten alive. If there is an other to whom I am delivered over when I die a living death, it is par excellence, if I may say so, the one I call my fellow, the other mortal, the cannibal, not just the living carnivore, the beast, but the anthropophagic man, the cannibal. This is talked about throughout, this interdevouring of cannibals. If we had the time we could cite and analyze 1,000 occurrences of this. This is why, and again we'll read this as the preface, the last, the penultimate preface to what I wanted to say about the comparison between these 2 modes of being delivered over to the other, 2 incomparable modes, that must yet be compared as the only pair of choices that are given or left to us today, in our countries, i.e. being inhumed or being cremated, burial or cremation. Robinson calls the hyperbolic point, the absolute excess of this being eaten by the other, and thus being buried or swallowed alive by the other, namely being eaten by cannibals rather than by wild beasts or by sea or earth. He calls it the worst kind of destruction, RC 181. I quote the English text to have you hear the consonance with the self-destruction of the one who presents himself, you remember, as the destroyer of himself, but I that was born to be my own destroyer, could no more resist the offer than I could restrain. Etc. RC 37. For here, what is the worst thing about cannibalism is that these people eat beings of their own species and thus, in a way, self-destruct, by putting to death, to living death, their own species, their own lineage. This is literally the worst kind of destruction because cannibalism consists in devouring one's own kind, and Defoe will write that very thing, as though without paying attention, a few lines later, to devour its own kind, RC 182. We can see at work here, through this extraordinary word kind, the autoimmune process of self-destruction and autoimmune double-bind, 42 of which we shall have a number of examples in a moment when we nally come to the great and ultimate question of the choice between cremation and inhumation, at the hands of the other, my supposed fellow, my people les miens, as they say. You have noticed that, when in French we say les miens, we are most often designating those whom one above all does not possess and who in truth possess you, given that they are the ones who will in a privileged way have the charge, the responsibility, the power to do something with you, to make of you the thing they want to make of you after your death, by deciding, after your lifetime, as they politely say in English, to put you in the ground or else to burn you. When an American archivist or librarian wants to talk to you about what will happen, on your death, to your papers and your remains, to your archive, and about the question of knowing whether your people will be able to decide, he or she does not say on your death or after your death, he or she says politely, modestly, courteously, like they do in funeral homes. 43 Between the fruit and the cheese entree la poire etle fromage. 44 Although there is no cheese, he or she says after your lifetime. In the few lines I am going to read and that I am choosing from the innumerable passages in which Robinson Crusoe talks about cannibalism and savages, you will recognize two features. 1. On the one hand, when Robinson Crusoe speaks of the inhumanity of these cannibals who might devour him, he speaks of their bestial inhumanity only to the extent that, precisely, they are humans, and he recognizes that fact, they are his fellows, even more other and inhuman insofar as they are his fellows. You recall what we were saying about this concept of the fellow semblable last year. 45. The discourse on cannibalism comes under the heading of anthropology or ethnology, in Robinson Crusoe, whereas the sentences about the animals that might eat me come under zoology, and the discourse on the earthquake and the storms come under geography or geology or physics. Robinson Crusoe would not say of savage beasts that they are inhuman, inhumanly cruel. At the very moment he talks about the innate difference between these cannibals and Europeans, or even between them and ethnologists, and about their inhumanity, he is recognizing their humanity. They are others as fellows, more other than the others because fellows. And these fellows are fellows insofar as they are creatures. The word creatures, if one takes it seriously, and if it refers to creatures of the same creator, the same father, is a word that the French translation ought not have let drop when it translates at least once wretched creatures as savages, whereas Defoe writes these wretched creatures, I mean, the savages, RC 182. 2. Second, cannibalism itself is inhuman and cruel because it consists, as beasts themselves never do, or so they say, in eating, devouring, taking into themselves, still alive beings of the same kind as they. That is the worst cruelty of these others, more other than any other because they eat the same. This is a schema whose generality appears to have no exception. Whenever one speaks about the inhumanity of those who commit crimes against humanity, one is speaking of people who still belong enough to the human race, l'espèce humaine, to quote the title of Robert Antle May's book, 46, to be guilty of crimes against humanity, to fall, to prove themselves unworthy of the name human and of human dignity. To have lost human dignity by being inhuman is reserved for humans alone, and in no way for the sea, the earth, or the beast, or the gods. One does not say of beasts or of God that they are inhuman. Only humans are said to be inhuman. In principle, neither sea, nor earth, nor what one calls the animal nor God will be brought before any tribunal to be accused of inhumanity or crime against humanity, even if they have been the occasion or even the agent of the death of millions of human beings. Given that the accusation of crime against humanity cannot be brought against any a human living being, beast or God, but only against what is supposed to be human, a crime against humanity is a crime committed by one part of humanity against another part of humanity, or against the essence of humanity or against human dignity, and is thus a crime which has a suicidal and autoimmune structure. And as all crime, all guilt presupposes freedom, and thus the sovereignty of the accused criminal, it is at the heart of this sovereignty that the suicidal and autoimmune return is supposed to operate. Read and comment. After these thoughts had for some time entertained me, I came to re-ECT seriously upon the real danger I had been in, for so many years, in this very island, and how I had walked about in the greatest security, and with all possible tranquillity, even when perhaps nothing but a brow of a hill, a great tree, or the casual approach of night, had been between me and the worst kind of destruction, viz. That of falling into the hands of cannibals, and savages, who would have seized on me with the same view, as I did of a goat, or a turtle, and have thought it no more a crime to kill and devour me, than I did of a pigeon, or a curlew. I would unjustly slander myself, if I should say I was not sincerely thankful to my great preserver, to whose singular protection I acknowledged, with great humility, that all these unknown deliverances were due, and without which, I must inevitably have fallen into their merciless hands. When these thoughts were over, my head was for some time taken up in considering the nature of these wretched creatures, I mean, the savages, and how it came to pass in the world, that the wise governor of all things should give up any of his creatures to such inhumanity, nay, to something so much below, even brutality itself, as to devour its own kind. But as this ended in some, at that time fruitless, speculations, it occurred to me to inquire, what part of the world these wretches lived in. How far off the coast was from whence they came, what they ventured over so far from home for, what kind of boats they had, and why I might not order myself, and my business so, that I might be as able to go over thither, as they were to come to me. I never so much as troubled myself to consider what I should do with myself, when I came thither, what would become of me, if I fell into the hands of the savages. RC 181-82, Robinson was more afraid than anything, than, a being buried alive or being swallowed up, carried off, still alive. But it is not the same thing to be buried or swallowed up alive by the earth or the sea, and to be eaten alive by beasts or cannibals. In the RST case, the other, the element of the other, is something non-living, something anonymous and inanimate, earth or sea. In the second case, the other is living, and in each case a single organism, beast or cannibal. But what they have in common, the beast and the cannibal, and this leads us to the same cemetery, where one buries and where one burns, the Père Lachaise, for example, which also has its crematorium, is that the being delivered over to the other is a being delivered over to one's fellow, with this one reservation, that this situation, the paradigm of this Robinsonade, this fascinated terror or this terrier desire of Robinson's take the form of a hierarchy of fellows. The devouring beast is similar semblable to its victim insofar as it is alive, as opposed to the earth and / or the sea. Devourer and devoured are both living beings, but the anthropophagic cannibal is more similar to his victim than the beast, precisely because he is an anthropoid. Only an anthropoid can be anthropophagic. The cannibal is thus more similar to his victim, and thus also, paradoxically, more of an other than the beast. But he is less similar, precisely because he eats his fellow, and thus becomes inhuman, because he is an anthropophagic human, less human and less my fellow, and thus more other than the non-cannibal Christian Englishman, Robinson's compatriot. Two things remain to be proved: RST, the purity or supposed innocence of Christianity when it comes to the anthropophagic drive or temptation in the Eucharistic or transubstantial Last Supper, when Christ offers his corpus to be eaten and drunk like bread and wine, and blood, in memory of him, hoc est meum corpus, etc., and then, that the English are innocent of all cannibalism. You remember what the vegetarian Rousseau says about this in Emile 47, when he accuses the English of being so cruelly carnivorous.